Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 1 of what Naruto was in Rising of the Shield Hero. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. 10 years ago, October 10th. Get out of here, Kasumi. A 6-year-old Naruto shouted, running with his twin sister. The two were running away from an angry mob. I'll protect you, Kasumi. I'll always be your shield. I won't let them hurt you. Naruto shouted as the two continued running through the forest. Where are those masked shinobi that helped Gigi-san? No, I'm not leaving you alone. We're twins and we only have each other left. If we're going to run away. We're running away together. Kasumi screamed out as she looked at her twin brother with determination in her eye with a hint of worry. Just then Naruto saw up ahead a ledge, and it only seemed to go straight down. What do we do? Kasumi asked, worried with her eyes scared. She had tears welling up in her eyes. She was scared for Naruto and herself. Naruto saw how nervous his sister was, so he placed a hand on her shoulder. Kasumi-chan, you're my precious sister. I'd never let anything happen to you. I know you'd do the same. Come on, let's go. Naruto grabbed his sister's hand. We'll get out of this. Before Naruto could finish, a kunai lodged itself into Naruto's throat as he spat out blood. Naruto. Kasumi's eyes widened, which caused Naruto to stumble back. He planted his foot on the ground to stop himself from falling over the cliff. However, the rock under Naruto gave. Kasumi tried to reach out to Naruto to catch him but couldn't move in time. Kasumi suddenly found a kunai lodged into her thigh, not letting her move. Just then another one flew into her shoulder and then another into her other leg. Kasumi fell on her hands and knees, not able to move. Where's your demon brother, huh? An angry Chunin asked as he walked up. I know I got his throat, so, oh well, I guess that works for us. The Chunin smirked as he saw where the cliff part that broke off. Soon other villagers with torches, swords, knives, and other weapons came into Kasumi's view. Kasumi's eyes widened as her bottom lip quivered in fear. Naruto ni. Ka-san. Chu-san. I'll see you all soon. Kasumi had tears run down her face. She didn't cry or flinch because she was in pain. She cried because they killed her brother. At least that's what she thought. Backquote. 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 Morning. Naruto slowly opened his eyes as his vision blurred. His entire body was racking with pain. Naruto slowly sat up, looking left and right. Just then his adrenaline kicked in as he shot up, looking around. Kasumi. Kasumi. Where are you? Kasumi. Naruto stood up, looking around to find a way back up. Just then he looked down and found the kunai that was lodged into his throat. Naruto picked it up to defend himself and then began to go find his twin sister. Please be safe, Kasumi. You heal fast as I do. So, I know you're fine, right? Naruto kept searching a way up, but he heard something faint in the distance. And Naruto, is that you? Naruto shot his head to the left to find Kasumi's head laying on a rock. Naruto saw the blood that pooled behind her head, and it was all over the rock. Naruto ran over to her, and the scene made him want to throw up. Kasumi had many gashes, cuts, bruises, broken bones, and limbs in not the right angles. Her eyes were shut as a cut ran over her eyelids, showing they ran a knife over her eyes. And Naruto, please tell me that's you. Tell me why you're alive. Kasumi weakly said, begging Kami-sama it was him. And Naruto, I can't feel my body. Naruto ran and knelt to her side and did his best to hold back his tears and stuttering. Kasumi, why you're okay. Everything will be okay. Why you, heal fast. We heal fast, why you'll be okay. I know Gigi will be here as soon, and we can get you treated. Naruto has his hands on Kasumi's chest trying to stop the bleeding over her heart. Kasumi smiled, but she found she couldn't lift, let alone move a hand. I know. We heal fast, right? Kasumi began to shake, scared as she said, Naruto, I don't feel well. Something, isn't right. I can't feel my body. Kasumi was seeing something that didn't seem right. Naruto tried to be as calm as possible as he said, it's okay, I'm here, Kasumi. Save your strength, okay. I'm here for you. Gigi-san will get here along with those masked people and take you to the hospital. Kasumi saw a light and smiled. It hurt her knowing she had to go. It was her time. Naruto ni, I see the light. I can see again. Kasumi let out a soft cough. However, she saw a woman standing in front of her with a soft smile on her face. Kasumi knew she wasn't staying, she was beautiful. That had to be their mom. Kasumi's lips began to quiver into a small smile. And Naruto, oh our Ka-san, I think it's our Ka-san. Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing. Was Kasumi dying? She said she was seeing their mother. Who was she? Kasumi, listen, don't. Kasumi, don't leave me, please. Kasumi interrupted him and said, find someone who will love you. I love you so much, Naruto. I'll go to hell and back for you. That's what love is, fighting the demons to get to heaven. Naruto, please see continue. F for me. Just then the woman Kasumi met began to walk. The woman turned back to her and motioned Kasumi to follow. With that, Kasumi began to jog after her, and the two were slowly enveloped in bright white light. Before they were completely enveloped, Kasumi said weakly for Naruto to hear, are you, Ka-san, as Kasumi felt herself leaving her body. She also felt the warmth from her brother pulling her into a hug as he began crying. Kasumi felt her mother pulling her into a hug as well as her mother began to weep for her daughter's life for being cut so short. Kasumi held her mother tight, not even daring to let go. Kasumi made sure to never forget the touch of her surviving brother hugging her as she departed to the afterlife. Naruto's eyes widened as Kasumi stopped talking. She stopped breathing. Kasumi. Kasumi, answer me, Kasumi. Just then a rush of red chakra shot from Kasumi's body and shot into Naruto's seal. Naruto ignored the sudden pain and fought through it. Naruto turned his attention back to Kasumi and shook her. Kasumi. Talk to me, Kasumi. Kasumi, talk to me, answer me. No, no, don't die on me. Kasumi, I don't want to be left alone. Please, Kasumi. Naruto felt pain, anger, and sorrow all at the same time. Naruto, who had Kasumi's head resting in his lap, began to slowly hyperventilate. Naruto's hand was covered in his sister's blood from where he picked her head up with his left hand. Naruto placed his left hand on his face, leaving his sister's blood on his face. Naruto's right hand grabbed a clump of his blonde hair as his eyes widened further. His breathing began to increase dramatically. All he could hear was his heartbeat in his head. Just then people off on the side came into view. So that's where they ended up. Ahahaha. Let's finish them off. The one Chunin called out as he laughed. There was a total of 30 other villagers. Naruto clenched his fists and ground his teeth. His sister was laying in his lap dead, and this bastard, and all these other villagers had the gall to laugh. The only family he had left was stripped from him, robbed from him. His sister's life was robbed from him and her. They took his only family away from him. Naruto turned his head to look at them with his hands still on his head where they were before. However, Naruto's eyes turned red when he saw the Chunin holding up a lock of Kasumi's hair like a trophy. The blood of Kasumi's that was in his hair dripped onto his face and covered his right eye. So, Naruto only saw red as he let out a bestial roar. Naruto was cloaked in a deep red as the chakra took the appearance of a fox. A tail went out from his rear and two fox-like ears adorned his head. Naruto lunged forward as the Chunin, and villagers looked at Naruto in fright. Naruto's hand extended outwards as a red chakra claw and ripped into the Chunin. The Chunin stared at the feral Naruto as he cleaved into the Chunin. The Chunin looked down as his top torso fell to the ground. He saw his lower bottom in two pieces. He coughed out blood as he let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes rolled to the back of his skull as Naruto landed in front of him. Naruto landed on the ground in front of the Chunin's head. He lifted his left paw and slammed it on the Chunin's head, smashing it. The other villagers and remaining Chunin looked at him in shock as they slowly backed up. Naruto growled at them, and the head that Naruto popped shot out blood. The blood sprayed onto their faces. Brains squished in between Naruto's hands. Naruto growled out again and let out a bestial roar. I'll kill you all. You hear me? I'll slaughter you all. Like that, Naruto took off. Backquote. 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 A slaughter fest later. When Naruto came to, he weakly had his eyes open. He saw a man with white long spiky hair. He asked, Hey Naruto, are you okay? Naruto then noticed Hiruzen walking up next to him worriedly. The two were both breathing heavily as if they were in a long battle. Naruto looked left and right and asked, Kasumi. Where is she, Kasumi? Naruto forgot about his fatigue as he turned his left and found Kasumi. Naruto got up from laying on the white-haired man. The gravity-defying white-haired man said, "Naruto, you need to rest, stay." His words fell on deaf doors as Naruto pushed him away. Hiruzen was even pushed to the side, whom Naruto ignored. Naruto ran over to a woman with purple hair, and an Anbu mask on her face, Kasumi. Naruto looked at her with a pleading look on his face. "Please tell me she's okay." Naruto stopped as he placed a hand on Kasumi. She was stone cold. The woman hung her head and said, "I'm sorry Naruto, I'm so sorry. She passed away a while ago." Not being able to bear it, Naruto finally passed out, but not before he let out an ear-piercing, blood-curdling scream. A scream that caused chills to roll down Hiruzen's, Neko's, and Inu's back. Naruto's scream also left a pained look on their faces too. Backquote. 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 Konoha Hospital evening. Naruto slowly opened his eyes as he stared up at the white-blue ceiling. Naruto slowly sat up and turned to his right, and to his frown shock Kasumi wasn't there. Naruto however came face to face with a man. The man with waist-length, spiky white hair that he usually ties back into a ponytail, with two shoulder-length bangs framing his face. There were red lines under his eyes which extended further down his face. It was clear he had a downcast look on his face. He was holding his head in shame. Naruto called out, "Hey, where is Kasumi?" The man's head slowly lifted from the ground, to only see the painful and anguished look on Naruto's face. Where? Naruto had tears begin running down his face as his hands gripped the sheets, and no. Naruto's tears ran down his face. The man sat there as his eyes went back towards the floor. He didn't know what to say, what to do. He knew he wasn't cut out to raising kids. However, it was evident that it didn't matter anymore when you already failed the children of your student. The door soon opened as Hiruzen came walking in as he held his head down. Hiruzen slowly looked up to find Naruto staring at the sheets as tears ran down his cheeks. Hiruzen looked at the empty spot where Kasumi would always recover next to Naruto. Hiruzen placed a hand on his hat and took it off and placed it on the side. Naruto's eyes looked up from the spot. Naruto's gaze slowly met Hiruzen's. There was a tense silence as Inu and Neko walked in, with their masks off. Hiruzen walked over to the left side of Naruto's bed and sat down. Naruto ignored the old man's movement along when he sat down. Hiruzen placed a hand on Naruto's back. She's gone. They killed her. They tortured her. Those bastards. Naruto gripped the sheets tighter as the pain and anguish only built up. Naruto-kun, Naruto interrupted Hiruzen. "Shut up." This made everyone go dead quiet. Hiruzen had no words on what to say. No one knew what to say. The villagers hunted Naruto and Kasumi like they were animals. Naruto simply fell off the cliff, with some broken bones, and luck he survived. Kasumi not as much. Broken ribs, tibia, fibula, both legs, both left and right radial bones, collarbone fracture, several discs in her lumbar spine slipped, broken fingers, toes, torn Achilles heel, internal hemorrhaging, and more. Kasumi was tortured before they threw her off the cliff. She's dead, because of this damn village, dead because of them. What the hell didn't you tell us? Hiruzen tried to revert back to what he usually says. "Naruto, you know I." No more bullshit. Naruto knew this language thanks to the villagers on the language they used. "She's dead. Don't you think I deserve some sort of answer?" Hiruzen closed his eyes. "Naruto, you and your sister were the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yuko. I thought that. I see. So not telling us would protect us. Keep us safe. Bang up job you did there. Couldn't get anyone to help train me and my sister." Naruto was beginning to choke up again. Naruto felt a hole in his heart. Can't you understand how much the villagers hated us? Tried to kill us. You couldn't keep a single Anbu to watch over us. Naruto felt the coldness continue to wash over him, continue to engulf him. He felt alone. He felt lost, defeated. His sister was everything. They were each other's everything. She was torn from him. They were torn from one another. Naruto couldn't even look at Hiruzen as he turned to the white-haired man. "Who the hell are you?" Naruto asked with almost dead tone in his voice. Jiraiya went to speak, but his voice was caught as he froze. Jiraiya then went again to speak. Naruto, I'm so sorry. I wasn't there for you or Kasumi. I'm sorry, so sorry. I'm so sorry. I have no excuse. Jiraiya moved out of his seat as he knelt onto the ground on his hands and knees. Jiraiya placed his head on the ground as tears ran down his cheeks. Hiruzen went down on his hands and knees pressing his head against the floor. Along with Kakashi and Yugao, Naruto simply asked as his hair covered his face, Who were you? To my two-san and Ka-san, especially to Kasumi. Naruto's voice was shaky, but yet held a lot of anger behind it. Jiraiya felt his heart sink further. I was, you two-san's sensei. My student was Minato Namikaze. I am your, and Kasumi's godfather. Hiruzen added in, I'm sorry Naruto. Kakashi spoke up, and Naruto, I was Minato sensei's student. Yugao lifted her head slowly with tears running down her face. I was Kushina sensei's student, your Ka-san. Naruto bit his lip as tears began to well up again as the sheets began to flood with Naruto's chakra. The sheets began to tear, water dampened the sheets of the bed and the ground beneath the hospital shook to the core. Kasumi, Naruto's voice hitched as he fought back the pain that grew further and further in his heart. The Kyuubi within Naruto watched the scene unfold, a child who grew up with a sibling. His twin in fact, the two did everything together. Eat, sleep, talk, cry, laugh, run, walk, breathe, and more. For once the Kyuubi felt sorrow and empathy for the young Uzumaki. Being torn from your family, in such a cruel way, even got the Kyuubi thinking twice about how he felt about the two brats. They call me a demon, just how far can humanity fall to? To unleash their anger and hatred onto mere children. To the point where they torture and then kill her. I witnessed all of it, monsters all of them. The Kyuubi swore to himself that once Naruto was ready, he'd do everything he could to help the boy. Naruto closed his eyes, and he lifted his head and slowly opened his eye. Naruto looked at the four. Why did Kasumi have to die? Why did Kasumi? Naruto lifted his arms to his face to wipe up his tears. Naruto glared up at the adults that were asking for forgiveness for their mistakes. Yet, no matter how much they asked for forgiveness, giving it, or not, it wouldn't bring Kasumi back. Backquote. 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 End of flashback. It was the end of the Fourth Great Shinobi War and Naruto started it off by removing his stub of an arm from Sasuke's chest. Naruto's hand had a spinning Rasengan in the shape of Kakashi's lighting blade with electricity sparks coming off of Naruto's hand. Naruto stood over the dead Uchiha's body as he had his frown on his face. That was Naruto's strongest jutsu and his finished Rasengan. It works like the Rasenshuriken in adding the lighting element instead of wind, but the attack electrocutes your enemy from the inside out while a spinning ball of chakra drilled into you like a drill. Naruto released the jutsu and knelt to Sasuke. You were a good boy Sasuke, a good boy, too bad you became such a shit man. The two clashed with a lighting blade that Kakashi eventually taught Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto took it and learned to create Rasengan and then a version to combine both attacks. Naruto knew Sasuke wanted him to kill him, like how Itachi wanted Sasuke to kill him. Naruto made sure to take Sasuke's eyes and implanted them into his seal on his stomach. This would grant Naruto access to Sasuke's Sharingan and Rinnegan abilities when he wants to. Not only that, but Naruto also made sure he took the chakra Hagoromo gave to Sasuke. Naruto went towards the two and where the planets where the other tailed beasts were trapped in. Sakura and Kakashi stood next to Naruto not uttering any words. Sakura looked down in sorrow seeing the body of her dead crush. Naruto stood there as the tree let everyone go and Naruto looked off in the distance. Naruto stared at the rising sun as he said to himself, Kasumi, that's it, I'm done, even saved the world while I was at it. Kakashi came walking up next to Naruto. Sakura stayed back as she wept over Sasuke's body. Naruto had no attachments to people who betray their village. So, he killed him, and he certainly wasn't going to be nice about it. Shinobi did what they were supposed to and that was it. Naruto had no emotion, nothing to say after he saved everyone. I saved everyone Kasumi, are you proud of me? Chu-san, Ka-san, did I do it right? Naruto wanted to be done, he was tired of it all. He hated the people of Konoha, most of them he could tolerate and stand. But he would never learn to love that village. They could never do anything to win him back, the old Naruto died long ago. The night Kasumi died, Naruto died. Naruto turned to Sakura and said, Sakura, move. Naruto said it in a demanding tone. It wasn't a question, it wasn't a suggestion, or anything like that. It was a demand. Sakura stood up and stepped back. Naruto's right eye morphed into Sasuke's M's, which shocked Kakashi and Sakura as he muttered, Amaterasu. Like that, the black flames that burned for 7 days and 7 nights engulfed the last Uchiha's body. Sakura looked at the burning corpse in shock as Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Naruto was always a flight or fight risk shinobi. The fact he stayed loyal for so long was surprising, but Kakashi knew, he knew Naruto was done. He would never fight for Konoha again. Since the death of Kasumi, Naruto devoted his entire shinobi life to her. He trained himself into the ground, and he lost all his desire to become Hokage. He simply wanted to be a shinobi and be granted title in the title of Sannin or something similar. Now that he accomplished what he desired, he doesn't know what else to do. It took years until Naruto was ready to forgive Jiraiya for leaving him and his sister. Tsunade was just someone who Naruto somehow got to join Konoha after the Chunin exams when Hiruzen sacrificed his life to take Orochimaru's arms. Eventually time passed. Naruto only ever learned to love Tsunade like a mother. However, when Naruto found out until Jiraiya was killed by pain, Naruto then fell apart. Even with everything, Jiraiya was another connection to his family. A connection to his sister. The only person he had left was Tsunade. She stayed by his side even though he didn't want her to. But the loss of Jiraiya hurt him, and, in the end, Naruto completely opened up to Tsunade. He told her all his anger, his hatred, his grief, pain, sorrow, fear, and his dislike for Konoha. Tsunade, understanding her surrogated son's pain, Naruto finally recognized her as a mother. When Jiraiya took him under his tutelage, Naruto mastered water walking quickly. It only took him a day to master. Naruto learned the Rasengan within a matter of hours. It took Naruto a total of 8 hours to form a proper Rasengan. It took another 4 to finalize his Rasengan. Naruto also took into sealing and learned to become a seal master like Jiraiya. Within 2 years it took Naruto to become a full seal master like Jiraiya and even surpassed him. Naruto befriended Kurama early and began their relationship building. Thankfully Naruto was able to beat his evil self. When he wanted to fully master Kurama's powers, he had to defeat his evil self. That wasn't easy. That was the longest 4 weeks for Naruto. Coming to accept that he wanted nothing more to level Konoha itself. He had to accept that he had to protect the people of Konoha. As much as he hated the civilians, accepting that Kasumi wouldn't want him to do this. There were many close times when Naruto wanted to rip the civilians apart. Somehow, from the gods above, he was able to hold back. Even that didn't help Naruto beat his evil self. It was to forgive himself. Ever since Kasumi passing, Naruto hated himself for being weak, for letting Kasumi die on his watch. Naruto at the time had to come to terms with himself and forgave himself. He had to understand at that age, there was nothing he could do. He was just physically incapable of stopping everything that happened to them. Since then, he gained access to learn to master Kurama's powers. Just then Naruto was cut from his thoughts. You did it, Naruto, you saved the world. I'm proud of you. Kakashi gave his student an eye smile. Though it hurt to know that Sasuke still planned on killing the Kages. Naruto wasn't going to allow that to happen. Tsunade was the current acting Hokage. Naruto did what he had to, as shinobi of the leaf. He killed the traitor to the leaf. There was only one person whose heart was hurting at the loss of the Uchiha. It was only Sakura. She was the only one weeping for Sasuke's passing. Naruto flexed his hand as he saw a tiny flower on the ground come through the soil and bloom. It was a yellow lily, one of Kasumi's favorite flowers. It seems Kasumi gave him something extra as a parting gift. The Mokuden. Backquote. 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 Flashback after the Pain fight. Naruto was able to talk to Pain and got him to change sides, and even got him to resurrect the people who died. Naruto was tired as he walked out of the woods. He was tired, but Kakashi walked up to him. Hey Naruto, do you need me too? Kakashi stopped as Naruto walked past him. Kakashi turned to Naruto and placed his hands in his pockets. You did good, Naruto, you did well. Naruto smiled a bit. I appreciate it, Kakashi-sensei, but I didn't do good. I haven't done anything like that remotely close. Naruto continued to walk back toward the village. Naruto made his way towards the village as he made past the clearing. Naruto saw the villagers all looking at him, with smiles and grins that went from ear to ear. Joys of laughter, cries of joy, the way the rays of sunshine that shined down on their faces. Naruto frowned when the crowd went running toward Naruto. Some even went to pick him up to adore him. Before they did so, he stopped them as he growled at them, "Shut up. Don't touch me." Naruto swatted them to the side, ignoring their cheers and squeals for him. He didn't need it, he needed none of it. Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Neji, Hinata, Lee, Shino, Tenten, Kiba, and Akamaru ran up to the scene too. Hinata said, "Naruto-kun. They're just trying to thank you for." Naruto cut her off as he said, "If they want to thank someone, anyone for saving them." Naruto extended his arm out towards Hokage Mountain where he buried Kasumi. The one place she loved to visit when they were down. Go thank her, the one that's 6 feet under. I just did what she would have wanted from me. Naruto placed his hands in his pockets and left to go check up on Tsunade. Backquote. 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 End of flashback time. Skip 4 days after the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Naruto found himself traversing through Konoha. Not much has been going on except for rebuilding and healing. Naruto currently didn't have a right arm due to his last power struggle with Sasuke. Though Naruto was all cleared to go by the hospital thanks to Tsunade, Naruto did end up releasing all the other tailed beasts. The only one who stayed was Kurama. Naruto found himself being praised and loved by everyone, but it never filled the hole in his heart. He didn't want the praise, he didn't want the attention. Though people still thanked him and bowed to him, acting how he knew he should simply be modest about his efforts in the war. Naruto knew that if anyone should be thanking anyone, it should be his deceased sister. She was the one who drove him to become so powerful. Hell, he even learned the Hiraishin, which made Naruto the fastest shinobi around. He did anything and everything to become as strong as he is now. It was all for the sake of his sister. His dedication, his blood, sweat, tears, and love all were for his sister. Nothing could ever replace that hole in his heart, where part of Naruto died that day along with Kasumi. Naruto arrived at his family house, where Minato and Kushina would have raised him and Kasumi. Naruto went into the back and found a shrine that was put up for Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Kasumi Uzumaki. Kushina wanted Kasumi to become the Uzumaki clan head and Naruto would have been for the Namikaze clan head. Though Kasumi never lived long enough to even learn who her parents were. Naruto knelt in front of Kasumi's grave and put his left arm in the middle as if he was putting his hand into a prayer. "Kasumi, Tu-san, Ka-san, I hope you're all happy together. I know I'm not proud of the things I've done, and probably never went the proper way about things. I hope you're all proud. I did everything for you, Kasumi. It was all for you." Knowing he wouldn't get a response, Naruto took a tri-pronged kunai and stuck it in the soil where his sister was buried. Naruto slowly stood up and turned to leave. Naruto then saw familiar faces standing there. "Naruto, how are you holding up?" It was Ino who asked with a smile on her face. Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Neji, Akamaru, Hinata, Shino, Lee, and Tenten were there. "You weren't at the party that was thrown for you last night. We came to check you, man. You, okay?" Kiba walked up, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Yeah, just I'm not too much of a party person, you know that. So, I went home. Besides, you guys earned it too, we all fought in a war." Naruto tried to play it off, which no one bought. Everyone knew Naruto. Everyone knew Naruto had a similar trauma as Sasuke did. To kill Sasuke hurt Naruto deeply. Not able to save him, Naruto decided to kill Sasuke. He still wanted his revolution, and in the end, Naruto had to stop him no matter what the price was. "You know we're here for you if you need it." Shikamaru was relatively worried for Naruto. Everyone was. "We know when something is bothering you." Naruto sighed as he rubbed the back of his head. He looked at everyone. Naruto just shook his head. "You all know why I am the way I am. There is always something bothering me." Naruto moved his head to look up into the sky. "I think I'm going to do something different. I'm tired. I am done. I've been planning on this for a while, but I'm just going to go somewhere else, okay?" Naruto began to walk again, going back into his house. "I want to be left alone. I've fulfilled my promise to Kasumi. The world isn't in danger anymore. The nations are at peace, and the Akatsuki are gone. I'm tired. I'm just going to live out the rest of my days peacefully until it's my end. Everyone just stared at the war hero in disbelief, and Hinata ran up before Naruto shut the door. Naruto-kun. Please at least let us help you. We're all here for you. We want to help you plus. Naruto turned his head to listen to Hinata. Ino gave Hinata a nudge to help her continue, and Hinata nodded her head. Naruto-kun, for a very long time I've. Naruto smiled and held his hand up to stop her and said, Hinata. Naruto stopped going inside and turned and walked back towards Hinata. He walked up to her and placed a hand on her head. I had known how you felt about me for a long time. I'm sure you're a wonderful person, you're beautiful and kind. Your kindness is something I don't deserve, and any guy would be lucky to have you as their husband and a fool to not accept your love. Alas, Naruto smiled. He gave her a genuine smile that everyone has never seen before. Naruto always put up a mask when he had to smile or showed too much emotion. Anyone who would say otherwise is a fool who couldn't recognize just how amazing you are. That just so happens to be me. I am one of those fools. So, please don't get attached to a guy like me. Everything I did, all the training and hard work, it was never for Konoha or its people, it was only ever for Kasumi and for the people I cared about. That includes everyone here, but, just understand that. I didn't do it to inspire others, I only ever did it for myself. I'm not a good person, Hinata. I've killed lots and taken many lives and failed my late master, Jiraiya. I won't say I don't feel bad about some, but others have enjoyed seeing them die. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. There are better people out there than me, Hinata. I promise you that much, so please find someone better than me. Better than this fool. Naruto hugged her and placed a kiss on her forehead. Thanks for everything, Hinata. Thanks for loving me, but I'm not the one for you. I'm not worth it. Naruto turned and placed his hands in his pockets. However, before he shut the door he did say, please would you all leave my property? I'd rather not have to call the Anbu or have myself escort you all out. With that, he disappeared behind the door. Hinata only looked at the ground with a downcast look on her face. Ino walked up placing a hand on her shoulder. Don't give up, Hinata, you just need to save Naruto. Naruto saved us, now it's our job to help save him. Hinata tightened her fist and had a determined look appear on her face. Tsunade watched from afar and sighed. Naruto, will you ever let go? Backquote. 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 With Naruto. Naruto went towards his parents' library and decided to do some reading. One thing he never liked to do as a kid, but now that he has time and didn't mind seeing what books his parents had. He would probably start divulging into that. I got nothing else better to do until jobs are put back up again. Maybe those pervy books made by Ero Sennin wouldn't be too bad either. Guess it helps Kakashi-sensei with the pain of loss. Naruto was afraid of falling in love, he truly was. First, Kasumi, and then Jiraiya. When Naruto learned he lost Jiraiya, that was the final straw for Naruto. Naruto was too afraid to ever love again. Tsunade would be the last person he ever truly loved and cared for like family. Naruto in the library began to pull some books out. Books on Fuinjutsu, clans, jutsus varying by elements, and the history of the first, second, and third Great Shinobi War. Naruto then asked, Hey Kurama, what is it like, being alone as long as you have been? Kurama stayed quiet for a moment to think, and he said, many years. I've only been around long enough as 10 Tails was split apart. So, maybe a little longer than 1,500 years so. It's a long damn time compared to you mortals. Sigh. I see then. Well, I won't live too long, I hope. I'd like to see Ka-san, Chu-san and Kasumi-chan. I was thinking of starting my farm. You know, live off in the countryside in some random village. I'd probably have to change my last name and use a henge most of the time. Naruto smiled at the idea, live his life on his own as it always has been. How boring, but I'm stuck with you. You sure you want to do that? Kurama asked his warden, a bit confused by this sudden change. Kurama understood Naruto's pain, but not the ways he would go about it. Pretty sure. I don't know yet, I'll see when I get there. Naruto grabbed the stack of books he had and went into his study. Naruto began to read about different Fuinjutsu, clan history, and wars. Backquote. 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 5 hours later. Slam. Naruto closed the book to the Third Great Shinobi War. I guess it was pretty interesting to learn about. Naruto stood up and went towards the shelf and placed those books back and saw another book that caught his eye. It seemed like a relatively old book, but it was red. Naruto read the front as it said, "The Records of the Four Cardinal Weapons." This makes it sound like some type of holy Jinchuriki weapon or something. Naruto opened the front and read, "The Waves of Apocalyptic Catastrophe." What type of book is this? This must be one hell of a fictional book. Naruto continued to scan it. To save the world from them, 4 heroes will be summoned from another world. Naruto flipped to the next page and then the next. It says here. 4 heroes wield a characteristic weapon. A sword, a spear, a bow, or a shield. Naruto chuckled a bit at the weapons. A shield. That's a little weird considering that a weapon. It's more like armor, right? Kurama asked with interest in the book Naruto was looking at. Naruto read that there is a princess, and each hero had their style and personality. Naruto continued to flip through the pages. There was info on the sword, spear, and bow hero, but once he got to the shield hero chapter it was blank. Naruto saw nothing but blank pages. What crappy book doesn't have the book finished? At least Ero Sennin makes sure all his books are done. Just then the entire book began to glow with a golden light. What the hell? Kurama shouted as the pages of the book began to turn quickly. Naruto dropped the book with his left hand as the pages continued to flip. Just then there was a flash of golden light then engulfed Naruto. Suddenly the place around Naruto began to expand and he then came to a stop. Backquote. 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 New world. Naruto landed on his feet and found himself in a weird room. Naruto looked up to see a group of people wearing robes. One of them said, "We did it. The summoning was a success." "Where am I?" Naruto asked but was interrupted when a man with a headband interrupted Naruto. The man put his hands together and bowed, "Oh brave heroes, please save our world." "Excuse me." Naruto turned his head to see 3 others in the room. "You have got to be shitting me." Naruto saw them all holding weapons. A spear, a sword, and a bow. Naruto then found a right arm attached to his body. Naruto turned his head to find a silver pentagon-shaped shield on his right arm. How did I get my arm back? Is it because of this thing? At the center of Naruto's shield was a red orb that seemed to glow. Kurama, are you seeing this? No response. Kurama, hey, buddy. Naruto shouted internally but got no message. Naruto quickly dove into his mindscape and found no Kurama. However, Naruto did find a large mass of chakra that was Kurama. Where did he go? Naruto would figure this out later and come back to reality. Naruto then asked, "What's going on?" Naruto noticed the 3 others. "What do you mean by that?" the boy asked was holding the bow. "There is a long and complicated story behind this, but we've summoned you 4 cardinal heroes here using an ancient ritual." The man had his hands in the air using them as gestures to explain his reasoning. "You mean we're the 4 cardinal heroes and we're here to help stop the waves of apocalyptic catastrophe?" Naruto asked, raising a hand wondering if he was right. Naruto also took note of what he had on him. The only thing he had on himself was ink and a brush he had on him. As well as the seals he has on his left and right arm. Those were storage seals for his weapons. The man was happy that Naruto recognized the situation. "Yes. You're right. We beg you." He bowed and put his hands together in prayer. "Oh brave heroes. Please help us." The boy with the black hair and sword said, "I refuse." "Likewise," said the boy with the bow. Then the boy with a spear asks, "We can go back to our world, right?" He then said, "We'll talk about your problems after that." Just then the boy with the sword aimed his tip at them and said, "Don't you guys feel any guilt at all for bringing us here without our consent?" The boy with the bow agreed, "And if you throw us out as soon as peace is restored, we'd have worked for nothing." The boy with the spear said, "How willing are you to accommodate us?" How greedy. They're all thinking for themselves. I at least served until I wasn't needed anymore. Then again, I only served for myself. Naruto didn't feel like helping, but if it meant he could return later he didn't care. Think I'd rather go back home. Naruto still felt his chakra within his body, and if he had his chakra, then he was fine. There was very little that could stop him. Just then the spear guys interrupted Naruto. Depending on your answer, we might end up becoming your enemies instead. Wow, aren't you guys heroes? Naruto could tell they were in it for themselves, and Naruto didn't want to be a hypocrite. He was kinda in the shinobi thing for himself too. Well, mainly for Kasumi's sake, so he didn't know how to feel about their actions about this. The man with the strange headband said, First, we'd like you to have an audience with the king of our country, Melromark. He walked up to them. You can negotiate your reward after that, so please. Fine. The boy with the sword lowered his weapon. The boy with the bow then said, I suppose we could consider their offer. The two had smiles on their faces. Now that their wants were secured, they were happy to help. The boy with the spear was pleased with the answer. Not like our demands are gonna change, no matter who we talk to. With that, everyone was then escorted to see the king. When they walked, Naruto could see the entire change in the landscape. Along with the different houses' designs, different from Konoha. Naruto wasn't too sure to be either happy or sad he was gone. He honestly didn't feel anything. This place is completely different from my village, Naruto mentioned when everyone looked at him curiously. What, you never been out of the country before? The boy with the bow asked. Now that Naruto got a look at him, he was wearing a fancy outfit. He has short light brown curly hair and dull golden eyes. The boy who had the spear was different looking too. He had long blonde hair that is held back in a ponytail with bangs hanging on the left side of his forehead and bright orange eyes. The swordsman had short black hair that falls flat on his head and kind blue eyes. Naruto shook his head. I'm not from where you people are. I was part of a village called Konoha, where shinobi. Naruto didn't want to give out too much information, let alone tell them how to access Chakra. Backquote. 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 Throne room. So, these men are the four cardinal heroes of ancient legend. The king was someone Naruto has never met before. He seemed to hold a lot of power. I am the king of Melromark, Alt-Cray Melromark 32. Alt-Cray is a confident, older-looking man with white hair and a beard. To Naruto could tell he looked regal but condescending. As the king, he wore royal attire which includes a purple robe with white fur on the edges and a crown with violet jewels adorned on it. Heroes, name yourselves. So, they each went up. The sword hero lifted his sword and rested in his hands. Amaki Ren, 16 years old, high schooler. Then the spearman went up. I am Kitamura Motoyasu, 21, and a college student. The bowman went up. I suppose I'm next. He walked up holding the bow up. Kawasumi Atsuki, 17 years old, and a high schooler. Naruto had no idea what high school or college was. So, he assumed it wasn't anything near what they learned in the academy. Naruto went up next as he held up his right, which was normal for him. As he only had a missing arm for about 5 days, Uzumaki Naruto, I'm. Just then the king interrupted him. I see. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the king and stayed quiet. Then his eyes went to Naruto. Oh, I'm sorry, who are you? Naruto didn't feel very inclined now, but he sighed and said, Uzumaki Naruto, I'm 18, and I'm a shinobi. Naruto whispered the last part of him being a shinobi. I see. Well, I supposed I owe you all an explanation. The king looked at them and closed his eyes. He then let a sigh out and began. My country, Melromark, and the entire world is headed towards destruction. There are prophesied waves that would lead the world to ruin. This would happen repeatedly, calling each attack a wave. The world will end if these calamities continue, but with the four cardinal heroes we can fight the thwart off. Each country has an ancient dragon hourglass that can predict when a wave will strike. A first wave have already happened. Knights and adventurers came together and fought the wave off. It was a miracle that they pulled it off. Each new wave will be stronger than the last. If the hourglasses, sands keep tricking, more waves will keep coming. There's less than a month before the next wave. The king took a breath to take a break. He then said, we underestimated the prophesied waves. He hardened his gaze on the heroes. We realized once we experienced one. He closed his eyes, showing his defeated look on his face, that only the four cardinal heroes could counter them. And so, we followed the legend and summoned you four. We have no time to lose. We get it now. The swordsman put his sword down by his side. Anyway, surely you didn't summon us expecting us to save you for free. Just then a man off on the side said, Of course, once you repel all the waves. He held his hand up, rubbing his fingers together, saying, "You'll be rewarded handsomely." Motoyasu smiled, saying, "Will you, now? Well, as long as we have your word." Then Ren said sternly, "We'll work with you provided you don't turn on us. But don't think for a moment you can tame us." Itsuki smiled cockily, saying, "We can't have you looking down on us." Naruto stayed quiet. These guys think they're all high and mighty. They don't know a damn thing about life. There will always be someone bigger and stronger than them. I see. Okay. Then heroes, you should all check your statuses. The king mentioned, which Naruto took note of when they first arrived. You guys don't see it? Naruto asked, surprised, but Ren knew, the icon on the bottom left side of your vision. Naruto focused on it as the menu for him came up. Just then Itsuki said, "That's worrying. They must all be weak." Backquote. Motoyasu placed a hand on his chin. "Yeah. No telling if we can fight like this." The old man then said, "That is what is known as status magic, an ability exclusive to the heroes." Then Ren asked, "Then what are we supposed to do?" Ren knew he was level 1 and so was everyone else. The old man, who seemed to be the king's advisor, said, "You must leave on an adventure to develop and upgrade the legendary weapons that you have equipped." Naruto looked at his stats and decided to stay quiet. It looked like he could not use any other weapons. Though it never said kunai. Naruto would have to look into this later, so Naruto looked at the palm of his right hand. Somehow, Naruto still had his Hiraishin mark on his hand. I wonder if the magic repaired my arm and gave it back, along with the Hiraishin mark. Just the Motoyasu extended his spear out. Couldn't we just wield other weapons until these are usable? Ren then said, "We can figure that out as we go." He didn't seem keen on working with others. Anyways, it looks like we ought to train ourselves. Itsuki held his bow up and said, "We'll have to train to level up as much as we can." Naruto then said, "It would be proficient and smart of us to form a party then." Then Naruto was interrupted again by the old man. "Excuse me, but you will each recruit an adventure separately." "And why is that?" Itsuki asked, confused. The old man gestured to their weapons and said, "It is said that the legendary weapons repel one another by nature. If you work together, it hinders their development." Naruto stayed quiet about this. He even saw the help indicator appear in his vision. The king then said, "Rest up and set forth tomorrow. In the meantime, we'll gather the best of the best to form your parties." Just then a woman came walking up with them wearing a gown of some sort. "We've prepared a room for you all." She bowed and then extended her hand out. "Please come this way." Backquote. 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 Later in a room. Everyone was in Motoyasu's room. "I guess when you're heroes you get special treatment, huh? The girl who showed us here was a cutie pie, too." This guy began to remind Naruto of Jiraiya. Itsuki then piped in, "And our dinner was sumptuous, though it did taste unusual." Naruto liked the dinner actually. It was food he wasn't used to eating. Naruto was looking at his stats and was relatively happy with them, but he wondered what the max stats were anyways. It seems his magic point and chakra were separate bars. So, he could learn to use magic and continue to use chakra. That was handy, though it was weird to see numbers labeling how much chakra Naruto had. It was a little strange. Naruto knew he had a lot, but to see him in the tens of thousands was a little insane. Naruto then said, "So what is this exactly? I've never played something like this before." Motoyasu crossed his arms over his chest and said, "You mean a video game? This is just like Emerald Online." Itsuki looked at Naruto and Motoyasu confused. "What are you talking about? This is a world out of a console game. It's called Dimension Web." Then Red argued against Itsuki and said, "You're wrong. It's a VR MMO. It's pretty much the same as Brave Start Online." "Okay then." Motoyasu stood up, tapping the edge of his spear onto the floor. "Ren, wait, you guys have what is called VR MMO. Naruto said he is from a shinobi village." "Yep." Ren nodded his head. "You guys know what that means too, right?" Motoyasu looked at Naruto and the others. Itsuki then said, "I think a sci-fi game is familiar with exploring the concept." Naruto had no idea what they were talking about. Video games, he has never heard of those before. "I've never heard of video games before." "Okay then, let's say who we have on the 1,000 yen bill." Motoyasu then extended his spear. Everyone except for Naruto shouted different names and began to ask about World War II, and who the Prime Minister of Japan was. For Naruto, they didn't even have paper money. Backquote. 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 Little later. It seems we're all from a different version of Japan. Itsuki sat down in a chair, he couldn't believe it. But Naruto could, I mean Kagaya could teleport between worlds. Ren then said, looks like it. They sound nothing alike. Naruto sat on the couch and said, so, Japan, never heard of it, but my world could be similar to this Japan. I mean I was part of shinobi villages. You make it sounds like it was during back in the Warring States period. Itsuki was intrigued by Naruto's world. So, we're not from different eras. Motoyasu was surprised by this, but it's parallel worlds huh? Yeah, video games never heard of them. I've spent all my life training to become a shinobi. Naruto waved his hands not caring too much. Well, I guess it makes sense. I thought it might be because you're the shield hero. Itsuki thought Naruto might have had some idea, but Naruto had no idea at all. Oh, you too. Motoyasu picked up on this earlier than Naruto. Naruto wanted to know what it was. It's only natural. Ren sighed and closed his eye and then looked at Naruto. What am I missing here? Naruto leaned in wanting to know what the issue of being the shield hero. All right. Motoyasu put an arm around Naruto, and Naruto simply glared at him. Motoyasu backed off. Ren and Itsuki could tell Naruto wasn't someone to be easily trifled with. Calm down man, I'm not going to do anything to ya. Big bro Motoyasu's gonna get you up to speed on the basics. He held his hand out to explain saying, as far as I know, the shielder is the class that specializes in the shield. Then Motoyasu got into Naruto's face saying, as one for losers. No high-level gamers play it. Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders, that's fine it doesn't matter there are other ways of training. Naruto didn't have to worry about training, it was more about trying to evolve or upgrade the shield than anything else. Naruto stood up and walked outside to the balcony. I didn't ask to be brought here, why? Why though? Couldn't I just live a normal life without anyone bothering me? All I wanted was to be left alone, and now I need to save another world. To get back to my home world. Fan-fucking-tastic. Naruto made sure no one was around and Naruto held his hand up. Naruto encased chakra into his fist as it began to glow a bit. Naruto saw his chakra meter go down by 1, Naruto chuckled at it and then released the attack. Then his meter went back up. Well at least it will be amusing, I guess this is Kasumi's way of telling me I'm not done yet, isn't it? Naruto looked up at the sky as he pictured Kasumi waving to him from the heavens. Backquote. 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 Next day throne room. Naruto arrived with the other 3 heroes in the throne room. The doors opened, and Naruto saw a lot of people along with a bunch of adventurers. The king then said, we have gathered brave warriors who will fight the waves with you legendary heroes. Naruto and the other heroes walked up closer to see the adventurers. Naruto scanned them all, they all seemed to have had combat experience. Then Naruto laid his eyes on a redhead, it reminded Naruto of his mother. The girl looked at Naruto and smiled back at him. Naruto, ignoring her, continued to look at the others. Naruto couldn't trust her, he can't trust anybody. Not in this world. The king then shouted, now adventures. Time to begin your journey. Like that they all began to walk toward whoever they wanted to party with. Naruto watched as no one joined his line. He was left alone to travel by himself, and that was fine. He'll just use shadow clones to help him do the work. Naruto wasn't surprised by what the other heroes told him last night. The king then said, I have to admit, I wasn't expecting this. The old man off on the side said, it must be because he doesn't have any charisma. Try me, old man, I talk to people who were my enemies trying to kill me. Tell me how that isn't charisma you old fart. Naruto wanted to retort but stayed silent. Just then an advisor came walking up to the king. The kind nodded his head as he stood up. Well, rumors that the shield hero is ignorant of this world have spread around town. Naruto just looked at him confused. I mean, I came from a village. This world is completely new to me. They've played these so-called video games before, but I haven't. I've spent my entire life training. The king flat out ignored Naruto. Legend says the heroes come with a firm understanding of our lands. And they seem to think he doesn't meet those criteria. Naruto then rubbed the back of his head and sighed, I mean come on. You just randomly summon people, maybe your ritual was wrong or something. What? How could you say the ritual was wrong? It's a sacred spell that is very important to our land. The old man off on the side shouted angrily. Okay then, I won't argue that, but guess what? You got me, and you'll have to deal with it. Honestly, I didn't even want to be here. I've already done enough for my village. You think I want to do this? Naruto gave everyone a very annoyed look on his face, and he threw his hands into the air. Naruto let his arms fall to his side. Prophecies aren't always real either, or life isn't fair now, is it? Naruto sighed and shrugged his shoulders. I don't care, either way, I'll manage just fine on my own. Just then a hand went up. Excuse me Hiro-sama. A hand went up and Naruto and the others turned their heads. Naruto recognized the girl who smiled at him earlier. The girl placed her hand over her chest and said, would you allow me to join the Shield Hero? Motoyasu was a little surprised and leaned into her a bit, are you sure? Yes, she said without hesitation, but Naruto wasn't buying it. She would have to earn his trust. That's not easy for anyone to do. Even though he considered Shizune a friend, he never called her Shizune-chan like she wanted him to. The king sighed and then said, are there any others who wouldn't mind joining Uzumaki Dono? Naruto then piped up and said, you don't have to, I'm not forcing anyone. I had to teach a lot of the stuff I know on my own. He didn't want to make her feel bad for him. The king accepted this and said, every month, we shall provide each hero with the funds they require. This time, Uzumaki Dono's payment will be higher than the others. He then gestured to his servants off on the side, here are your initial war chests. Please accept them. The old man from before says, Uzumaki Dono gets 800 silver pieces while everyone else gets 600 silver pieces. So, would Ryo be worthless? It is gold, so I'll have to see. The king then called out saying, use this to procure all necessary equipment and set forth on your journey. Backquote. 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 Gates. Naruto was holding the bag of money in his hand, as he was walking up the stairs with the girl following him. Motoyasu, Itsuki, and Ren looked back at him and Motoyasu called out to Naruto, hey Naruto you take care of her, okay. It's sad we can't help you but good luck with your recruiting. Itsuki said with hope that Naruto would get stronger. See you again when the time comes. Ren said calmly, it eerily reminded Naruto of Sasuke. Yeah, don't worry, I'll be fine. Naruto was wondering if he should use the Sharingan to get intel around here. That way he can learn more about the area. Just then the girl walked up to Naruto and said, Shield Hero. My name is Sophia. It is an honor to fight with you. Naruto shook his head. No, Uzumaki Naruto, but Naruto is just fine, I'm a bit different from what you've seen mine. I am not who you think I am mine for the time being, let's get our armor and weapons. Mine seemed to be a lovely girl with wavy semi-long crimson hair that is tied up in a ponytail with chest-length hair strands hanging on either side, emerald green eyes, a cute face, don't worry, you might not die. Naruto brought his hand up and bit his thumb. Mine looked at him confused as Naruto rolled up his sleeve. Naruto quickly changed as he was now wearing a black t-shirt with a gray vest along with shinobi sandals and black Inu pants. Naruto swiped blood over his forearm and the money pouch disappeared with a puff of smoke. Naruto didn't care if Mine saw his more regular abilities. Until he was comfortable with her, he would use more of his basic moves. For now, it was strict taijutsu against his enemies. Whoa, what is that? Mine asked Naruto, openly surprised by his ability. As I said, I'm a shinobi, we know how to use different abilities. Though I don't have many, I am a sealer, but I don't use it for fighting. Naruto did his best to lie to her and it was clear he was able to do it without any second thought from the girl. That's amazing. Well, let's go. I'll show you around the castle. Mine then proceeded to show Naruto around. While Mine wasn't looking, Naruto create seal-less shadow clones that hanged into Kakashi, Jiraiya, Guy, and Asuma and went around gathering intel around and on people. This place is amazing and different from my world. Naruto saw the market. It was full of lively people. It made Naruto wonder if this was what it would have been like if he and his sister wasn't hated. Naruto and Kasumi can walk the streets without worrying about someone trying to stab them in the back. For now let's go find a weapon and armor store. It was relatively peaceful, rather strange since he wasn't in Konoha anymore. Good idea. Mine ran out in front of Naruto and brought her hands up excitedly. With the amount of money we have we should be able to buy great gear. I'll take you to a shop I trust then. Naruto had her lead the way as he followed her. The two came to a blacksmith store and walked in. I trust this place wholeheartedly. Naruto and Mine walked in and met a man who was bald, muscular, and had a black beard. Welcome. Oh, is this your first time in a weapon shop? You sure know how to pick 'em. She brought me here, told me this place was great to come to. Naruto said, giving the credit to Mine. You look familiar. Have I seen you before? The blacksmith looked at her confused. Which Naruto noted. Mine got behind Naruto and smiled. Your shop is quite famous, you know. Why thank you. Naruto notices the shop owner forgot about his suspicions about the girl. Anyways, what can I do for you too? What is this outfit this man is wearing? You mean you can't tell? Mine moved to the side revealing the shield on Naruto's right arm. You mean you're one of those heroes? He was surprised to see one of them in his store. A shield, You must be a dud then. Say what you want. I don't care. You're not the first or won't be the last person to say that to me. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Uzumaki Naruto, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The man smiled happily. Well, if you're a regular, I don't give two hoots if you wield a shield or what. The shipowner chuckled. Naruto could easily tell this man was legit, but he was still having mixed feelings about Mine. He could easily transform into his Six Paths Sage mode to sense her emotions. That or use the Sharingan to coerce the info out of Mine, but it wouldn't end well. He would feel bad if she was trying to help him out. Anyways boss, could we get some equipment? Our budget is about 250 silver. Mine pushed up against Naruto's back but Naruto didn't react at all. He wasn't too sure what she was trying to get at. Even if it comes to girls, he is too soft. Guys, he'll be hard as he has to be on. Not saying he won't for women, he'll give them a piece of his mind if they deserve it. The shop owner took out some swords and said, left to right, that's iron, magic steel, and silver iron in ascending order of cost. I was never one for swords, how about this? Naruto fished something out of his pocket showing it to the man. Naruto held the kunai hoping nothing would happen, and thankfully nothing did. There were no issues. Are you sure, kid? I mean, I've never seen anything like this before. You sure you don't want to try a sword? The shop owner looked at Naruto confused. If you can, try to make more of these, I'll pay you. Naruto handed him a tri-pronged kunai that didn't have his Hiraishin formula. I'll look at a sword at least. Naruto went to pick up a sword and held it in his hands. Naruto went to swing it, however, electricity sparked from his hands, and the sword shot out of his hands. Naruto saw a warning come up. Legendary weapon rule violation. Holding non-assigned weapon. It seems I can only wield a shield, but why can I wield a kunai? A hero may not hold, with intent to fight, any weapon other than their assigned legendary weapon. Kid, where did you get this kunai from? I've never made something like this before. The shop owner was shocked about the sword flying out of Naruto's hand. Back in my home village, I mean I can use these to attack, but I had a different use for these kunai instead of using them as a weapon. I can use it by other means. Naruto thanked Kami he can throw a kunai and use the Hiraishin that way. As well as use it to attack, but other weapons won't work for him. Kunai and his Hiraishin kunais were just fine to use to attack. Well, let me see. The shop owner walks over and uses a magnifying glass and inspects his shield. It looks like any other small shield at first glance. He then began to tug at it. Doesn't this thing come off? No, but I can move it around on my body. Naruto added as he had it appear on his back and then his front. Then he moved it back to his arm. That's so weird. He brought his hand up to the red gem that is on the shield. I sense a great amount of power within this thing. He tapped it with his finger. But even my appraisal magic isn't telling me much. He stood up shaking his head. Don't worry about it, thanks for showing me something interesting. Want to buy some armor instead? Naruto found himself wearing chain mail that look a bit weird on him. Though the stats were pretty shit, his level was higher than a 1, so it would be interesting to see what other armors he could end up wearing. How much is it? Mine asked. The shop owner put his hand up on the doorframe and said, I'll give you a discount. 120 silvers. When we sell it, how much would you buy it back? Mine asked. About 100 silvers, the shop owner replied. Oh, I see. Once I level up above it, I can get stronger armor. Naruto was beginning to understand this whole video game thing now. Okay, we'll take it. Mine smiled happily, as she pushed Naruto in front of her. Thanks. The shop owner gave them a thumbs up. I'll throw in some innerwear to show some gratitude. He was glad he got some constant customers. Then Mine made her way to the front of the shop and placed a hand over her chest. Shall we head off to battle now, Hiro-sama? Naruto nodded his head. Also, Naruto is fine, ya know. Naruto didn't want her calling him Hiro-sama all the time. Backquote. 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 Later. Naruto found himself in a meadow where orange monsters attacked him. Thanks to his training and chakra enhancement, Naruto dispatched them easily and lied to Mine about leveling up. His strength, speed, dexterity, and everything else were already insanely high. Naruto got little to no experience from the battle, but it was something. Naruto also found out that his shield can absorb the skin of the orange balloon monsters he destroyed. Naruto also found a skill tree within his shield. Naruto saw an abundance of abilities, and he smiled when he saw Kyuubi mode. There was 1 through 9 tails, 9 tails chakra mode, Kurama chakra mode, and even 6 paths sage mode as well. Naruto was pretty damn stacked. These balloon monsters he put it just added an ability. Let's call it a day and head back to the weapon shop. Mine suggested, and Naruto looked at her a bit confused. What for? He tilted his head. Buying more equipment would allow getting farther easier. Mine said as she began to skip away back towards town. Backquote. 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 Weapon shop. The owner said, sure, you'll be much stronger with good equipment. Yeah, but it's whatever. So, we'll see how much it is then once you ring it up. Naruto added, and the shop owner nodded his head waiting for Mine to finish up. Soon Mine came over and placed the money on the table. How much for this? Mine asked curiously. Well, for all this probably around 600. But since you bought something earlier, how about 480? When the owner said that, Naruto nodded his head and paid the man. Naruto didn't argue or anything, he went with it. Thank you, Hiro-sama. Mine said happily, to which Naruto nodded his head. Naruto still was iffy on her, so he would be cautious. Tonight, she can sleep in a hotel, he'll just sleep in a tree. This isn't the first time he has done this. Backquote. 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 The pub. The two were sitting down in a pub and eating dinner. Naruto had a simple meal. He finished relatively quickly and he stood up to leave. However, tomorrow the meadow we fought in was here, right? Yes. Mine pointed at the map. Tomorrow, we'll be heading to Laufin Village, which lies beyond this map. Past Laufin Village lies a dungeon for rookie adventurers. That's good. Naruto added he was thinking of sending clones to higher level areas since he gained a bunch of knowledge from his shadow clones. He gathered intel that further west there are stronger monsters to fight. We won't make much money there, but it's the perfect place for you to level up. Mine smiled happily as she clapped her hands tougher, with this new equipment. It should be a walk in the park with you defending me. Thanks for the help, Naruto added as he went to walk away. No worries. Mine reached out and gently grabbed Naruto's hand. Oh, by the way, Hiro-sama, aren't you going to drink your wine? Naruto raised an eyebrow. I mean, I'm not much of a drinker. Never liked alcohol that much. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Naruto had some red flags go off when she was asking him to drink. Really? This is pretty good, you know. She brought the glass to her lips and took a sip. She lowered her glass onto the table, then pushed hers against Naruto's. I've loved it if you drink with me. Her glass clinked into his. Like I said, I'm good, I'm not much of a drinker. Naruto knew his trust in others was very little. Her asking him to drink with him was hardly really any red flags. Then again, it's not every day a pretty girl like her just decides to join your party. Then again, you don't get teleported to another world just randomly after reading a book. I see, I guess it's expected as a hero. Mine relented, not wanting to push Naruto. What do you mean? Naruto raised an eyebrow, confused at her. This country is matriarchy. No man would ever dare turn down a drink offered by a woman. Mine understood that Naruto wasn't used to their customs. I see, but we don't have a system like that. It's more like a dictatorship than anything. My Ka-san runs the place. It's a harsh way to look at it. But my Ka-san is a good person, and her only interest is what's best for the people. Naruto wondered how Suan and the others were doing. He just randomly disappeared. It was an accident. Maybe I should try summoning the toads. I didn't think about that. Naruto would try it some other time. He wanted to make sure mine was trustworthy. Naruto relented. All right then, I'll concede. Naruto took the wine and took a sip. Once he put the drink to his mouth, he began pumping his liver with chakra. Naruto quickly dispatched the alcohol with no issues. Thank you. I enjoy drinking. You want to have another? Mine could tell Naruto wasn't anywhere near drunk. I'm good, thanks though, but I will turn in early for tonight. Have a good night. I'll make sure your room is paid for. Naruto stood up and went to go into the rooms. Good night, Hiro-sama. Mine waved as he left. Once he got to the room area, he talked to the innkeeper and paid him for Mine's stay, letting the man know it was a girl with red hair staying for the night. With that, Naruto left and found a comfy tree to rest in. With that, he let the night lull him to sleep. Backquote. 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 Morning. Naruto, who was sleeping in the tree, heard a ruckus below him. Naruto looked down to see a bunch of knights there. What do you guys need? Naruto asked as he looked down. The king has issued a summon from you. The lead knight asked sternly. Come with us. What did I do? Naruto raised a confused look at them as they walked up and grabbed him. Naruto could easily escape and take everyone out, but he rather not have an entire nation after his ass, so he went with it. Backquote. 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 Throne room. Naruto was stripped of his chainmail armor and thrown into the throne room. Naruto looked at the king and asked, "What's this all about?" Naruto knew something was up. Naruto saw all the glares that came off from everyone. Naruto recognized all the looks he was getting from everyone. I see, mine. Naruto stood and closed his eyes. Okay, let's hear it. What did I do? Even his other fellow heroes were glaring at him. I hope me declining your offer for me to drink with you isn't the problem. I don't drink mainly because I can't even get wasted. Naruto scratched his cheek. Like he was some sort of monster. You scumbag. The king narrowed his eyes angrily as Naruto. He placed his hand on his forehead. Mine, you poor adventure, could you please testify once more for us? Mine hid behind Motoyasu, and she had a trembling tone in her voice. The shield hero barged into my room drunk and pinned me down. She tightened her hold on Motoyasu's back. I see, Naruto said under his breath. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her. There it was, so she was after him all this time. I had one glass of wine that night with mine. Naruto tried to defend himself. He said, the night is still young, and tore my clothes off. I somehow escaped and ran to Sir Motoyasu, who happened to be staying in the same inn, for help. Mine said on the verge of tears. Naruto didn't have any emotion on his face. So, this is what this world is like, huh? Nothing has changed. It's all the same. Am I going to get strung up like a criminal, again? Naruto did what he could to defend himself. Oh, the inn we stayed at. Do you even know where I slept? Please ask the king's guards. Where was I sleeping? Naruto asked the guards. The guards who arrested him said, Your Highness, we did find him fast asleep in a tree. That doesn't mean he could have left to sleep in the said tree. The king yelled back angrily. That doesn't mean that I did rape her. She has no proof that I did such a thing. If I would have done the things she says I did to her. Naruto glared coldly at them. Even if I did, I certainly wouldn't have left any traces of that possibility. Mine seemed to swallow hard. He wasn't fucking around. Why would I stay at the scene of the crime? Why don't you take some of my semen then? Surely if I raped her there must be traces of my semen on her. Why don't you examine the DNA and see if it's similar? Besides that, what proof does mine have that I tried to force her to do anything? You could ask the innkeeper. I didn't rent a room. I only bought one for mine. Naruto asked as everyone looked at mine for an answer. I'll give you all one last warning. Everyone felt an eerie presence fill the room, making everyone begin to sweat. I did not and could not have caused mine to do anything against her will. Naruto grit his teeth. When he thought about Kasumi, I would never do anything like that. Where is the proof that I touched her? Where is it? A knight walked up and knelt on one knee. The knight said, when we searched the shield hero's room, we found this on his bed. The guard held up a lacy bra. Mine turned away, putting her hands to her face. Eck. What did I just say? I didn't rent a room, so that evidence can't be real. Not only that, but can be easily forged and put there. Besides, I was in a tree. Even if I had a room, I'd make sure there were no traces of mine left. You can even ask the gentleman that let me pay for mine's room. Naruto pointed his thumb out the window towards the inn they stayed at. There you have it, undeniable proof, the king said as everyone stared at Naruto with disgust. Naruto wasn't even given a chance. The king had everyone's silence. Naruto grit his teeth again. How does that evidence work? I didn't rent a room last night, I stayed in a tree. So, there's no way I could have done anything to mine. What in my right mind would I do so anyways? I was on guard about her the entire time. Naruto felt his heart only hurt more and more the longer this unfair trial kept going. He wasn't being given any chance at proving himself innocent. Though, how can he? All they can do is take a woman's word for it. They all seemed to ignore the fact he never bought a room at the inn. The other heroes still looked at him in disgust. It's too bad. Itsuki said with displeasure on his face, I was worried something bad might happen, but I was hoping you'd know better. Ren then added, he thinks a hero can do whatever the hell he wants and get away with it. That's not even the least bit true, but what can I do? I can't even defend myself, this was rigged from the start. Why the hell are you imbeciles even talking about? You were just talking the other day about being this kingdom's enemy. Is anyone here not seeing this? Naruto bit his lip angrily as the air in the room began to thicken more. No one could understand where the strong presence was coming from. Motoyasu then said, you're not the be-all and end-all in this world. He swung his spear back and forth and then aimed the tip at Naruto. Know your place. The guards around Naruto aimed their spears at Naruto's neck. This wasn't new to him. This was familiar to Naruto. Though there was a difference this time, he wasn't powerless. Naruto looked at mine one last time. She removed her hands from her face and smiled. She then pulled down the lid of her right eye. Then stuck her tongue out at Naruto as his eyes widened angrily. That made Naruto remember how a woman back in Konoha tricked both Kasumi and him. She was kind, at least on the outside. That was a reason why Naruto stopped trusting others. He never understood why Kasumi tried to trust others. Even though they hurt them, over, and over, and over again. Here it was, plain as day in front of him. Another lie, another bitch, and a woman doing whatever the hell she wants because she has the power to do it. Naruto then said, I know my place, I'm already better than all of you. Like these pompous so-called heroes right here. I'm well above you all. In terms of being a merciful human being, you should be thankful that I have restraint. Naruto frowned. I should have known. It was all a ruse, yet I kept trying to convince myself that there were some good people in this world. That maybe, just maybe this world was different. Naruto opened his eyes as he stared at mine and the others, betrayed by everyone he just met. Not even given a second chance to defend himself. It's because they also think I'm weak. They're trying to knock me down to make themselves look better. No one has ever believed in me, but people who have, they're not here. I am alone here. I won't listen to help them. I won't help them in the waves. If they die, then so be it. I fight for myself, and no one else. I fight for me, and me alone. Naruto momentarily looked up and out the window and smiled at the sky. Everyone else in the room was disgusted by Naruto smiling, but he didn't care. I guess I am a monster after all, right, Kasumi? The king placed his hand on his face. As much as I wish I could, you cannot leave either. Only once all 4 cardinal heroes die can you leave. The king didn't move his hand as the other heroes stared at him in shock. Well, you certainly can go home after the war. You fight off all the incoming waves. Naruto growled even louder. No, they can all die for all I care. You don't realize who I am. I could easily decide not to lift a single finger, even when the situation is dire during the waves. Naruto tightened his fist. If you idiots can't even see reason, and let your own biases cloud your judgment. Then what reason do I have to fight for you? I would have you imprisoned for that, but your punishment is already done. News has already spread, scum or not, you're still a hero. The king said, upset. You may leave, but know that no one will trust you. Naruto unsealed the money pouch from his wrist, surprising everyone. I wonder who so easily spread this rumor so quickly, and so with so much haste, as if it was planned. The king and mind seemed to tighten up a little bit. Naruto narrowed his eyes. I'll give you all one last warning. Try to fuck with me again. I won't be merciful. I'll cut anyone down who gets in my way. Even if it's one of the 3 cardinal heroes. Just so you know, I could kill you all without hesitation, and without remorse. Naruto looked at mine, not caring if she kept hiding behind Motoyasu. You people are far too late to think you can bring me down. I've had that done many years ago. Naruto tightened his fit, causing his fists to bleed. You're all going to be begging me when you need your asses to be saved. Naruto took the bag of money he was given from the king. Naruto threw it at Motoyasu to catch. Have it. I'll earn the money myself. I don't need your stupid charity. Naruto turned to leave the castle to start a new one. Naruto already figured out he was able to place items. Like when he put a Ryo in his shield, it went in, and then spat out some gold to use. Just then Motoyasu ran up and grabbed Naruto's arm. Hey! Wait a second. Naruto turned to face him as his eyes were glowing red with black slits in his eyes. Naruto's whisker marks darkened, and he glared everyone down. There was a heavy killing intent. Naruto filled the atmosphere. Naruto also noticed the guards still pointing their spears at Naruto. Leave me the hell alone. You're all on your own. Besides, I got my training to do. Touch me again. See what happens. Naruto snarled at Motoyasu as he looked at Naruto in shock. Motoyasu found a kunai aimed at his crotch by a shadow clone that Naruto created, surprising everyone. Naruto easily shrugged Motoyasu's arm off him and Naruto began to walk away. Before Naruto left, he walked up to the guards. Naruto returned his facial features to normal. Naruto turned back to everyone else in the room. Aren't you selfish, only looking after yourself? Motoyasu crossed his arms over his chest. Selfish. You want to know what's selfish? Naruto turned to them as his eyes glowed red with black slits in the middle. Just then figures appeared in the room with a bunch of plume of smoke. Surprising everyone, Naruto ignored the person who was hidden up on the balcony. Naruto had a shadow clone holding a kunai up to everyone's neck. The kings, mains, Motoyasu, Itsuki, and Ren. Everyone had a kunai to their neck. Women, maids, and butlers. Not one person went without a kunai to their neck. Except for the one woman who was hidden. That was on purpose. You want to know what's selfish? Naruto glared at them. Me, not taking your very lives. I can do that easily. In an instant. I can do it now, tomorrow, a week, a month, or a year from now. You wouldn't even know it. Look how easily I beat you. My skills, my power, my abilities far surpass you. Naruto released his clones, causing them to all disappear. However, I'm not a murderer, nor a rapist. Call me what you want. Monster, demon, devil, I'm used to it. Just know. Naruto turned around, beginning to leave the throne room. The doors began to close slowly behind him. He slightly turned his head back, with his left eye turning into a ripple pattern with a purple glow. You all better begin praying to whatever god you guys follow. Spoilers. Naruto teleported the king to the doors as they closed right in front of Naruto. The king turned around in shock as he saw on his throne was on fire with black flames. Not only that, the evidence they had on Naruto that he raped mine. The evidence was also on his throne, which was burnt to ashes with black flames. I won't be listening. The king roared out with anger. How dare you? If you kill me, this kingdom would fall without me. Try it again and I'll have you publicly executed. The king swung his hand from the left to right. Naruto didn't turn around. He didn't care. Backquote. 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 With Naruto. Naruto left the castle, not looking back. Naruto consciously put the black flames out once they burnt their targets. Naruto quickly bit his thumb and smeared blood onto his thumb. Naruto unsealed a ninja outfit he had in storage and quickly put it on while walking. Naruto had on a typical Anbu outfit. Naruto wanted everyone to know who he is. If people are going to know who he is, he's going to be known for something he wants to be known for. Not some damn rapist. He would rather be called a demon again. Naruto didn't bother putting on the kitsune mask. Suand offered him to join the Anbu if he wanted to. So, he had the outfit he chose to continue being a shinobi instead of being a farmer in the countryside. Naruto placed the mask on his hip and continued to walk the streets. He already heard them talking about him being a demon. Yeah. Nothing has changed. Naruto continued to walk, and he stopped when he noticed a familiar person. Hey kid. Naruto turned his head and then found himself slammed up against the wall. The man reared his fist back. I heard what you did to that girl. You deserve a punch in the face. Then do it and be done with it. I couldn't defend myself then, and I won't now. Naruto simply closed his eyes waiting for the punch. He wasn't going to fight the shop owner. He would fight the others though. Then the shop owner saw the look in Naruto's eyes and released him. What's wrong? Not going to pummel me? No. I changed my mind. I can tell you didn't do it. He closed his eyes and placed his hand on his hips. Wait a second. He called out to stop Naruto from leaving. The man ushered him to follow him into the back. Once they got into the back, the blacksmith handed Naruto a cloak. Consider it a parting gift. You'll never make it out like that, but something tells me you're more than just meets the eye. How much? Naruto asked looking up at him. Nothing, but let's call it a clearance sale and say, 5 copper. He said, knowing Naruto wouldn't leave him empty-handed. Naruto put the black cloak on and went to leave. Naruto took out a gold coin and tossed it to the man. Keep the change. Naruto then began to walk away, not looking back. The man watched Naruto leave and leaned on the wall of his shop. He crossed his arms and sighed. I wonder if the kingdom has ruined us. Sure, we have the other heroes, but something tells me, if they piss that kid off again, who knows what he'll do. If anything, I know he didn't do it. The man could tell by looking in Naruto's eye he didn't do it. Backquote. 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 Later. Naruto was out training in the meadow. Well, you could call it training. Activating gravity weights, Naruto put 40 times the gravity on himself. He fought all day and all night, not resting as he dodged the orange balloon monsters. He made sure to not let even one touch him. He punched each one, killing them instantly. Naruto found himself catching his breath for a moment. Naruto could go on, but he was training fueled by rage. So, he wore himself out quickly. Naruto looked at his stats. Surprisingly, he gained 5 levels from that. These gravity seals were literal cheat codes since they worked on his strength, endurance, and agility. It made Naruto wonder how strong he could get. Those other idiots never seemed to train a day in their lives. Of course, they were level 1. However, for Naruto, he wasn't a normal level 1. Naruto Uzumaki LV, ###, just because I put 3 # there doesn't mean he is only level 100 it's, so you guys don't know what level he is lol. HP, 10,000 special skill, auto regeneration, healthy body, 100 per second. MP, 100 remember Naruto is not proficient with magic. CP, chakra points, 1,000,000 special passive, stamina regeneration, massive stamina pool, 1000 per second. Max speed, unknown error. Naruto chuckled at his stats, that also didn't consider how quickly his chakra can recover. Along with his healing factor, Naruto saw all of his magic affinities present, his attack, defense, magic damage, magic resistance, dexterity, and equipment. Shield, cloak, ragged cape. That was it. There was the Anbu stuff, but the magic can't sense it. Maybe there were just things in this world that couldn't sense if it is used with chakra. Naruto summoned a Hiraishin kunai to his hand. Naruto saw a bunch of orange balloon monsters approach him. Naruto gripped it and smirked as he ran at them. He tried to wield it, but it shocked itself right out of his hand. Naruto picked back, this time channeling his chakra through it. Naruto swung it at some monster balloons, wielding the weapon with no problem. So it seems weapons that I infuse with my chakra work and doesn't cause the system to glitch out. Perfect. Now Naruto had a weapon. Once Naruto collected over 40 balloons, he went back into the town to sell them. Naruto overheard the man buying them for 1 for 2 copper each. Naruto walked up and placed down 40 of them. I'm here to sell them. The man instantly recognized Naruto and rubbed his hands greedily. I see, 40 huh? How about 5 coppers for 40? The guy shrugged his shoulders, chuckling. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he growled as his eyes changed color to red and black slits formed. I see. Naruto lifted his entire cloak and wrapped an arm around the man, pulling him closer. They were live balloon monsters. I see, would live ones fetched a better price. Naruto smirked, knowing the man merchant would stop screwing with him. Naruto pulled him closer as the balloon monsters didn't continue to eat the man but scared him. I am not trying to rip you off, Yano. I just want fair market prices all. Naruto frowned at this, the things he had to do to get by. He doesn't want to keep giving his gold away, it would be wasteful. So having smaller means to pay would help. Naruto isn't proud of the methods, hell fucking no he isn't, but does he have a problem doing it if he has to? No, hell no he doesn't. All I want is a continued service. I'll even give you discounts from time to time, but stop trying to screw with me. Naruto released him as the monster balloons dropped to the ground and grabbed back onto Naruto. The merchant who was finally released did narrow his eyes at Naruto and then sighed, as much as I'd like to refuse the goods and money are without sin. He took out the copper and handed it to Naruto. Naruto turned to leave. Oh, and if you tell others about me and the way I handle business, that's perfectly fine. I don't want people screwing around with me. Naruto left, not even feeling remorse, sorry for what he did. Plus, it is less of a hassle. As was stated before, is he proud of his methods? No. But will he do it if he has to? Yeah, he will. As Naruto was leaving, he saw an herb shop and Naruto looked at his shield. He wondered if he could get good money for selling herbs too. Naruto went back to the meadow to rest up for the night. He had a long road ahead of him. Backquote. 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 Next day, Naruto found himself in the forest looking for monsters. However, he found herbs on the ground, and he recognized the herbs from that shop. Naruto picked up the herb and dropped it into his shield. Then he got a notification saying he unlocked new shields. He had an orange small shield, but a new one unlocked. Yellow small shield and leaf shield were unlocked on his skill 3. Naruto saw that there were shields he had within the shield, each with skill unlocks. Just then Naruto saw the notification system say, Master Bonus. When a shield is used for a while to achieve a certain level of proficiency, it will grant its wielder permanent bonuses. Naruto smirked at this. So mastering a shield, I can keep its abilities even after I switched to another one. Naruto held his arm out. Leaf shield. Naruto called out as his shield took a moment to move to the correct skill tree equipment. Then there was a bright glow and Naruto's shield turned into a leaf. Naruto reached back down to pick the herbs again, and once he did, the quality of the herbs improved. Naruto saw the status say, Foraging Skill 1 activated arrow. Naruto smirked at this since he knew he could make a lot of money from these high-quality herbs. Naruto made a couple of shadow clones as they had a similar shield equipped and then helped him harvest some herbs. Once Naruto finished, he placed them into a bag and left towards the medicine shop. The man working there said, Oh, wow, this is good stuff. Where did you get this? In the forest right outside the castle. Naruto pointed in the direction even though they were in his shop. I never knew you could find such fine stuff there. I was sure the quality was more average. I'll buy them, here you go. The man placed the money on the table. 36 copper and 1 silver. Naruto thanked him and went to leave, but he said, I'll be back some other time with more. I'll do what I can to find better ones. Naruto waved to him. Naruto figured he would have to gather a variety number of herbs. Help them improve his shield and his ability to improve herbs. So, afterward, Naruto went to get something to eat, but of course. The food was tasteless, but it was better than nothing. Naruto made sure to mind his own business until 3 guys came up and recognized Naruto because of his shield. The man chuckled, well, what do we have here? Shield hero. Well, what do you think? We'll join your party. Yeah, count your lucky stars. The fat one put his hand on Naruto's left shoulder. Naruto didn't move, he didn't look at them even once. Okay, let's discuss terms then. Okay, sure, the fat one said, extending his hand out to shake Naruto's. Your pay will be entirely performed based. I'm sure you guys know what that is. Naruto added he was going to explain it more until they kept blabbing their mouths. Nope, no clue. Their leader, who had bandages on his forearms, cockily joked. It means you'll be paid according to the loot we get on our adventure. If you die, you don't get paid. If I die, you take whatever. If you don't do anything you get nothing, if you get in my way you get nothing. Is that clear? Naruto said sternly as he didn't move his attention away from the food he was eating. Naruto took a bite and then said, I'm leader, so I get at least 45% and I'll split the rest as I see fit. If you don't like it, then screw off. Naruto stood up and began to head outside to leave. He knew they were going to follow. Naruto stepped outside as one of them said, well, you're going to make sure we're plenty equipped. Naruto continued to walk, keeping his back to them, waiting for them to stab him in the back. You guys have equipment if I'm not mistaken. So, I don't need to do jack squat for you. Huh, whatever, just forget it. Just hand over your money. The leader with the bandages on his forearms demanded. Geez, if you would have said that before then I didn't have to waste my time with you all. Naruto slowly turned his head to them as his eyes were glowing red with a black slit in the middle. He growled at them, you want some of my money? Then come take it from me. Naruto threatened them as they both screamed and ran away. Once they fled, he watched them leave. Naruto would like to level up more. Well, maybe he doesn't have to, he is already strong. However, he doesn't know what type of monster there will be. So, he'll need help eventually. Naruto understands he needs a party if he were to do anything. Even if he can gain tons of experience when it comes to defensive ability. His strength ability will become harder and harder to increase. Naruto noticed that over his entire time he was leveling up or whatever levels he could get. His offensive stat for melee is only 500. Yes, it increases chakra enhancement. However, since his past few levels ups, his strength never went up, and that does concern Naruto. He may be able to take hits and heal them easily, but he needs ways to end his fights eventually. Making sure he can hit hard is important, so doing 500 without any enhancements is fine, but he needs to level up his strength. That meant getting someone to help improve his strength. Just then Naruto heard someone behind him. You seem to be having trouble. Naruto turned his head and turned his eyes back to normal. The man had an eerie smile on his face. He was a short, creepy-looking little man who wears a circus ringmaster's tuxedo. Glasses with a small chain attached, white alchemist gloves, a long top hat, and a red bow tie with a small diamond brooch in its center. He has a small, old-fashioned handlebar mustache and wears a somewhat sinister, omnipresent grin on his face. What do you want? Naruto asked, intrigued by who he is. You're having trouble finding help. But I have just what you need. The man smiled as he ran his thumb on the rim of his hat. If you're offering to give me any, thanks but no thanks. I'll be fine. Naruto was annoyed he couldn't get his strength stat up even with the gravity training. Party members. I'm not offering party members. I have something much more convenient. The man chuckled. Naruto turned around to look at him. What is it? Naruto asked as the man came walking up to him and stopped. Interested, are we? He looked up at Naruto with a conniving smile on his face. Don't get so close, unless you want to lose a hand. Naruto glared at him, and the man began to sweat a little bit. You're every bit the man, demon the rumors say you were. The short man chuckled. He liked Naruto but was also afraid of him. Though he couldn't be afraid of potential investors. If my offer interests you, follow me. He turned and began to leave as Naruto sighed and followed him. At least he would be saving someone from slavery, if you can call it that. Naruto followed the man to what looked like a circus. They walked in and he said, here we are. Naruto followed the short man into the place. Naruto looks at the man and asks, what makes you think I need a slave? How do I know if they'll even stab me in the back? The fact they cannot lie or betray their master. And this caught Naruto's attention as much as it pained him inside. It did just that. Slaves are placed under the effect of a curse. A strong, seal-based curse that can take their very lives. He drew a circle in the ground with his cane. What do you say? Show me what you got. Naruto ordered as the short ringleader chuckled as he led Naruto through his collection. I knew it. You have everything it takes to be a masked wonderful patron. The man only nodded his head happily as that smile never left his face. I see ones that aren't human. Naruto took note that there were human-like but not exactly human. Naruto looked at the slaves and the ringleader said, you can call them human, technically. Naruto though wanted to find out more about this world. Tell me more. I don't know much about this world. To me intel is everything. The creatures that look human but aren't called demi-humans. They're mostly used in manual labor or as servants. He continued to walk and talk as if this was normal for him. As much as Naruto hates it, he is in a bind, and he can't afford to slip up. His strength needs to increase. His strength has not increased at all since his past level-ups, beastmen or demi-humans whose appearance leans more towards the animal side. They're used as bodyguards or as participants in death matches that are gambled on. I see, though they don't seem to act like humans too much. Naruto could see the animal instinct a lot of them held. Indeed, and since demi-humans are thought to be closer to monsters, life would be hard for them in this country, which practices human supremacy. The man came to a stop when they approached large and bigger cages. As such, they're treated as slaves. Cough cough cough. Naruto heard the coughing off in the distance and began to follow it. Naruto arrived at the cage and lifted the cover. He found a girl who looked to be a demi-human. The girl is a child with long, unmanaged hair and a dirty cloth gown. Naruto saw the void of life the girl had in her eyes. There was pain, loss, and mystery behind her eyes. Something drew him to this slave. Just then the ringleader called out to Naruto, "Sir, this slave here is my recommendation." The pointed at the crate with his cane. The cloth was lifted as a beastman grabbed the bars growling at them. It's a level 75. It's highly capable in battle. How does? 15 gold pieces. I see, showing me your best even though you know I can't afford it, but that's okay. Naruto understood where he was coming from a business standpoint. That's why I picked you. Let me ask you, what kind of slave would you like? The ringmaster asked, wondering what Naruto would pick. A demi-human, someone I could train and teach. Naruto informed him and he nodded his head. He began to walk back to that girl Naruto saw earlier. Look at me and raise your head. Naruto called out to the girl in the cage. The ringmaster then said, that half raccoon is diseased and has a mental disorder. I'm having a hard time with her myself. Naruto saw the girl cower away from him and Naruto's eyes began to soften as he saw much of himself and his sister in this girl. Her previous owner loved his torture, you see. I doubt she'll last long. I'll take her. Naruto quickly let out as the ringmaster looked at him confused. The girl's eyes widen in fear and begin to shake when Naruto said he'd take her. I'm sorry if I seem harsh, little one, but I'll do what I can to make your new start better. Backquote. 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 Little later. Naruto cut his finger over ink that the ringmaster set up. Naruto paid the 8 gold pieces, which the ringmaster happily took. Let's begin. The ringmaster walked over to the little girl. There was already a mark and Naruto watched as a partial circle was drawn. The mark began to glow, and the burning sensation began to burn itself on the crest of the little girl. Hey, Naruto didn't like she was in pain. The pain will be dissipated soon. The ringmaster added, hoping to calm Naruto's aggression. The slave crest on her chest makes it impossible for her to defy you. Naruto hate the sign in his vision. Contract. Acquired slave A. Naruto saw her info pull up as well as the party stats. Demi-human. A. LV. 1. Express. 0/16. Max HP. 2117. Max MP. 48/48. Max Chakra. 0/0. Naruto saw a variety of the girl's abilities, regular speaking or attacking, as well as violations against his orders. Though Naruto noted that the girl for some reason can learn to use chakra. Is it because he uses chakra and the chakra that is in his blood? Now the girl is all yours. Though there is one extra here. Naruto turned and walked up to the girl. Just then the ringmaster said, "That's your commission, huh? You were going to try to wire it out of me anyways." I knew that. Naruto has dealt with human trafficking traders before. They're illegal in the elemental nations. Well, I guess I should know your name. Naruto waited for her to stop coughing and the girl quickly curled up defensively. Rafalia. Come on, let's go. Naruto reached down and gently grabbed her arm. It was hard, but enough to make sure she got the note to stand and begin walking. The ringmaster watched as Naruto left. I'm looking forward to your next visit. He smiled as he watched Naruto leave. Backquote. 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 Next day, weaponsmith. Welcome. Oh, it's you. The blacksmith recognized Naruto as he walked up to the counter. Hey, what's with the girl? Naruto placed some money on the table. I need a light sword for her to practice using. Naruto added as Rafalia stood next to Naruto quietly. With that, the man went to fetch some spare clothes and a weapon for the girl. Soon she came walking out of the changing room. Sorry for taking long. The girl nervously said. Well, I need you to draw your knife please. Naruto pulled out an orange balloon monster and held it in front of her. I need you to kill this. And no. The girl was scared. She didn't want to attack it. That's an order Rafalia, attack it. Naruto ordered as the mark on Rafalia's chest began to glow and hurt her. She fell to her knees in pain. Do it, Naruto said again as the sparking stopped and she stood up. She drew her knife and charged at the orange balloon monster. She stabbed it but the monster used its teeth to stop her. Naruto pushed her back. Do it again, but push through, you have to kill it. Naruto said again as she nodded her head. The shop owner only had his arms crossed watching in the background. This time she screamed out, ah! She charged forward stabbing the monster and popping it. She flew back and fell on her butt dropping the knife. Naruto saw his express increase by 15 as Rafalia, good our express went up. Probably because you set her as a companion when forming the pact. Wait, you didn't do that with the lady from before. The shop owner realized Naruto didn't have her as a companion at a party. Naruto didn't know how to, it was automatically done when the pact was made. Naruto only shook his head and he looked down at Rafalia again. Listen, from here on out, I'm going to need you to help me. I'll need you to begin fighting monsters alongside me. I won't be able to keep getting stronger as I am now. But with you, I can get stronger, so I'll train you. Let's go. Kid, you're going to die a painless death. The blacksmith placed his hands on his hips. I've been through so much pain, I've stopped feeling it. Naruto turned to him and gave him a look of worry on his face. Sorry, ignore that, let's get going. Naruto spoke out as Rafalia picked up her sword and sheathed it while running after Naruto. Been through so much pain. Stop feeling it. Kid, just what have you been through? I wonder if the king royally screwed us. The blacksmith wondered who Naruto was. Naruto off on the side saw other demi-humans being used as slaves. Naruto felt bad but couldn't do anything. Slaves were allowed. Just then he heard the girl's stomach growl. Are you hungry? The Rafalia quickly shook her head. No, come on, you can't fight on an empty stomach. Naruto turned to leave as Rafalia followed closely. Naruto entered a random pub and sat down ignoring the sign outside. Along with the people inside recognizing him as the demon rapist. But more the demon than anything, that was something Naruto would rather be known for. Naruto looked up at him. The most expensive lunch for one, as well as what the kid is having over there for her. Naruto placed a golden coin down. Naruto not long ago placed a Ryu on his shield. It transferred his currency into this world's currency. One Ryu is worth about 8 gold, so that helps a lot. The waiter was shocked by how much Naruto put down and didn't even question it. Rafalia looked at Naruto confused. Why? Why, what? Naruto looked at her a bit confused by her question. Rafalia moved her hands to her thighs and said, why would you get that for me? It looked like you wanted to try it, besides you need to eat. I won't let you fight on an empty stomach. Naruto then rested his arms on the table and let a low sigh out. Soon the waiter came back and placed the food in front of Naruto. He began to eat as well as Rafalia eyeing the second dish the waiter brought. Rafalia's eyes widened as stars formed in them. A tint of pink stained her cheeks with excitement and wonder. She looked at the food happily as her tail began to wag a little bit. Aren't you going to eat? Naruto asked confused. Rafalia looked up at Naruto excitedly. Can I? Yes, you can. You don't need me to give you an order to eat. Naruto closed his eyes and began to eat his meal. He was glad that Rafalia made a small 180 seeing her happy. Naruto watched her begin eating using her hands to scoop the food up. She continued to eat too quickly, and food got stuck in her throat. She began to pound at her chest to help swallow her food. Naruto moved his cup of water to her. Drink this. Rafalia took it and drank the water to quench her thirst and free her throat from the lodged food. Rafalia saw Naruto eating with the fork, so she began to use it. Naruto smiled internally as he asked, is it good? Naruto could tell she hasn't been eating very well. It must have been a long time since she has had a good meal. With her cheeks Full Rafalia nodded her head as Naruto heard, yeah. Come from her stuffed face. Backquote. 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 Later. Naruto took Rafalia to begin training as the two began to grind on the balloon monsters. Eventually going up from the orange ones to the darker colored balloon monsters. She dispatched them quickly and Naruto saw she was improving quickly. By dusk, Naruto and Rafalia caught fish and cooked it. This reminded Naruto of when Hiruzen Jiji found him and Kasumi in the woods one time. The two were cooking fish they caught from the river. Naruto saw that Rafalia's level was already at 4, it was good. Naruto himself even got a level after all the grinding. Then again, his strength only went up by 1, so now he was at 501. Still annoying but it was something. Naruto began to check his shield again as new abilities were added, Mush Shield, Green Mush Shield, and Blue Mush Shield. Unlock Blue Mush Spores X3 and Spores of Blue Mush X2. And Simple Blending Recipes 1. Naruto now could blend things that would be good for making potions for healing. Just then Rafalia spoke up, Gushujin-sama. A.N. means master. I was wondering, who are you? Naruto sighed as he closed his eyes. I am Uzumaki Naruto, you can just call me Naruto. No need for Gushujin-sama or anything like that. Naruto is fine, but as to your question, I am the shield hero. Rafalia was intrigued by this. You mean, one of the 4 cardinal heroes? Rafalia looked at Naruto with awe and hope in her eyes. She remembers her two-san telling stories about them. Backquote. 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 Flashback. Rafalia, do you know the 4 legendary heroes? Her father asked. Yep, the ones with the sword, the bow, and the spear, and then, the one with the shield. Her father looked at her proudly, right. The shield hero, in particular, treated us demi-humans very well. Really, I'd like to meet him. Rafalia's tail began to wag behind her. Her mother then adds, if you're a good girl, I'm sure you'll meet him one day. Rafalia smiled happily as she smiled hoping she would. Backquote. 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 End of flashback. Naruto sitting there began to mix some of the herbs and mushrooms he had. He was going to try to make some medicine to help cure Rafalia. Soon Naruto finished the medicine. Here, drink this will help with your sickness. Naruto handed her some medicine wrapped in a leaf. Rafalia took a sip but spit the little bit out, it's bitter. Naruto chuckled but shook his head. He gently patted her head, good medicine tastes bitter. Now drink it all up, Rafalia. Naruto said with a gentle tone, and Rafalia seemed to enjoy hearing his gentle voice. For whatever reason, Naruto unconsciously dropped his cold persona and tone with her already. Even if it wasn't long, Naruto couldn't be mad or stay mad at those who are only children. They're innocent and haven't done anything wrong. Then again, maybe he only feels this way because she had that slave crest on. Naruto was unsure himself, or at least that's what he kept telling himself. Eventually, Rafalia fell asleep as Naruto wrapped her up in a makeshift bed Naruto made with leaves. Naruto was grinding up some more medicine to use so they can heal injuries. Not only that, but this also helped level up his skills in making them. Just then Naruto saw Rafalia shoot up from her bed and her arms extended. No. She began to reach out, trying to reach for something she couldn't grab. Otu-san. Okawa-san. She began to flail her arms around, and Naruto knew those cries of pain. It was the pain of loss. Naruto moved to her side as he pulled her head into his shoulder. It's okay, Rafalia. It's okay. Calm down. It's okay. I'm here. I'm here. Naruto felt his voice shake as he hugged the little girl. Naruto frowned at himself for acting the way he has been. Here is this little girl, who's gone through the pain of losing her family. Here is this little one who has suffered, who knows how much. Naruto didn't know it, but this little girl he took in. She was someone who he bought on a mere whim and was going to be the first that he needs. Sometimes it only takes just one person to change your life. One to be there for you, to push you, to believe in you. It only takes one. Yet here he was falling apart for a little girl he bought from a slave or trader. It scared Naruto so much that he clamped up. He didn't want to tell anyone, and when he did it out of anger or rage. Like when he shouted at the king and the others that he lost it all. Rafalia kept crying in his arms as Rafalia cried from a horrible nightmare. Oka-san. Otu-san. Rafalia cried. It's okay, Rafalia. It's okay. I'm here, I'll never leave you, I promise. Naruto frowned at himself. No, he hated himself. He so badly wanted to tell Rafalia that he would protect her. But it hurt so much to put trust into someone again. Even if she was a slave, it scared him that she would just betray him as the others have. That bitch mine, and then the people of Konoha. Naruto began to rub Rafalia's head trying to help calm her down. He looked up at the sky and said to himself, unless you decide you want your freedom, it is granted as soon as you want to go. I'll never stop you. Backquote. 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 Next day, medicine store. The quality is not bad. The medicine man inspected the product that Naruto made. Are you well versed in making medicines, Hiro-sama? Well, for a while I'd had to. I had someone who got sick more than I did. So, I did what I could by making medicines from herbs. I would sneak into medical classes to listen in on the teachers. So, I learned to make herbs for that person. Naruto smiled as he thought back to Kasumi. Kasumi and Naruto would get into a lot of trouble, and it wound up them getting hurt. Mainly Naruto, but Naruto focused too much on keeping Kasumi well. Even if it meant Naruto had to deal with some scrapes for a day. Then again, rarely did he and Kasumi ever get sick, but there was a time when she got sick one time. That was due to the food she and Naruto ate, which probably wasn't the best idea. Just then Naruto caught himself slipping again. Please don't tell anyone that. I've just had a really hard life is all. The man not deciding to pry didn't say anything about it but was curious. The name is Hiruzen, a pleasure to meet you. Naruto froze for a moment but then came back to reality. I see. Naruto smiled a bit as he looked at the old man. Did I remind you of someone from your old world? Hiruzen asked as he saw Naruto only look at him nervously. Yay, maybe some other time, for now let's just talk business. Naruto didn't want to dwell too much, it was a pain for Naruto. I see. Well, anyways, due to the waves impact, medicine is flying off the shelves lately, so I'd pay more for the medicine than for herbs. Naruto's eyes wandered the stores for a moment. That will be 4 silvers. Naruto nodded his head. You wouldn't happen to have any unused medicine tools, would you? Backquote. 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 Outside. Soon Naruto made his way outside and saw Rafalia staring at 2 kids playing with a ball. Naruto saw her ears twitch. Rafalia, would you want a ball? Rafalia jumped and shook her body. No, and she pulled her arm to her chest. I don't want it at all. Rafalia didn't want to take advantage of Naruto's kindness. Under all that cold facade he holds up, she noticed how kind and genuine Naruto is. She could tell herself that he trusted very little of others. Though that couldn't stop her tail from wagging. Before Rafalia knew it, Naruto held an orange ball in his hand. Come on, let's go, we can play later. Naruto gently smiled, handing her the ball. I just like seeing her happy. Naruto doesn't want Rafalia to dislike him. He thought about raising her like a daughter, and he did. However, he decided not to. He doesn't want her to end up like him. He wants her to grow up to be her person. So, it is better for her no. Since then, Naruto and Rafalia trained and fought together. Naruto began to increase her speed and strength, while also teaching her the ideologies of chakra and how to use it. He had her learn to unlock it and told her to never tell anyone else about this. So, Rafalia's training as a kunoichi under Naruto began. Naruto had to make sure she cleaned herself well and fed herself, as well as keep her hair manageable so it didn't impede her training. Not only that, but Rafalia loved the hairstyle picked out for her. It felt nice being appreciated. It's been a long time since he's gotten such a warm thanks. The two continued to keep training and farming experience. However, this time they were deeper into the forest than normal. Today would be Rafalia's first kill. A rabbit jumped out of the bushes and charged at Rafalia. Naruto blocked the bunny using his arm, which was covered by the Anbu forearm guards. Now, Rafalia. Stab it. Rafalia began to shake a bit. But it'll bleed if I do. Hurry up, Rafalia. This is regular for shinobi. We kill when we must. So, kill it. Naruto held it out for her to kill. The pain of the slave curse began to affect Rafalia again, and this time Naruto had to be serious. He is always serious when training, but fighting he needs her to do the same. I know how you feel, you're scared, I get that. But that's fine. But we need to keep getting stronger, but if you can't do it, I won't need you any longer, Rafalia. I don't want you to go. I need you to grow up a little. This is our life. This is what life dealt us. We need to grab it and take our lives, Rafalia. Please, it'll get easier in time, I promise. But don't ever forget, never enjoy killing. Never. Naruto was thinking back to his late master, Ero Sennin, how much I've strayed from the path you wanted me to follow. If I can be different for this girl, maybe she won't be such a failure as I was. Naruto knew deep down he failed Jiraiya, Kasumi, his parents, and Tsunade too. He failed everyone due to how he turned out. He even failed Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. But that didn't mean he couldn't raise a new generation of shinobi. Shinobi that can do it, shinobi that be better than who he is now, Rafalia. Do it, for me, please, I beg of you, I need to put this much trust into you. Rafalia heard Naruto's plea about him not wanting to get rid of her, but it's when she saw his eyes. His eyes were filled with pain, loss, and hopelessness. Naruto was hurting and Rafalia hated to see that in Naruto's eyes. I must be strong enough for the next future waves that are coming. I can deal with the early ones, but I need to get stronger for the later ones. I need you, Rafalia. Please, I need you on this one. Naruto bit his lower lip. He was worried that Rafalia one day might betray him. Even with the slave seal on her, I need help getting stronger. I can't do this on my own for the foreseeable catastrophes. That's why I need you, Rafalia. Why you're going to fight the catastrophes? Rafalia looked at Naruto in shock. I have to, if I ever want to get back home. Naruto grit his teeth. He wondered how Rafalia would feel about hearing the rumors that everyone called him. Would she leave him? Rafalia gathered her courage and lifted her short sword. I got it, Yaaa. Rafalia thrusted her sword forward, stabbing into the rabbit. This causes blood to splatter onto her hands, blade, and her face, along with Naruto's face and clothing. Rafalia tried to catch her breath as she said, please, Gushujin-sama, please don't throw me away. Rafalia had a look of worry in her eyes. Just then Naruto placed a hand on her head and patted it. Don't worry, I'd never truly do that. You're my comrade, Rafalia. My sensei taught me an important rule. Naruto looked up at the sky and took a deep breath and then exhaled. Those who break the rules are scum, that's true. Naruto turned to her and pulled her into a hug, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Naruto then saw his express meter go up and this time and saw his attack go up. It was originally 502, but it jumped up to 510. Why did it jump up like that? I wonder, why did that happen? Naruto didn't feel like he truly followed Kakashi's teaching in that lesson. Though, it seemed he could teach that to Rafalia. Backquote. 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 Weapons store. Naruto placed 15 silvers on the counter. I need a new sword for Rafalia. The blacksmith smiled as he placed his hand on his hips. Time to get the little miss a sword, then. He turned and walked off to the side, going to a crate off on the side. He began to search through some of the swords and he said, one on the short side would be good to start. Soon he held up a sword. How about this one? It's a sword made of iron. We'll take it, but anyways, Smith-san, where is the nearest village? Naruto thought about going somewhere else to get stronger. In the meantime. Backquote. 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 Village of Loot. Naruto and Rafalia were by a merchant and Naruto handed him the bunny skin. How much for this? Naruto asked curiously. He wanted to get some smaller money, so he didn't have to keep exchanging his family Ryu for money here. Besides, Naruto found out that 1 gold piece is worth 20 silvers. 1 silver is worth 10 copper. Not bad, but I'd say maybe 2 silvers. The merchant saw the skin was good, but the bunny was on the small side. Naruto sighed and he then looked at the man, hoping he would point him where Naruto can go. Do you know any other spots to help me earn some money? The man looked towards the coal pit area. There are ores by the coal pit, but there are monsters in those caves. Ever since the first wave, there are a bunch of dangerous monsters there who call it home. Naruto thanked the man and left him silver for his troubles. Naruto and Rafalia made their way to the cave entrance and found a rundown house. We can use this to stay for now. Naruto found materials around in the cabin and found rope. Naruto took the material and dropped it into his shield. Lo and behold, he obtained a new shield, rope shield. It's got an exclusive effect skill, air strike shield. Naruto transformed his shield into a rope shield, The shield changed with a rope. Then Naruto said, air strike shield. Like that, a green shield appeared in midair. That will be helpful. Naruto said to himself. Gushujin-sama. Rafalia looked at Naruto a bit puzzled. Naruto quickly shook his head. It's nothing, let's get going. Naruto picked up a pickaxe and handed another to Rafalia. Soon the two made their way into the cave and Naruto said, Rafalia, remember what I taught you. I want you to begin reaching out with your senses once we get in. Rafalia simply nodded her head, understanding Naruto's orders. Also, stop calling me Gushujin-sama, just call me Naruto. Rafalia didn't answer since she was conflicted on what to call Naruto. She didn't understand that bit about him. I see, Uzumaki-sama. Rafalia raised an eyebrow as Naruto gave her a deadpanned look. Naruto is fine. Naruto didn't want her calling him that either. He understood she was a slave. But he wants her to start maybe acting normal. Ah hell, Naruto doesn't even know anymore. Naruto-sama. Rafalia thought that was a lot more appealing. Soon the two arrived at the mine and began to make their way inside. It took some time, but they got deep enough and found a lot of green ores. Is this the place? Rafalia was taken back by the pretty green ores. Naruto took the pickaxe he had in his hand and placed it over the shield. Naruto then got an alert from the shield saying, Pickaxe shield. Special ability. Summon a pickaxe, pick shield. Naruto would see what it did after he made some shadow clones. Naruto created a few shadow clones and summoned the pick shield. Luckily the pick shield simply formed a shield in Naruto's hand. Maybe I could try placing a kunai or a sword above it. Naruto still had the shield on his arm and the pickaxe in his hand and began to whack away at the ore. Not only that, but Naruto found out that when he hit the ore, he began to refine the mineral. Naruto chuckled. He could use an earth jutsu, but this way he refined them for more money. He would make sure to keep an eye on them. Just then Naruto felt Rafalia back up as he turned around and Naruto saw a two-headed monster dog. Just then Rafalia froze again. No. She screamed, remembering the best that killed her parents. Naruto lunged forward and kicked the dog, causing it to tumble to the side. Naruto stuck to the side wall of the cave. Rafalia, get a hold of yourself. Naruto gently tapped her cheeks to get her to pay attention. Rafalia was on the verge of tears. The dog monster. It had 3 heads. It killed all our villagers, even Otu-san and Okawa-san. I see. I promised you, Rafalia, you won't ever lose another person again. But I need you to be strong. Being scared is okay, but you need to face it. Naruto jumped back onto the rock as the dog jumped toward Naruto and Rafalia. She needs to get over her fear. I need her to be strong. I know she has a lot of potential. It's so this way I know she'll be strong when I'm not around. Think of it like this, Rafalia. Naruto looked at her seriously. You and I get stronger together. We kill things like this. That way no other little girl or boy has to go through what you did. Rafalia looked up at Naruto and took his words to heart. Even his other lessons about not abandoning your comrades, as well as never giving up. Rafalia gripped her sword and pulled it out. She looked at the dog with determination. So no one else has to go through this. That's why, in a way, I picked you. So I could at least give you some sort of life. Naruto thought back to how Jiraiya and Tsunade did what they could to care for Naruto. I promise to get you stronger. So you can prevent everything that happened to you from happening to another kid. I need you to trust me. So I can. Trust you, Rafalia. I need to trust you. Naruto charged at the dog as he blocked one head with his shield. Then Naruto grabbed its other head with his hand to crush its windpipe if he needed to. The head that was grabbed with Naruto's hand bites down on Naruto's right shoulder, digging its teeth into him. Could have Naruto dispatched the thing easily. Yes, but he needs Rafalia to grow, as much as he doesn't like to see her hurt. She needs to keep growing and maturing. One of them is for Naruto to trust her to do the right thing. Not as an order, but as someone he can trust. It wasn't easy, but Naruto needed to trust Rafalia. That was the moment when Raftalia's care for Naruto as her master grew more. Rafalia charged forward with her sword ready to kill the dog. Rafalia in her mind saw Naruto turning and leaving her as she tried to run up to him. Yet Naruto didn't stop, he kept walking as she was left behind. No. Don't leave me. Don't die Naruto-sama. Rafalia accidentally channeled Chakra into her feet and jumped into the air. Naruto looked up to see her jumping as a true shinobi would. She then landed on the head that was grabbed onto Naruto's shield. Rafalia stabbed it and pulled, causing a large gash to appear on the neck of the dog beast. Rafalia rolled to the side, not being able to stop her momentum. The dog monster growled at her and turned its attention to Rafalia, which it jumped to attack her airstrike shield. The dog smashed into Naruto's green shield. Naruto ran forward and held his hand out as a sphere of blue chakra appeared in his hand, Rasengan. Naruto slammed the attack into the dog monster, sending it into the rock beside Rafalia. Now Rafalia. Naruto called out. Rafalia lifted her sword and stabbed it into the chest of the monster dog, causing blood to spew out. It roared in pain and fell to the ground dead. Naruto walked over and knelt to Rafalia. He patted her head. Good move, you did it. It's over. Naruto cleaned some of the blood off of Rafalia's cheek. Good job. Rafalia saw the wound on Naruto's shoulder, which was bleeding. She had tears in her eyes as she ran forward with her arms out, wanting to hug him. Naruto-sama. She glopped Naruto in a hug, not wanting to let go. Rafalia began to nudge her face into his chest, not wanting him to go. Don't ever die. Please don't leave me alone. Naruto hugged her. It's okay. I'm never leaving you. I never abandon my comrades. Once we're done here, I have some things I need to tell you. Naruto tapped her head to have her look at him. Look. Rafalia wiped her tears as she looked up at Naruto's shoulder. An orange substance began to come from the wound and his shoulder began to sizzle. Once it stopped, his shoulder was completely healed. What is that? Is that chakra too, Naruto-sama? Hi, I'll explain another time. Naruto and Rafalia stayed like that a little longer. Once Rafalia calmed down, Naruto went over to the dead dog and fed bits it to his shield until he obtained a new shield. Backquote. 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 Time skip. Week later. Naruto was sitting on a rock as he yanked a porcupine quill from his arm. Naruto put it in front of his shield as it absorbed it. Naruto saw the entire list of new shields and abilities he has gotten. Naruto also told Rafalia about who he is, and what happened back in his home world. Rafalia fully supported Naruto, telling him he had to do what he had to do. But since then, Rafalia has been glued to Naruto's side ever since he began to trust her. Naruto decided to trust in Rafalia, the first time to ever trust another person since Jiraiya had passed. Naruto has always asked others to trust him, but Naruto never gave him the chance to trust another person. Rafalia also learned about his little sister Kasumi, and it was a reason why he took her in. When they first met, her eyes looked like Kasumi's eyes, but Naruto didn't know it. But Rafalia figured something out that Naruto didn't see. The reason Rafalia was chosen by Naruto was that the eyes in Rafalia were like Naruto's. Lost and hurt, something Rafalia vowed to herself to help Naruto with one day. As he did for her. That's because Naruto has done so much for Rafalia, so she wants to do all she can for him. Naruto just forgot what his face looks like anymore. Naruto can't even remember the last time he's looked into a mirror. Rafalia noticed that when Naruto would bathe in the river, Naruto never looked at his reflection. Which Rafalia always enjoyed seeing her reflection. Anyways, Naruto was a great teacher for Rafalia. It took her less than an hour to complete the tree walking exercise and a few hours for the water walking. Rafalia was a natural when it came to channeling Chakra. Naruto also learned she had a natural ability for learning senjutsu, maybe because she was a demi-human that she had stronger connections to nature. Naruto hasn't had her learn that yet, but in due time she will. Naruto was currently sitting on the rock when he heard Rasengan. Oh yeah, he forgot she mastered that in a few days. That still kinda pissed him off. For someone who didn't know what Chakra was not that long ago. She was able to master that within 4 days. 3 days quicker than he learned it. Naruto watched as Rafalia was chasing the porcupine through the tall grass. It took Naruto another week to learn to spin the Rasengan without a shadow clone. Rafalia got it within 4 days. Naruto-sama, Rafalia called out, and Naruto sighed mentally. Just then the porcupine jumped at him, and Naruto snapped his fingers as he said shield prison. Naruto trapped it within bent shields and a chain that locked it inside. Naruto watched as Rafalia jumped up and swung her sword downwards. Naruto released the spell as Rafalia sliced right through it. Just then Rafalia called out to Naruto as she held up the dead porcupine, "Look Naruto-sama. We did it." Rafalia had a bright smile appear across her face. Naruto shook his head as he walked up to her and patted her head. "Good job, we need to go get new gear for the wave. It will be becoming soon." Naruto turned to leave as Rafalia only puffed her cheeks out at him. Naruto looked at their stats for Rafalia as said, "Rafalia LV 25. Naruto looked at his level and sighed. The good thing is his strength was now at 580. It has shot up ever since he began to trust Rafalia. Maybe that was the key to getting stronger, trusting others. Well, at least Rafalia. Though there is one thing Naruto missed. Ever since Rafalia began to level up quicker and their trust has increased. Rafalia underwent some changes. After several weeks of traveling with Naruto, Rafalia's body inexplicably changes, and she gains the appearance of a beautiful young adult. Backquote. 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 Blacksmith shop. The two entered the store to meet the blacksmith. "Wow, I hardly recognized you. You've turned into a real pretty lady." The blacksmith looked at Rafalia. He was glad to see that she was still with him. "I haven't seen you in a while." Naruto looked at Rafalia confused. "What do you mean? It's only been a week." "I don't think she has changed that much." Rafalia only puffed her cheeks out at Naruto. Something also began to notice that Rafalia has been a lot livelier too. Happier, maybe even a hint of maturity in her voice and attitude. But not a whole lot changed, at least he doesn't think she has. Rafalia happily replied, "I had the innkeeper teach me table manners." Rafalia leaned her head back with a bigger smile. "That way I can eat properly just like Naruto-sama." That's so. The blacksmith couldn't help but think that Naruto's slave might have some feelings for him. Which seemed to completely fly over Naruto's head. That was the last thing Naruto had on his mind about Rafalia ever having feelings for him. The blacksmith stood up tall as he joked, "You're all grown up now. Nothing like the little pipsqueak you used to be." Naruto looked at Rafalia a bit confused. "Really? Huh." The blacksmith simply closed his left eye as he scratched his left cheek with his hand. Someone's hard to please. Naruto did sigh as he looked back at the blacksmith. "I'm surprised too, this country is full of lolicons." Naruto thought back to the times Rafalia has gotten free things from people. Sure, she is a kid, but geez, some people take it too far. Some of you people take it too far. Naruto leaned on the counter. The blacksmith did the same as he said, "Say, kid. Don't you know what demi-humans are like?" Just the Rafalia interrupted their conversation and Rafalia held up her left hand into a fist. "Boss. We're here to buy armor for Naruto-sama." She leaned in closer. "Do you have any recommendations?" "Huh, what are you saying? I don't need armor. I need something light like you. Our armor needs to be maneuverable." Naruto scratched the back of his head confused by Rafalia's words. "I know that." Rafalia pointed her finger at Naruto, "but you need to also think about yourself." "I know, but I can heal from just." Naruto went to continue but Rafalia turned around and grabbed a sword. She turned around and held the sword appropriately showing the blade's reflection at Naruto, "Otherwise you'll die." Rafalia looked at Naruto sternly. Rafalia then noticed how well the sword was made. "Hey, boss, this sword seems sharp." The blacksmith chuckled as he held his hand out and said, "That sword is magic iron, made it myself. Can I try it out?" Rafalia waged her tail cutely. "Can we also get a discount?" "Sure, anything for you, miss." The blacksmith chuckled himself and Naruto noticed Rafalia just played him as well getting the discount. Naruto didn't understand it. Yeah, Rafalia is cute, but she is still a kid. "Great, thank you so much. Oh, while we're at it, could you show us some light armor, too?" Rafalia was happy she was assisting Naruto so much when in the shop. Rafalia placed the sword close to her making a cute look on her face. She was smiling as she bartered the prices. Well, not even barter, it was more one-sided. Naruto noticed this. She is sticking up for herself. not only that but she is playing him pretty well. Our budget is around 180 silvers. In that case, the blacksmith looked at a full suit of armor. How about this? I don't think that's what we need. We need something light and easy for us to maneuver. I'll heal whatever injury I get. So, I'll be fine with whatever. Naruto knew he and Rafalia wouldn't find it easy to move in that heavy suit of armor. I know, I can whip up something made to order. The blacksmith suggested that Naruto and Rafalia liked that idea. Rafalia seemed to glow at that idea, made to order. Her ears twitched with excitement. If you don't mind me using materials I've got on hand, I can finish by tomorrow. The blacksmith was interrupted when Rafalia ran up to him. She grabbed his hand and placed both of her hands on top of his. Please. I would greatly appreciate it. Backquote. 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 Pub. It was nice of him to give us a discount, nay. Rafalia was holding the sword close as her tail wagged. Naruto was beginning to wonder if he raised Rafalia wrong. He wanted to raise her to be her person. Though she seemed to act a lot like him sometimes. Man, I didn't mean to bring her up like this. I thought she might pick up some of the girly things on her own. Yeah, it's crazy how well you were able to sweet-talk him. Naruto shook his head, letting a small chuckle out. He's a nice guy. Rafalia smiled as she continued to hold her sword close. Seems like it so far. The two sat at a table and then Naruto's stomach growled. Ah. Rafalia began to panic as she blushed in embarrassment. That wasn't me. Naruto shook his head as he reached over and poked her forehead. Mo. Stop doing that. Rafalia puffed her cheeks out. It was me. Naruto looked up when the waiter came up. You ready to order? The man waiter asked. Yeah, get me the best lunch here. She'll have the kids' meal. Naruto gestured to Rafalia as she looked at him upset. Rafalia stood up and placed her hands on the table. She looked at him annoyed. Naruto-sama. I'm not a kid anymore. Rafalia looked at the waiter as she angrily said, I'll have the same lunch Naruto-sama is having. Alright. The waiter looked at Rafalia a bit confused but went with it. He quickly turned and left to get the orders. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You don't need to force yourself to grow up. You got time, Rafalia, but don't push yourself. Naruto didn't want Rafalia to grow up so quickly. He saw Rafalia as his little sister, so he didn't want her to rely on him so much. Rafalia looked at Naruto embarrassed. She lifted her hand and smacked it back down on the table. I am not forcing it. Backquote. 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 Next day, blacksmith shop. Naruto looked at his outfit a bit confused. This makes me feel like some sort of villain. Naruto inspected his outfit. Naruto had on a black long-sleeve shirt. It was light but durable with metal plating on the shoulders and forearms. There was black neckwear had on his neck. It went around to his back and front. The lining of the neckwear had gold accents, and a black mask to cover Naruto's nose and mouth. There were metal plates that protected the sides and a single metal plate on his stomach with leather straps that met at his hips. He had green baggy pants for maneuverability, with orange rope decorations tied to his waist to keep the pants up. Naruto's boots covered his entire foot up and went up halfway up his shins. If you want a picture of Naruto's new outfit, please check my Pinterest. Just type in Sage of Prophecy. However, Rafalia had nothing but stars in her eyes. Her eyes sparkled and her cheeks had a light pink hue on them. Her hands were folded in front of her mouth. It suits you perfectly. You look great. The blacksmith chuckled as he said, I call it Kitsune Renegade Armor. Why Kitsune? Naruto looked at the man confused. I know. Rafalia shouted as she leaned close to Naruto with her hand just inches away from Naruto's cheek. It's because of your whisker marks. They make you look like a kitsune. Then Rafalia withdrew her hand before her hand touched Naruto's cheek. You're rocking it, kid. Now you look like a real bandit. The blacksmith let out a hearty chuckle. Naruto deadpanned. How was he happy about this? I'm supposed to be a hero, not some bandit. Naruto sighed. Rafalia knew the things he did to the crown of this country. She doesn't blame him, but she didn't like the things he did. However, Rafalia did ask him to try to do better than he has been. She scolded him about telling them he'd rather be known as a demon. She told him that Kasumi probably wouldn't be very proud that he said that too. It made Naruto wonder how the hell she picked up this attitude. I think it looks amazing. Rafalia liked seeing Naruto in the outfit. Wow, the outfit is so cool. It hugs his body just right. Rafalia began blushing mentally while on the outside only a light pink hue stained her cheeks. Well, you did make it, so I'll wear it. I won't lie, it's cool, just not as hero-like as I thought it'd be is all. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, then again as a shinobi wearing gray or black is the more suitable colors to wear. Just then everyone heard horses trotting by. Everyone seemed to be on edge, seems everyone is on edge. Well, the wave is almost here, after all, it was just like this for us too. When we went to war. Naruto narrowed his eyes as his face continued to relax. War? Huh. The bladesmith rubbed his chin, so there was a war from where you came. Naruto nodded his head. Lots died, lost a good friend, had to kill my old teammate. Naruto closed his eyes remembering as he thrusted a technique he created on his own. It incorporated the Rasengan and the Reikiri into a single jutsu. I wish I knew where it would start, but who knows. If I sense a large gathering of energies looking for chakra, I'm sure I can pinpoint it. Chakra. The bladesmith looked at Naruto and Rafalia confused. Don't worry about it, just forget you heard about it. Let's just say it's something I possess and no one else does. Except for Rafalia. I trained her myself. Oh, has no one told you? The blacksmith looked at Naruto surprised. Okay, maybe he wasn't completely surprised. The church can see you, they have an hourglass in there. Naruto frowned. That's if they let me in. Backquote. 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 Church. Naruto and Rafalia were being led into the church by a nun. Come this way. The nun stopped as the stairs began to ascend. Once Naruto entered, he was awed by the design and then a beam shot out of his shield. It said there was a little more than 20 hours, is that Uzumaki? Naruto's eyes widened as he turned around. When he turned around, he glared at everyone and Rafalia stood by his side quietly. It was Motoyasu. Oh hey, it seems like you got some decent equipment. Rafalia moved forward curious about who the others were. Naruto-sama, who are these people? We're leaving. Naruto stayed quiet as he began to leave, hoping Rafalia would get the hint. Just then Mine said, hey, Motoyasu-sama is talking to you. Then Naruto stopped when he noticed Ren and Itsuki also ate the temple. Naruto grit his teeth, but then he turned around. He saw Motoyasu greeting Rafalia. Greetings, I'm Kitamura Motoyasu, the spear hero. You're a hero. Rafalia looked at Motoyasu a little perplexed. Ah, so cute. Motoyasu looked at Rafalia, seeing her as the cutest thing. Just then Mine walked up and said, Motoyasu-sama, why are you complimenting a filthy demi-human? A pretty girl such you shouldn't be wielding a sword. I'll protect you. Motoyasu did what he could to persuade Rafalia to join him. He even grabbed her hands. Naruto stood there as he felt his anger rising once more. Naruto squeezed his fists, which caused them to begin bleeding. Was he jealous? No. He was angry that Mine called her a filthy demi-human. Not only that, but he would rather not make a scene again. Naruto wanted to let loose right now. Naruto walked forward towards them. Rafalia didn't pull away, but when she saw him, she quickly pulled her hands away. She didn't pull her hand away. She doesn't like him, right? Over me. Naruto felt the pit in his stomach drop, or is she just fascinated he is the spear hero? Just then Rafalia pulled her hand away. I'm sorry. I've sworn to fight with Naruto-sama. Rafalia said defensively. With Naruto? You can't. Motoyasu was surprised by this statement. Naruto continued to walk closer and Motoyasu kept running his mouth. If stay with him, you'll be in danger. You can listen to him if you want, Rafalia. Naruto said bitterly as he stared Motoyasu in the face. Mine only smirked in the background. I told you before, I was accused of raping her. Naruto didn't even move to turn his head, but he pointed at Mine. Rafalia looked at Naruto surprised by this, but it's your call. Naruto turned and began to walk away. This isn't an order, it's your choice. Naruto bites his lower lip, causing blood to flow out. It hurt to even think that Rafalia would leave him. Before Naruto left, Itsuki said, see you at the wave. Ren simply closed his eyes and said, don't hold us back. Naruto then said, who said I was even coming? Naruto continued past them as he heard Rafalia's feet come running after him. She shook her head and had a determined look on her face. It was clear Naruto was hiding something from her. She intended on finding what it was. Before Naruto left, he did call out, "I won't be holding you back, if anything." Naruto turned his head at them as he glared at them with his blood-red eyes with black slits in the middle. Everyone froze a bit, but Rafalia and Naruto's eyes spun into the three-tomo Sharingan. Naruto saw their levels. He laughed to himself as he began to walk away. "Don't hold me back." Backquote. 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 In. Naruto was on the ground making more medicines to use for the wave. Naruto finished rolling out more of the medicine. He then used leaves to store the medicines in. That's exactly what happened. What's your taking on it? Rafalia could see Naruto didn't want to talk about it much right now. "Naruto-sama, I believe you, I truly believe in you." Rafalia didn't hesitate. Everything that came out of Naruto's mouth was true. Even in the past war he has shown her abilities she has never seen before. Or even dreamt of being able to do. "Good night, Naruto-sama." Rafalia turned in for the night as she smiles. She knew Naruto was innocent, he was a good man, life just dealt him a bad hand of cards. Backquote. 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 Next day battlefield. Naruto was there early in the morning in a crowd of other people. Naruto was prepared to do what he had to. He does as much as he must. Naruto was going to send out shadow clones and have them use the Kurama mode. Not 6 paths because he was sure they could handle the other surrounding villages in a time of need. However, before they start, Rafalia spoke up from behind Naruto. "Naruto-sama, before we begin there is something else I want to tell you." Naruto turned around and looked right at Rafalia. Rafalia closed her eyes and smiled. "I'm truly grateful I met you. You cured my illness and fed me warm meals. You taught me how to live and fight, gave me abilities I never knew I had." Rafalia remembered Naruto's words, "I know how you feel, you're scared, I get that. But that's fine, but we need to keep getting stronger, but if you can't do it, I won't need you any longer, Rafalia. I don't want you to go. I need you to grow up a little. This is our life, this is what life dealt us. We need to grab it and take our lives, Rafalia. Please, it'll get easier in time, I promise. But don't ever forget, never enjoy killing. Never." Naruto looked at me with a worried look on his face. Naruto said, "I have to be strong enough for the next waves that are coming. I can deal with the early ones, but I need to get stronger for the later ones. I need you, Rafalia. Please, I need you on this one." Naruto bit his lower lip. He looked scared that I might betray him one day. Now I understand why he had that look of worry in his eyes. Even with the slave seal, he put on me. He cared about my feelings. Naruto-sama then said, I need help getting stronger. I can't do this on my own for the next catastrophe. That's why I need you, Rafalia. Don't worry, I'd never truly do that. You're my comrade, Rafalia. My sensei taught me an important rule." Naruto looked up at the sky and took a deep breath and then exhaled. "Those who break the rules are scum, that's true." Naruto turned to me and pulled me into a hug, "But those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum." Rafalia slowly opened her eyes and looked up at Naruto. "And you gave me a reason to fight. A reason to fight the waves." Naruto saw the sun begin to rise as the sun shined behind Rafalia. Naruto saw a light shine in Rafalia's eyes of sincerity and determination. "I am your sword." Rafalia placed her right hand over her chest. "Wherever you go, I will go with you." "I see." Naruto narrowed his eyes and closed them. He wiped his face as he walked over to Rafalia and pulled her into a hug. "Thank you, now let's finish this." Naruto made 5 shadow clones appear next to him. They knew their orders and they all disappeared, spreading out around the country. Soon the sky turned red, and Naruto felt a massive amount of chakra signatures emerging from the sky. Before Naruto knew it, he and Rafalia were teleported, once they realized where they were. Naruto found his clones beside him, but they knew their orders, so they took off again. Naruto and Rafalia looked up at the sky and saw swirls in the sky. The colors were like a pinkish spiral on the outside and a blue and white colored spiral in the middle. Naruto's eyes widened at the sheer number of forces being targeted at him and Rafalia. Before Naruto could take off, Rafalia stopped him. "Naruto-sama. The village of Loot. Naruto nodded his head as he created a shadow clone to take care of this spot. Naruto forgot about the village of Luke, so he'll handle it personally. Rafalia, we've trained for it. Go. Naruto and Rafalia took off jumping through the trees at high speeds. Backquote. 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 Loot Village. Naruto and Rafalia appeared in the village and Naruto created a bunch of extra shadow clones wielding Hiraishin kunai and began to go to work. Naruto appeared in front of a person and blocked an attack with his shield. Naruto bashed the enemy away and swung his kunai taking off the skeleton's head. Rafalia, I can handle things here since it's still early waves. I can still fight. Go evacuate the people. I'll lure them all away, I'll be fine. Backquote. 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 Middle of town. Naruto went charging straight into the horde of monsters. Naruto jumped into the air, Cho-Odama Rasengan. Naruto carved a large path for everyone to escape. Naruto called out to them, go. Get out of here. Follow Rafalia. Naruto continued to get all the enemies' attention. Naruto extended his hand out, airstrike shield. Naruto blocked an undead skeleton's attack gaining his attention. Naruto saw a mother and daughter cowering in fear, shield prison. This protected them from a swarm of wasps which then began to attack Naruto. Naruto began together with all the monsters' attention running around punching and kicking them. Naruto could kill them easily, but he'd rather do it all in one go. Naruto also felt his other shadow clones entering the Six Paths Sage mode. That way no one will know who the mysterious golden warrior is. Naruto saw a giant tower with a bell. He quickly jumped up and began to ring it around. The other monsters stopped targeting others and began to go after the tower Naruto was in. Come on all you bastards. Come at me. The monsters all began to climb the tower. Naruto went through some hand signs, earth style, toad oil bullets. Naruto began to run along the side of the tower spewing oil out around where the monsters were. Naruto then summoned 3 shadow clones as they all slammed their hands on the ground, earth style, 4-wall locking oven. Naruto and his clones captured all the creatures within a box Naruto created and then they all jumped up and stood on the ledge, fire style, toad oil flame destroyer. Using the majestic destroyer flame jutsu Madara uses he ignited all the enemies on fire. Once Naruto landed there were some stragglers but that was it. Naruto jumped down and the man Naruto saved earlier came running back, Hiro-sama. What are you doing here? I told you to run away. Naruto shouted back but the man shook his head. We all changed our minds after seeing how courageously you're fighting. The man smiled happily as he showed the other villagers attacking the remaining stragglers. This village is our home. We cannot run away and abandon it. The man looked at Naruto and said, we'll fight with you. Naruto nodded his head. Just help me keep the enemy pinned until the evacuation is complete. I'm sure more of these monsters will come so be ready to run if there's too many. Just then Naruto saw a large monster and pushed the man away. Naruto caught the attack and said, that all you got? Naruto reared his fist back and focused chakra into it, and then released it on impact. This annihilated the monster killing it instantly. Naruto was seeing his express going up quite quickly too. Naruto did say, they're getting bigger. Retreat. Think of your families. Don't die for no reason. They need you. Naruto turned to them wanting them to leave. Naruto-sama. Rafalia jumped over Naruto and sliced another one of the giant monsters in half. Rafalia then said, please evacuate, we'll handle things from here. Amazing. They all looked at Naruto and Rafalia, hi. They all said as they began to run towards the cave. After they left Naruto and Rafalia looked up to see an attack meet in the middle of the sky. Naruto's eyes widen, get down. Naruto pushed Rafalia down and held his shield in the air. This created a dome over the two of them to protect them. Naruto and Rafalia watched as the attack was made of flames that ignite the entire village fire. Just then Naruto saw a guard coming, ahaha. Took them all down at once. Just then the guards recognized Naruto, the shield hero. You're quite tough. Naruto growled at them as he stood up. You don't even care we were here, did you? Before Naruto could stop Rafalia, her eyes narrowed with anger and shot off using chakra. Rafalia purposely aimed for their shield. She glared at them asking, did you do this knowing Naruto-sama was here? Rafalia enhanced her strength with chakra causing the shield to bend. Depending on your answer. I'll have your head. The knight simply closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then looked at his men. Draw your swords. Rafalia jumped away hearing his command. Are you with the shield hero? The knight asked her. I am Naruto-sama's sword. Rafalia shifted her sword forward. None may disrespect him in my presence. Rafalia. Naruto called out to her, but she ignored him. You think you can point your blade at the royal knights, you damned demi-human. The knight looked down at her in disgust. Shut your mouth. Naruto walked forward as he placed his arm in front of her. Don't you dare look down on her. She's more a human and a hero than you'll ever be. Naruto continued to glare at them. Don't you dare do it again. Do you hear me? Naruto was having enough of people looking down on other races. Not only that, but what type of knight neglects the people he's meant to defend? Rafalia looked at them in disgust. Naruto looked at the houses on fire. He simply went through a series of hand signs. The guards look at Naruto confused. Naruto finished and said, water style, bullet orca. Naruto aimed his hand into the air. Naruto made sure to power the attack down, so he caused it to rain on all the houses, putting out the fires. Rafalia, forget it, it's not the time for this. But. No buts. Stand down. Naruto ordered as Rafalia dropped her sword. But look down on her again, I'll make you regret it. Naruto glared at the knight commander. That's right, so long as you behave yourself. The knight laughed at the end. Don't talk to her like that, she doesn't take orders from you. Naruto looked at Rafalia. Rafalia, you are to stay on standby and make sure none of the monsters get to the villagers. Don't assist the soldiers, that's an order. Naruto commanded as Rafalia nodded her head as she disappeared in a shunshin. Naruto looked at the spot where she left as he sighed. When did she pick that up? Figures she saw the hand seals for it. Now I'll sit tight and watch as the monsters feed on your corpse. Naruto turned and began to walk away. He hated that guy and his superiority complex. Naruto chuckled as he looked at the monsters behind them. Just then the knights all turned around in shock to see the monsters already there. The knight commander said, don't falter, get into. The monster in front of him swung his sword down at him. The knight commander's eyes widened as the tip of the monster's sword nicked his nose. Naruto was standing there holding the sword in his left hand. Ops, sorry about that, man, I can be a little clumsy sometimes. Man, if I didn't redirect the attack another inch, he would have cleaved you in half. Naruto reared his right fist back and punched the monster in the air. Naruto snapped his fingers as Rafalia appeared above the monster and cleaved it straight down the middle. She then landed gently next to Naruto. Stop being bigots and work with me. I'll buy you time to get into formation. Naruto created a few shadow clones as they began to help take down some of the monsters themselves. The one down thing to using shadow clones is they don't count as getting express. So, using them to gain express is not the way to level up. Like that, Naruto and his clones began to block and parry attacks. Rafalia would attack with any opening she could find. Naruto would attack when he could. The two continued to work like a well-oiled machine. Just then the knight commander said, let the shield hero handle this. We're heading to where the real three heroes are. He had his sword in the air. They all began to leave, but one of them, who also seemed to be in charge, said, we'll assist the shield hero. Get into phalanx formation. His comrades all smiled and felt better than just leaving Naruto and Rafalia to do all the work. They all got together. Charge. They all ran into attack in their formation. Naruto-sama. The other knights. Rafalia was glad some of them stayed but frowned at the others. Scum, the lot of them, no worse than that. To leave them behind. Naruto grit his teeth as he glared at their other knight commander. Soon before everyone knew it, Rafalia said, Naruto-sama. Look at the sky. Before they knew it, the sky turned back to normal. Backquote. 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 Later. Once everyone was out of the cave, everyone began to rebuild. Naruto saw some people have lost family even though he came. Naruto also received memories from his clones. They did little to nothing. It seems this wave was easy, for the train that is. Naruto created a bunch of shadow clones. Go heal the injured, get to work. The clones all went off and began performing the mystic palm jutsu. Naruto made sure to practice it enough to where he can heal cuts, scrapes, and fractured bones, but not split ones. Soon Rafalia came up to Naruto. Naruto-sama, I killed the rest of the monsters. Did we win? Rafalia asked as she looked at Naruto hoping for a good answer. Naruto nodded his head. Honesty, I think I'm starting to get it. Naruto looked into the distance as he said, this world is full of things that don't go as you wish. The longer you live the more you realize reality is just made of pain, suffering, and emptiness. Listen, in this world, whenever there is light, there are also shadows. As long as the concept of winners exists, there must also be losers. The selfish desire of wanting to maintain peace causes wars and hatred is born to protect love. Rafalia looked at Naruto shocked. Those were powerful words, from a once powerful shinobi. What is what Madara Uchiha, the very many who wanted to do the infinite Tsukuyomi. I think I'm beginning to see how his quote works. I don't think he is wrong. Naruto closed his eyes and tightened his fist, but not entirely right either. All of it. The winners, losers, the suffering, the happy, the ones in pain. Where there is light there is dark. We need to find the proper balance. So, we can all live, all we want to do at the end of the day is live. Living every day we win, for the people who protect others, even if one dies. You did what you could to protect others. Those are the winners. Doing what you know is right, can make you winners. Moving on and pushing forward you win. Rafalia was getting to understand what Naruto was saying. So, are you saying the way we're fighting? What we're doing, we know that is it right. There are no losers, so we won. Naruto nodded his head. The reason Madara became so lost was that he always saw the dark side to everything. That's true there is, but we control what side we're on. At the end of the day, we do what is right. Since we know it's the right thing, others know it's the right thing. We're winners, and we're fighting to preserve peace. What about the hatred? Rafalia asked wondering why it even exists. Hatred is born through the endless cycle of hatred. It's a curse my sensei taught me. When people get hurt, they learn to hate. When people hurt others, they become hated and racked with guilt. But knowing that pain allows people to be kind. Pain allows people to grow, and how you grow is up to you. Naruto laughed at it a bit. I don't know if I can find it, but I can work towards it. That's why there is darkness, hatred because people were hurt by someone. They can't let that go. So, fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. When one dies another the cycle starts all over again. I see. Well I hope I can help you find it together Naruto-sama. Let's do it, together. Rafalia smiled happily as she walked up wagging her tail behind her. She liked the idea of being with Naruto forever. Just then the leader of the village came walking up, Hiro-sama. The man was bowing to Naruto. Thank you very much. We couldn't have made it without you. Naruto shook his head. We all did it, including the knights over there. They helped at least the ones that stayed along with Rafalia. In reality, I don't deserve to be praised. I did nothing to earn your thanks. I did as anyone should have. Naruto didn't want to take all the credit. The man Naruto saved earlier shook his head. No, you do deserve it. Your presence is what helped us survive. We'll never forget what you've done for us. The other bulky man said his thanks. Naruto turned around and said, I see, well then thank me this way. Naruto tapped his foot on the ground as a clearing of trees sprouted in the open plains for the people. This wood will be stronger, chopping them will be easy, but burning them down will be very hard. Rebuild your town stronger than ever before. Naruto then signaled Rafalia to follow him. They seem very thankful for your help Naruto-sama. Rafalia was happy for Naruto. This was something Naruto needed. We've prevented at least a few kids from going through what you and I write. Naruto walked up to Rafalia and pulled her into a hug. Yes we did, but remember, we can't save everyone. Naruto went on one knee and placed his hand on the ground. I should have placed a marker here before. This way, if they're ever under attack, we can just teleport. That way this place has a Horizon marker. Naruto should also set up a barrier in case of people with ill intentions step foot into the village. Backquote. 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 Castle. Naruto was up on the windowsill off in the corner minding his own business. Of course, Rafalia wanted to attend, otherwise I wouldn't be here if I didn't have to be. She said we'd leave once we get our reward. Naruto even saw the knight commander that left him, Rafalia, and his other knights behind. He was telling a story about how he bravely fought, Asshole, he spits on the graves of true knights who have fought and died. Soon Rafalia came walking up to Naruto. Naruto-sama. Aren't you hungry? Naruto shook his head. Not really, I'm here for the reward and because you wanted to come here. You enjoy yourself. I'll leave you to it. You deserve this. You deserve this too, Naruto-sama. Rafalia looked at the food here seems heavenly. Naruto continued to stare out the window until Rafalia came back into view. She was holding a piece of cake. Hey Naruto-sama. Let's eat together. Have a bite. Rafalia picked some food up with her fork. She then extended it to him. It's really good, you know. Naruto relented and took a bite and Rafalia seemed pleased. See. Just then a voice spoke up. Naruto. Naruto turned his head to see Motoyasu throwing his glove at him. Everyone in the room began to stare at Naruto and Motoyasu. Duel me. Motoyasu just frowned at Naruto. I heard that Rafalia-chan's your slave. Naruto simply answered, what if she is? You. Motoyasu's eyes twitched. Rafalia is my slave, yes, but she's my best friend, maybe even more so. Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. Listen, it's not right to enslave others, especially friends. Motoyasu was trying to reason with Naruto. Slavery is legal in this country, besides I'm also not mistreating Rafalia. I'd never harm her. Is it truly slavery when you treat them right and give them everything they want and need? Naruto closed his eyes, wanting to ignore everyone's presence here. But we're heroes. We can't behave that way here. Motoyasu was losing his patience with Naruto. Well, too bad. I came from a world where it's fine, but looked down on. Naruto stood up on his feet, flaring at Motoyasu. I'm a shinobi. I've killed people before, bandits, sex traffickers, even though slavery in my world is rare. There isn't anything against it. Everyone was shocked to hear Naruto has killed people before, but seriously, come on. There are serial killers out there all the time. Then fight me. If I win, Rafalia goes free. Motoyasu aimed his spear at Naruto. Naruto looked at Rafalia and said, Rafalia, would you like me to remove the enslavement curse on you? I have no issues with it. Rafalia shook her head and smiled as she placed her hand over it. No, I'd never want to get rid of it. That was the day Naruto-sama and I met. It's a bond I never want to break with him. This seal is what makes the memory so important to me. Naruto looked at Rafalia, floored by her words. Wait, a bond, a slave curse. She considers it a bond with me. No, I won't even do it. Rafalia isn't some trophy to be won. Naruto refused as he stood in front of Rafalia. Rafalia were leaving. Naruto and Rafalia descended the stairs to leave, however a night guard stopped him. So, Naruto grabbed the spear, denting the blade, and broke the tip off. Out of my way. Just then the king came walking up. I heard your conversation. The king came walking up to the balcony, a hero using a demi-human as a slave. It seems you are rotten to the core. The king looked down and saw his daughter and saw her nodded her head. I order you to accept his challenge. Rafalia looked at them angrily. Wait a second. I'm with Naruto-sama of my own free. A knight put a hand over her mouth to make her stop talking. Hey, let her go. Naruto pushed past the guards until a bunch of guards came in, stopping Naruto. Naruto's eyes turned blood red. Out of my way. Naruto powered through them all, knocking them down. Just then Naruto stopped as he saw the knight holding a knife to Rafalia's back. Naruto grit his teeth as he said, You coward. If you don't let her go, I swear to you all, I'll. Naruto stopped channeling Kurama's power when he saw Rafalia's face relax. Rafalia nodded her head, looking at Naruto. Naruto bit his lip again, causing it to bleed. Fine, I fucking accept your stupid fight. But when I win, I earn all the war chests for the sword, spear, and bow hero. As well as keeping Rafalia by my side. I also get one more thing. The king glared at him, but Motoyasu shouted, I'm fine with it. Motoyasu turned to Ren and Itsuki. I'll pay you guys back if I lose by some miracle. Ren and Itsuki simply shrugged their shoulders. Motoyasu seemingly ignored the fact Naruto wanted one more thing. Ren and Itsuki heard what Naruto said. The king then continued, trying to earn the viewers' support. Poor girl. You've been placed under a curse that compels you to defend your master. Once Motoyasu Dono wins, we shall release you from that curse. Backquote. 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 Arena. Naruto was in the weapon room as he heard the proctor talk. This duel will end when one of the combatants is pinned or admits defeat. Soon the doors opened as Naruto walked out. Naruto felt his stomach churning in anger and anguish. Just how much more? Just how much more will be taken from him? The proctor then said, "This duel will take place in front of the Pope, King Melromark, and it is legitimate and official." When Naruto walked out, he saw Mine waving to Motoyasu supporting him and saying, "Motoyasu-sama. Good luck." Naruto realized she was in the arena on the outskirts, which he didn't like. Naruto held up a tri-pronged kunai in his hand. Motoyasu looked at Naruto as if he was serious. "I'm surprised you can use a weapon. Well, a kitchen knife, I guess." Motoyasu was so oblivious. "Anyways, you remember that folk tale about the irresistible spear and the immovable shield?" Motoyasu twirled the spear and then dropped into a fighting stance. "Uzumaki, be a man and admit defeat. We've heard about your intimidation. We learned it was all a hoax and you use it as a bluff. So, give it up. I won't be scared of the same tactic. Nor will I be tricked by mere illusions." Naruto simply held his kunai up similar to how Minato did so. Naruto's left hand is up in the air holding the tri-pronged kunai in reverse, with his right hand holding a Rasengan at the midline of his body. The proctor then called out, "Ready, begin." Naruto dropped the Rasengan so he could watch Motoyasu struggle. Motoyasu charged at Naruto as Naruto retracted his stance. Naruto merely sidestepped Motoyasu's attack. Naruto then twirled around and kicked the spear that was impaled into the ground. This sent Motoyasu flying as he slammed into the wall. Naruto planted his foot back down. "Is that all you got?" Motoyasu stood up a bit surprised by that. He readied his spear. "I am not even close to trying." He charged Naruto trying to attack him. Naruto decided to entertain him and began to block his attacks. Motoyasu, seeing Naruto deflect and parry his attacks, said, "You are good at blocking. You're called the shield hero for nothing, right?" Naruto said, "You know, you lost." Motoyasu looked at Naruto confused. "You can't beat me, you can't even pierce my shield, in this battle between an irresistible spear and an immovable shield." Motoyasu backed up and aimed his spear at Naruto, Chaos Spear. He called out as all his attacks went at Naruto. Naruto didn't try to move or block his attacks. Motoyasu saw the damage he was doing as he saw cuts, gashes, and wounds on Naruto. The blood dripped from Naruto as he slowly began to fall forward, until his foot slammed into the ground as he took off dashing towards Motoyasu. Motoyasu took that moment to sigh, but then he was met with a fist to the face as he was sent flying into the wall. Naruto looked down at his outfit. "Man, come on, and I just go this, well at least I got spare clothes." Everyone just stared at him in shock. "What is everyone looking at me like that for?" Naruto decided to play coy. Motoyasu sat back up. How are you up? Your wounds, they're gone." Naruto shook his head as he said, "My wounds heal quick. My abilities are beyond your wildest dreams, Motoyasu, and you all pissed off the wrong person." Naruto frowned, deciding to drop the act. "I don't know if you realized it, but you haven't been able to see my level this entire time, have you?" Naruto pointed above his head. Motoyasu looked at the level Naruto had above his head and saw blurred numbers. What? How is this possible? I don't understand. What is that extra blue line in your stats? Itsuki and Ren noticed this too. They too can't see Naruto's level or what the extra blue line bar is. Naruto said, "What I put on you, Ren and Itsuki, is a genjutsu. A small one. Think of it as an illusion you can never dispel unless I allow it." Motoyasu pointed his spear at Naruto and shouted, "Lies." He went to charge Naruto. Naruto simply snapped his fingers as the blurred numbers began to focus a bit. Motoyasu stopped dead in his tracks as he tried to count the hashtags. Ren and Itsuki did the same too. 2, 3, 4, 4-digit placements. How is that possible? Itsuki shouted out. Everyone wanted to know what was going on. Itsuki and Ren were sitting in their seats sweating. "Motoyasu-sama. What's wrong?" Mine called out to him. His levels. There's a total of 4-digit placements. How is that possible? Motoyasu, Ren, and Itsuki looked at Naruto completely dumbfounded. Naruto then said, "I could be lying and tricking you all too, just like what she did to all of you." Naruto motioned to Mine as Naruto kept his focus on Motoyasu. "You can only take my word for it." Naruto said mockingly, Rafalia knew Naruto won't seriously maim Motoyasu too much, but everyone needs to be taught a lesson. Motoyasu grits his teeth and charged Naruto, but before Motoyasu noticed anything, Naruto was already in front of him. Naruto slammed his fist into Motoyasu and sent him flying into the air. Everyone watched in awe with mine not knowing what to say. Naruto moved to the side as Motoyasu came crashing back down to earth. Naruto slowly turned his back and walked away to make some distance. Motoyasu slowly stood up and ran towards Naruto with his spear in his hand. Naruto turned around to see his pathetic attempts. As I said before, you better begin praying. Naruto extended his hand out as both his eyes shifted to the Rinnegan. Naruto extended his hand out as Motoyasu stopped dead in his tracks. What the? All Motoyasu got out as Naruto swung his hand upwards as Motoyasu was sent flying into the sky. Naruto then swung his arm back down and Motoyasu did as Naruto wished. Naruto lowered his hand as Motoyasu was quite slow to get to his feet. Motoyasu stood up on his 2 feet and coughed up blood. How did you see? Naruto then said, no, I didn't cheat. Like I said, begin praying to whatever puny god you believe in. Naruto then said, universal pull. Motoyasu shot off from his feet as he went flying towards Naruto. Naruto grabbed him by his throat and choked and slammed him to the ground. Motoyasu let out a small yelp, but then a gurgle as Naruto's hand wrapped around his throat. Naruto glared at Motoyasu's stupidity, as the said person looked up at Naruto with wide eyes. Naruto stood back up as he held Motoyasu in the air by his throat. What's wrong? Down for the count already. Naruto said with a monotone voice. How pathetic, to be easily manipulated so easily. Naruto decided to make Motoyasu an example for everyone else. Naruto looked at everyone else. Naruto lifted Motoyasu higher into the air. This is what you all get. This is what you all get for trying to take away from what is mine. Just then there was a gust of wind as wind magic was blasted at Naruto. However, he stood his ground. Itsuki and Ren saw Mine aiming her hand at Naruto with magic coming off of her hand. Mine's eyes widen in shock not seeing Naruto move an inch from his spot. Naruto looked at her and said, you call that wind magic? Naruto lifted Motoyasu in the air with both of Naruto's hands grabbed onto his armor. Naruto then swung Motoyasu downwards as Naruto lifted his knee. Crack! Motoyasu's eyes widen as he loud a scream of pain as he felt everyone bone in his body rattle. Mine and the audience's eyes widen as Naruto dropped him onto the ground. Naruto extended his hand out towards Mine. Bow. Naruto flicked his right hand downwards as Mine fell to her knees as a powerful gravity was placed on her. Mine was forced to her hands and knees unable to move. Mine did call out, Motoyasu-sama. I can't stand. Naruto then said without care, then don't interfere, you interloper. Naruto turned to Motoyasu who was groaning in pain unable to move. I didn't break your back, though as much as I would love to. Naruto walked up to Motoyasu and stepped on his chest. Concede, you can at least do that. Naruto aimed one of his father's kunai at his neck. Motoyasu stared up at Naruto with nervousness in his eyes, and he could tell that Naruto wasn't fucking around. I concede. Naruto lifted his foot off Motoyasu's chest and turned to walk away, but he saw the king walking in with his other guards and the noble from before standing behind the tied up and gagged Rafalia. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the king. Now, let her go, immediately. The king glared at Naruto. How dare you say that to me? Look what you've done to our beloved spear hero. The king pointed his finger at Naruto. Guards, seize him. That was the last straw for Naruto. The knights went to surround him, but Naruto muttered almighty push. A strange force field appeared around Naruto and sent the knights flying away. The king along with his other knights who stayed by the king's side stared at Naruto with a frantic look in his eyes. The king simply glared at Naruto as Mine came running up to her father. Papa. Make him stop. He made me fall to my knees. How dare you do such a thing to my daughter? The king shook his fist angrily head. Malty dear, I'll make sure he pays even more for this. Naruto's eyes widened when he found out Mine was Malty and the daughter of the king. Naruto continued to shake in anger as he stared at them. They both had him set up from the beginning. They both did what they could to ruin him, in this world that he was unfamiliar with. Malty slowly walked over to her father. She smirked at Naruto. Yes, Papa. I do this to help fight for world peace. We need to bring an end to the shield hero. This triggered Naruto to the point that Naruto's blood was going to boil from his own body. This was all planned from the beginning. The daughter framed me to get in the good graces of her favorite hero. The father distorted the facts for the sake of his daughter. This duel was a setup all along. Just how much? Naruto didn't notice it, but a dark green smoke began to come from his shield. I never wanted to come to this world. I didn't ask to be brought here. You're the one who summoned me. Naruto growled out as killing intent washed over everyone. That's it, I'm done. Naruto used his Rinnegan abilities as he replaced Rafalia with kunai he dropped onto the ground next to him. This surprised everyone along with the king, his soldiers, the other heroes, and Maldi. Naruto began to walk forward. He walked forward towards the king in mine and the king's assistant before that held Rafalia bounded and tied. Naruto took his kunai and shoved it through his neck. The man let out a gurgle as blood sprayed onto mine and the king's faces. Blood spurted onto Naruto's face as he glared at the two, now bow. Naruto called out as he extended his hand towards the king and princess and flicked his wrist down. Gravity overcame both of them as they fell to their knees. The two once again began to struggle to breathe. Ren and Itsuki stayed silent as they came walking out to the arena. Naruto used a water jutsu to clean the blood off as he walked toward Rafalia. He undid the gag and the ropes. I'm glad you're safe, Rafalia, we're leaving. Naruto released the pressurized gravity on King and Maldi. Rafalia hugged him. Naruto-sama. Thank you so much. Rafalia smiled happily up at Naruto as he tailed swished left to right. Naruto felt the warmness of Rafalia's hold and the genuine words that came from her mouth. They were relaxing. Rafalia slowly broke the hug. She made her way over towards Maldi's slap. Everyone saw and heard this when Rafalia slapped Maldi. Slap. Rafalia angrily says, "You cheated." Rafalia glared at Maldi. "How could you keep trying to hurt Naruto-sama so much? We did nothing to you. He did nothing to you. You've hurt Naruto-sama. You keep trying to hurt him. He's gone through so much. You keep trying to make my Naruto-sama suffer. I'll never forgive you for this. I'll make sure you pay one day. I don't care if you are the king's daughter." Maldi, angry with Rafalia, asked, What do you think you're doing to me? How dare you hit me, you filthy demi-human? The king was even taken back by this. Ren and Itsuki walked over to Motoyasu, and they helped him stand up. Rafalia looked towards Motoyasu and glared at him. "When did I ask you to free me?" Rafalia glared at them angrily. "I am happy by Naruto-sama's side. The slave pact does nothing to brainwash me." What? But he was abusing you, right? Motoyasu was completely confused. "What the hell do you know about Naruto-sama? He's been through so much pain. Betrayals. He has lost so much just like me. You horrible people keep hurting him over and over again." Rafalia had tears in her eyes. She shook her fists. "He's treated me with kindness. Love. He fed me warm food. Clothed me. Cured my illness. He never left my side and always protected me. He trained me himself." Rafalia closed her eyes as tears ran down her face. "He never made me do anything I didn't want to do. He only activated the curse when I was too scared to fight." Naruto stared at Rafalia in shock. He has never seen her get this worked up before. Just then Motoyasu slammed his spear edge into the ground, creating sparks, and that's the problem. No one should be forced to fight. Rafalia argued back. "Naruto-sama can hardly use any weapons but a kunai. Yes, he has moves you've never seen before. But the waves are going to become harder and harder. His attack level hasn't gone up at all, leveling up by himself. Until he and I started to fight together. His strength stat shot up like crazy. You all can't accept that. You're all biased towards the shield hero. Someone has to fight for him. Not everything can be done by one person. You'll never understand Naruto, never understand his pain and grief. Not everyone seems to be who you first judge them by. All of you together could never come close to how much more of a man, or more of a human than Naruto is. You all shouldn't even be called heroes. Your titles of nobility and everything should be stripped." Motoyasu still tried to argue. "It doesn't have to be you." He painfully raised his hands to the side, confused. "He'll abuse you until you break." Rafalia didn't care. These people were beginning to get on her nerves. They all are too blind to see the truth. "It does have to be me. I promised Naruto-sama. He promised me. He never pushed me too hard where I'm about to collapse. He pays for a warm bed for me all the time. He sleeps on the floor wherever we go. I've never been hit once. Not by an enemy, and he has never struck me. Naruto has always protected me. He would rather die than raise a hand against me. Besides, Naruto-sama inspired me to be better and to push myself as far as I can go. So, no child, demi-human, or whatever else is out there, to never live what I've been through. Naruto vowed to me and promised to help me prevent this from happening to as many kids as possible. What? That can't be right. He isn't that type of guy. Motoyasu took a step back and Malty only glared at her. Are you capable of extending a hand to a diseased slave on the verge of death? To try and help every single person in need? By far Naruto-sama has helped everyone who asked him for help. He never batted an eye. He gives to those who seek it, even if they do hate him. Rafalia placed her right hand on her heart. Naruto-sama fed me everything I wanted to eat. He even agreed to come to your king's stupid party just for me. I figured it would be the first time in a long time he could eat some good food. He always bought me what I wanted. He always did everything for me. Rafalia narrowed her eyes at Motoyasu. Why is it so hard for a slave who owes her master everything to have one good meal? To share a bed with him? Or to see him sleep for once on a warm bed? Are you capable of doing that for others? Slaves, demi-humans, are your party members willing to go to such lengths for you? What about the people who aren't in your party? The sick, the ill, the dying, are you capable of such kindness? Oh, of course I could. Motoyasu barely got out. If that were true, you would have a slave by your side, too. He or she should be praising you. Rafalia had enough of these people. Motoyasu was interrupted by Malty. Knock it off, Malty demanded. How dare you, a demi-human? Malty balled her left hand into a fist. Malty was about to hit Rafalia. Malty stretched her hand out to hit Rafalia, who simply caught it. Malty looked at Rafalia in shock. Rafalia was stronger than her. Rafalia said, I don't condone unnecessary violence, but you've had this one coming, you spoiled sow. Rafalia reared her fist back, infusing chakra into it. She launched her fist into Malty's chest, which let out a loud crack, sending Malty flying into the stadium walls. Dust and debris were kicked up as Malty fell from the wall. She struggled to stand as she fell onto her hands and knees, struggling to breathe. Malty's eyes widened in horror as she gasped desperately for air. Eventually Malty let a loud gasp out as she sucked in the air after getting it knocked out of her. Motoyasu, unable to move, shouted out, Malty. Malty slowly stood up and said, Motoyasu-sama. She needs to die for that. That filthy demi-human. Gasp. Itsuki came walking up and asked, Malty-san, I'd like to ask you about your illegal interference in the duel. Whatever do why you hick mean? Malty closed her eyes as she did her best to quickly recover, as well as not wanting to make eye contact. Illegal interference? Motoyasu asked, confused. Ren said, Motoyasu, you lost the duel fair and square. I know there was a magic spell used. It's hard to tell since it was wind. I'm sure you're mistaken. I'm sure the audience. Malty was interrupted by Itsuki. The king has everyone silenced. One look from the nobles makes it obvious. Itsuki wasn't being fooled this time. A lot of this wasn't making sense. Ren sighed himself. I can't believe royalty would desecrate a sacred duel. The king kept his displeasure hidden to not draw any more attention to himself. With Rafalia done, she made her way back to Naruto and she hugged him. Naruto hugged her back. Rafalia looked up. Naruto-sama, you did it. You won. Now I get to stay by your side, forever. Naruto was a little taken back by that. For whatever reason he felt his heart beat faster than normal. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Thanks Rafalia. That means a lot coming from you. Naruto felt something almost break inside of him. Naruto continued to stare at Rafalia. She continues to smile brightly at him. Naruto shuddered once again. She was once again by his side. Naruto didn't understand it. There was eagerness within him, desiring for her to stay by his side forever. Naruto's smile began to waver as he looked at her. Rafalia looked at him with a worried look on her face. Naruto-sama, what's wrong? Rafalia, I need to ask. Naruto's voice seemed to stumble. After everything. Why do you want to stick by my side, with the amount of danger and everything? Naruto looked at the ground and tightened his fist. Rafalia, you've grown strong, and you can fend for yourself. So, why haven't you left? Or asked me or even mentioned wanting to be free? I know you better than anyone else in this world. Rafalia thought back to her ball. I know how very kind you are. So, even if the world speaks ill about you, I'll tell them they're wrong. I'll tell them again and again that you're a wonderful person. You're the one who saved my life more times than I can count. You gave me a sword and showed me my purpose in life. Rafalia placed a hand on the shield that was in his right hand. I knew you could fight, and you knew you had to get stronger. Accepting you need help and using yourself to save others. It's not a weakness, it's a strength. You saved so many countless others and my own. Naruto stared at her in shock as tears began to run down his cheeks. Yeah, thanks Rafalia. Sometimes I wonder if I am. Naruto let out a few sniffles as tears ran down his cheek and he didn't even realize it. I can't. Sniff Rafalia. I can't tell you how much that means to me. Sniff am I crying? This is, what is, Naruto began to wipe his tears, but they kept coming. His heart ached, but not in pain for once, but was crying out in agony for acceptance. Mostly for love. I don't blame you Naruto-sama, whatever choices you make. I'll always continue to follow you. I am your sword Naruto-sama. When someone makes you angry, I'll make them regret it. When you cry, I'll be the shoulder you can cry on. When you're lost, I'll be the one to guide you back. When you feel hopeless, I want to be the one who brings you back up. Rafalia placed her hands over her chest. I will follow you through fire and brimstone. As a shinobi, I'll follow you into war against Madara, and the Kagaya woman and back. Rafalia went up on her tippy toes and placed a kiss on his cheek. Naruto-sama, I'll go through hell and back for you. That's what love is, fighting the demons to get to heaven. For some reason, when Naruto looked at Rafalia, the little girl that he first took in seemed to begin to stand there smiling at him happily. Then a bright light surrounded her seemingly making her disappear, but he knew she was still there. Once Naruto blinked a couple of times wiping some more tears away. Naruto saw that Rafalia has changed a lot from the little girl she once was. Rafalia blushed, and she knew it was now or never. Even if you can't trust anyone anymore, I trust you. I trust you, the man who saved me. The man who stole my heart and that person being you of course. Naruto's eyes continued to let streams of tears continued to run down his face. I've always wanted someone to say those words to me. I wished so hard someone would say that to me. I thought I'd never hear those words, Rafalia. Naruto couldn't stand it anymore. He felt like his heart just jumped into his hands and shot straight into Rafalia. Naruto moved up and claimed her lips. Rafalia was a bit taken back by this, but she didn't resist. Naruto didn't pull away. It was a simple kiss, showing that he cared about her and that he loved her. The two soon separated. Naruto could only stare back at Rafalia. Rafalia, I won't ever let anyone ever take you away from me again. I love you, I won't let anyone, not even Kami-sama take you from me. Naruto held her close with his trembling body. On the side the king only frowned. He lost, so he turned and left. Malti followed her father along with other nobles leaving. Motoyasu tightened his fist. I didn't do anything wrong. What's wrong is a hero having a slave? Rafalia-chan might still be doing all this because she's brainwashed. I don't know about that. Look at them. Ren folded his arms across his chest. The three looked at Naruto and Rafalia was kissing. It's amazing that you can say that after seeing them kiss and hold one another like that. Not only that, but Naruto's story makes sense why he is so cold to everyone. Itsuki shook his head confused at Motoyasu's thinking. With Naruto's emotions running rampant and then came to a sudden halt. Naruto grew tired for the first time since the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Naruto's eyelids grew heavy as his face rested against Rafalia's chest. Rafalia held him tightly holding Naruto to her bosom, but for now, let me share some of your pain. Naruto nodded his head, and for the first time, after a long time, Naruto fell asleep peacefully. Backquote. 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 Morning. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and found himself sleeping on Rafalia's thighs. Rafalia smiled as she moved her hands and placed them on Naruto's cheeks. Good morning, Naruto-sama. Backquote. 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 Later, top of the castle. Did you make this? Naruto asked as he looked at the sandwich in front of him. Yeah, it's only leftovers from the castle kitchen and some bread, though. Rafalia didn't want Naruto to overthink it so much. Naruto just looked at her taking her new appearance. A gentle breeze blew past them as their hair flailed in the wind. You were Rafalia, right? Rafalia's eyes widened a bit as her mouth slightly parted itself. I'm not used to it yet. Not only that, but suddenly having a girlfriend is completely new to me. Rafalia only shook her head and then turned to look at the scenery they had. When demi-humans level up as children, their bodies follow suit and grow rapidly, too. So, that's why she picked up on Chakra so quickly, along with the Rasengan. Naruto deadpanned mentally. It was even greater to cheat the shadow clone. Rafalia narrowed her eyes a bit. That's why demi-humans are seen as inhuman beasts and discriminated against. I see. Naruto tilted his head to the side. Naruto didn't care if Rafalia was a demi-human, a human, or a demigod. Rafalia was Rafalia and nothing could change that. Rafalia smiled at the food. For leftovers, it's quite good. Naruto turned to his sandwich and took a bite and began to chew. Naruto continued to eat, and he had some tears roll down his face. I can taste it. I can also taste the work you put into it. Rafalia smiled happily as she said, let's eat lots of delicious food from now on. She trotted over and stood in front of Naruto. She waited for him to finish swallowing. She went up on her tippy toes and placed another kiss on his lips, as a couple. Naruto smiled as he nodded his head. Sure, let's do that. Naruto kissed her back, allowing the two to hold the kiss. Once they separated for air, then it hit Naruto. Rafalia, now that you've grown up. Don't get angry for me asking, but how old are you now? Weren't you like 10 or something when I first got you? Rafalia figured Naruto might ask her that at one point. I'm 18. Remember when we level up, we also age physically quicker so we can get stronger. Huh, took you only a week then. Well, I'm 18, it seems we'll be together for a while then. Naruto smiled as Rafalia linked one of her arms to his. The two continued to eat happily on the top of the castle. Let's do our best, Naruto-sama. Rafalia leaned into Naruto's chest as she continued to eat her sandwich. Yeah, let's. Naruto smiled. For whatever reason it was. It felt as if his entire view of the world changes ever so slightly. Yes, he still hated the king and princess of this country, but he didn't feel as much anger as before. If anything, Naruto had a strong burning desire to prove everyone wrong about him. To get even stronger and to reach above level 2000, even if it does take him years to do it. Rafalia, for what the king and princess did to me. Wouldn't it be funny if I did something to their family? Rafalia looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean? And is that even a good idea? Naruto chuckled as he joked, saying, the king and princess tried to ruin my life, so I'll take the king's wife, Naruto joked as Rafalia sighed as she shook her head at Naruto's antics. The scene that focused on the two began to aim up towards the sky. The blue sky where clouds moved, birds flew through, and where sunlight pierced the surface of the atmosphere. That reminds me, Naruto-sama, exactly what level are you? I'm not able to see it since stat magic is exclusive to the 4 cardinal heroes. Naruto chuckled and simply said, ever since I came here, I started at level 910. Now I'm at level 1015. Thanks to you. Naruto-sama, you're a very good person. Even with those threats you make, and how dangerous you make yourself seem. You are just a big old softy. Rafalia giggled. She was happy Naruto was still a good person even with the threats he made. Hey, I can be mean when I need to. Naruto retorted back as Rafalia began to laugh. Naruto only rolled his eyes. Also, they aren't empty threats, I'll go through with them, which reminds me. You punch multi, nice. Rafalia simply beamed as Naruto praised her for that. Backquote. 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 Throne room. Everyone was gathered to give the heroes their rewards for fending off the wave. The king didn't seem to have very happy. He didn't have his arrogant tone in his voice this time around. As a reward for your efforts during the wave and for fulfilling my request, Motoyasu Dono 4,000 silvers, and Itsuki Dono and Ren Dono will receive 3,800. And as agreed upon, I have set aside 500 silvers for the shield. Naruto didn't care how much it was better than nothing. Naruto would rather not be using his family Ryu and convert it to gold every time. Naruto went to take it until the king spoke up, however. Since it's offset by the death of my assistant. Naruto and Rafalia only glared at the king. You know damn well about the agreement, besides the bastard had it coming. Naruto swiped the money from the person's hand, causing the king to stand up angrily. Hey, give that back. I don't think that's going to fly. Itsuki spoke up, making Naruto and Rafalia turn to him. Your daughter interfered with his duel. Even though Naruto won. Not only that, but since Naruto won by default, but yet you declared no one the victor. When Naruto won, you also unfairly and ignored Rafalia's pleas too. She willingly said she would work under Naruto. Since he won that duel fair and square, he gets all our money from this too. Ren added as he closed his eyes. He saw them interfere with the duel. Motoyasu looked at them like they were nuts. Not only that, but you refused to pay him what he deserves. Itsuki closed his eyes. He was beginning to see who the king was. Ren then added, if you'd followed the rules, Naruto won that duel. Yet you decided to say there was no victor. Motoyasu stayed quiet. He was knocked out of the arena. He is oblivious and an idiot, but he could see that. Just then Maldi spoke up. You're mistaken, Itsuki-sama, Ren-sama. She closed her eyes and said, it was a one-on-one duel, and the shield hero was the one with the ridiculous healing. Tell me how that isn't cheating. That's why father didn't declare anyone the victor. Itsuki then retorted, making Maldi open her right eye. Even then, you cheated by firing magic spell at him. Then Ren added, even then it was Naruto who defended the village of Loot in the knight's stead. We heard the truth from the ones who did stay and fight. I believe he must be compensated in some way. The king decided to relent and said, very well. I shall afford him the minimum agreed amount. There you have it, now be gone already. Rafalia walked up to Naruto and grabbed his arm and hugged it. Let's go, Naruto-sama. We don't have to waste our time in this place anymore. There are just some people who are not deserving of your presence. Rafalia glared at the royalty she saw in front of them. Naruto went to turn and leave, but before he left, he turned to the king again. Naruto narrowed his eyes to the king and glared at him. You know, I don't know if royalty works the same here than like it did back in my ancestral village. Naruto held up a coat of arms. The coat of arms was an 8-trigram seal with a picture of a 9-tailed fox on it. This is a coat of arms. I'm sure you dunderheads can get that through your skull. Just then Ren walked over and swiped the money Motoyasu had in his hands. Hey! He shouted. Shut it, you're the one who agreed to this. Naruto won fair and square, or should we say Wakaioji. Ren glared at Motoyasu and then turned and walked to Naruto. Since you won the duel, here is the money. Itsuki extended his money to Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes and said, no, Itsuki, Ren, you deserve the money for at least standing up for me this time. So, keep it as thanks for defending me in Rafalia, but Naruto did look at Ren, who was holding Motoyasu's money. I'll gladly be taking that. Ren handed Naruto Motoyasu's money and turned around to leave. Hey, you can't do that. You didn't win the duel. Malti shouted angrily, but then Naruto turned his head and glared at her. Naruto had enough of her bickering. Naruto casually picked his ear with his pinky finger. It's Naruto to you, you so. Naruto turned to Rafalia. Rafalia, let's go. Naruto simply turned and began to walk away, and Rafalia only seemed to glare at Malti. Rafalia didn't like her. Oh yeah, he was gonna piss off the princess and the king. One way to do this was for the queen. He wouldn't force her to do something against her will. A little payback though wouldn't hurt. When Naruto and Rafalia left the throne room, Naruto summoned Susanoo's ribcage and a hand. Made sure to use its hand to flip the bird at everyone as the two walked out. Backquote. 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 Asterisk. In another palace before Naruto and Rafalia left the castle. A woman was standing by the window with her arms up. Maids were currently helping to fix her outfit. Is that what the king has been up to? The queen said disapprovingly. Malti-sama must have talked him into it. A special op who works for the queen was kneeling outside of the window and responded respectfully to her queen. How is the shield hero holding up? The queen asked, genially concerned for his well-being. He procured a demi-human girl from a slave trader. Though he's been rather distraught and been put in a lot of constant abuse and unfavorable situations. Though I fear the king and second princess have pushed Shield-sama too far. The special op froze for a couple of seconds and continued, his abilities are otherworldly, when he said, and I quote, "You all better begin praying to whatever god you guys follow." Spoilers. I won't be listening. I, myself, deemed him an important asset to our cause, but I fear he might have been lost. He seems to only serve himself and his party. The special op simply said without moving. Then we got to see the queen's face, who has his trust I presume. I'm still rather concerned for him. For now, I am stuck here for my husband's and daughter's foolish actions. I fear I may need to take more drastic measures. The queen placed a hand on her chin. I fear my husband and daughter have put our kingdom in true danger. Is he that powerful? The special op said, I fear it is true, the shield hero's abilities are farther beyond what we can comprehend. Not only that, but it seems that Naruto, our shield hero, is actually Naruto Wakyoji. He showed the king and everyone a coat of arms. What are you suggesting, my liege? The queen closed her eyes and slowly opened them. It seems I will personally and appropriately punish them. For our shield hero, no, our shield prince, monitor him, if Malti keeps getting in his way. Take care of the situation. I shan't allow any more misfortune or mistreatment to the shield prince no longer. Otherwise, we could lose against the catastrophes altogether. Give the shield prince this. The queen walked over to her desk and pulled a scroll out of the drawer. The king has forced my hand. Next time I am in the castle shall be his last days on that throne. The queen closed her eyes as a frown appeared on her face. News of Melromak's summoning of the 4 cardinal heroes is making waves here as well. We must prevent our neighbors from meddling, no matter what. Let it be known to the special forces that I ask the shield prince to be my prince consort. Melty is too young to be wedded and to be crowned queen, so for now. I'll be Naruto's wife in her stead for now. She'll learn of this later when she is ready to be wedded by shield prince Naruto. Her special op simply replied with, might I ask why, my liege? The queen said, politically, to try to keep the shield prince with good graces. I also must make up for my foolish family's actions. We disgraced a person of noble blood, as being royalty of our own. We shouldn't have mistreated anyone no matter what the excuse is. To be mistreated and continuously humiliated by my own family, I feel like this doesn't even come close for recompense. The special op nodded her head. We'll continue to keep an eye on the things in the capital. I'm counting on you. The queen opened her eye as the special op disappeared. It wasn't an outcome she wanted to make. However, it was evident to her that her husband was incapable of any sort of leadership. Slaver Trader Camp. So, you don't want to get it removed. Naruto looked confused by Raftalia's reason, but he also understood it. Raftalia only smiled as she looked up at him, but I wanted to keep it. It's a symbol of your faith in me. This also will prove that just because you have a slave in your party, that you can treat them equally and fairly. Not only that, but it's my first slave crest with you. I want to forever and always treasure it. Raftalia said with a big grin from ear to ear as her tail wagged happily back and forth. Naruto nodded his head as his cheeks turned red. Anything you want, I'm fine with. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. Anyway, Naruto-sama. Raftalia looked at Naruto and blushed. What do you think? I never got a chance to show you how my first rest looked originally. Raftalia placed her hands on her collar and parted it. It showed off her slave crest, but it revealed a fair amount of Raftalia's cleavage. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and blushed. I think it looks great. Naruto smiled as Raftalia beamed internally at Naruto's words. Raftalia though was a little curious. Naruto-sama, why did you want to come back here? Raftalia's ear twitched as he tailed wagged in curiosity. Naruto smiled and placed a hand upon Raftalia's head. Well, I figured that maybe you would like someone to help you out while fighting. Naruto then moved his hand and poked her nose. That way you have backup when I'm not there, or if I'm preoccupied with something. Just then the ringmaster came from his room and interrupted the two. He said, I'm amazed you helped that scrawny bag of bones so much in such a short time. He then turned to Naruto and held up 2 fingers. He smiled as he said, even if she's not a virgin, she's guaranteed to fetch you 20 gold pieces. The ringmaster made it sound like he wanted to buy her back. Raftalia was upset by him placing a price on her. I am a virgin. Naruto deadpanned as the ringmaster leaned in closer to Naruto and held up 3 fingers in his left hand and 5 in the other. 35, then. Naruto shook his head. He didn't even think about it. No, there is no amount of money that could make me want to sell Rafalia. Naruto walked over to her and pulled her close to him so her back was up against his chest. She's more than just a companion and a friend. She's way more than that. We were just here to make sure the slave crest is all right. I also wanted to look for another companion that Rafalia could fight alongside with. Naruto blushed as Rafalia did so too. Just then Naruto saw a case of eggs. What's that? He smiled as he held up a finger. A monster egg lottery. Pay 100 silvers, and you're guaranteed at least a philolele. You'll win a monster chick that'll double in value if you raise it well. That piqued Naruto's interest. I see, Rafalia, what is a philolele again? Really? I thought you must have seen them around. They're the large birds that pull carriages around town. Rafalia did what she could to possibly jog Naruto's memory. Naruto then remembered the birds with the long necks. Oh, those birds. You know, we could even produce more medicines. Maybe try offering our services, like mission requests. Gives us 2 different ways to make money. Naruto liked the idea of doing mission requests once again while also making medicines to sell. Just then the ringmaster jumped back and tilted his body to the side. He extended both of his arms to the side. What's more, if you hit the jackpot, you'll win a dragon worth 20 gold pieces. So, gambling, huh? Never was into that, unlike Tsunade. Naruto placed his hands on his hips as he thought about Tsunade. Naruto, however, heard a cough off to the side. Both Naruto and Rafalia looked to the right. The ringmaster smirked as he rubbed his hands together. That reminds me, Shield Hero, I figured I'd save someone that might be towards your liking. The ringmaster began to make his way towards the place where he kept a slave in reserve. I knew you would return after she made me so successful after news of you taking in a slave. Now, what do you think? Another demi-human for you to help out. Naruto glared at the ringmaster for his underhanded tactics. Rafalia was quite annoyed at him too, but she also understood the business. Slavery was legal, as much as she hated it, but she will be forever grateful for how it brought her and Naruto together. The two followed the ringmaster to a cage that held a woman in it. She has dark skin, golden irises, and black hair with 2 cat ears coming out the top of her head. Her hair is waist-length unkempt with some hair framing the sides of her face. Naruto looked at the ringmaster. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment and let a low sigh out. Naruto looked at the slave and then at the ringmaster. I'll take her, how much? The ringmaster chuckled and grinned evilly as he rubbed his hands together. Oh, I don't know, how about 25 gold? Naruto tossed him the money for the slave, but it was only 10 gold. Don't try to cheat me out, 10 gold is already overpaying. Naruto also tossed him 100 silvers, also 100 silvers for an egg. Rafalia can choose it. Naruto then turned back towards the girl as he knelt to the girl's height. She had to be about in her teens, about 15 or so, and she was a level 15 to boot. She couldn't be too much younger than Rafalia. Naruto broke the cage open with his hands and extended his hand out. The cat demi-human looked at Naruto with a rather worried look in her eye. She went to speak, but she did freeze up for a moment. However, Rafalia knelt next to Naruto and smiled at the girl. Hello. My name is Rafalia. I'm 18. I'm Naruto-sama's slave too. What's your name? How old are you too? Oh, but don't worry, Naruto-sama treats me very well. It's okay, you can trust him. The girl relaxed as she extended her hand out to Naruto. Naruto gently picked up bridal style her out of the cage and put her down to stand. The ringmaster walked over with the ink and a brush in his hand along with a knife. Naruto looked at him and shook his head. It's okay, the slave crest isn't needed. The cat girl looked at Naruto rather surprised and looked towards Rafalia for more answers. Rafalia knew what she was asking. Naruto-sama has asked me before if I wanted my slave crest off. I said no because I think of it as a connection to Naruto-sama. Not only that, but it's precious to me, it's what first connected me and Naruto-sama. For that I am grateful. The cat demi-human looked at Rafalia like she grew a second head. The girl looked down and nervously said, My name is Yoruichi, Nightwalker, I'm 15 years old. It is Yoruichi from Bleach, just different backstory. Naruto, giving the girl a small smile, extended his hand out to her. Come on, let's go. He took Yoruichi's hand and began to walk away with her and Rafalia. Not before Rafalia went ahead and picked up an egg from the other clutches that the ringmaster had. Then it hit him as Naruto facepalmed. He forgot about trying summoning. Let's pull off to the side. I need to try summoning someone. I should have tried this much earlier. Backquote. 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 Outside. Naruto-sama, you shouldn't waste money like that. On the egg, not Yoruichi. Rafalia scolded Naruto. Not only that, but we need to conserve more so we can get proper treatment here for Yoruichi. Yoruichi looked between the two, rather confused. They were acting more like a married couple than master and servant. Relax, Rafalia-chan, it will be fine. Rafalia flinched at the sudden affection Naruto showed her. I figured we can raise a chick, buy a wagon, get Yoruichi proper treatment, and then we can travel farther. As well as find more herbs, make more medicine, and carry it back here or to other medical stores and sell them. While also taking on missions along the way, that way we can make money. Naruto smiled, holding the egg in front of him. I'm sure it will be fine. Besides, we can then help teach this one here. I think having a partner for you would help if I'm not there. Rafalia puffed her cheek out. What do you think I'm not capable of? Rafalia made sure to give Naruto the stink eye for that comment. No, that's not what I said at all. Stop taking things out of context. Naruto pulled her close using one arm while holding the egg in another, but I thought it would be nice to raise something together. Naruto blushed a bit. It was weird because he used to see Rafalia as his little sister. Now she's all grown up and she isn't that little girl anymore. Rafalia blushed as she looked at the ground. But we've kissed. We're going to be raising something, aren't we? Her hands motioned to her stomach as Naruto's face turned red. Yoruichi looked at the two, rather perplexed with the tint of pink on her cheeks. She didn't even feel like a slave anymore. She felt like a third wheel. Yoruichi then asked, wait, I'm so confused here. You two are master and servant. Yet you act as if you're dating or married or something. Explain. Naruto chuckled a bit as he scratched the side of his cheek. Well, it's a long story, you see. Give me like 10 minutes. Wait, Rafalia. That's not how babies are made. Naruto didn't want to have the talk with Rafalia. That would be weird. Rafalia stuck her tongue out at Naruto. I'm just kidding, I know what it is. One of the female innkeepers helped me out with that, when I got my first, period. Naruto blushed and shook his head. He had to get his head out of the gutter, anyways. Hold this. Naruto handed Rafalia the egg. Naruto walked over to a clearing and bit his thumb to draw blood. Naruto then slammed his hand on the ground, summoning jutsu. Like that, an array of seals appeared on the ground. From the smoke appeared a giant toad. The giant toad looked down. Who the heck has Naruto? Gamakichi, it's so good to see you again. How's the old hag? Naruto placed his hands on his hips. Rafalia muttered, Gamakichi. Gamakichi is a large orange toad with purple markings around his eyes, mouth, and stomach. He had a cigarette in his mouth and wields a giant tanto. In addition to this, he is wearing a necklace with a large bead. Yoruichi's eyes widen. She has never heard or seen magic to summon something before. Naruto. Man, what happened to you? Gamakichi looked around and then back at Naruto. Something tells me you're not in the elemental nations. Yeah, I'm not. It's a long, and kind of a dark story. Naruto grew a bit quiet but had to push it down. Anyways, since you're here, can you let Tsunade-ba-chan and the others know that I'm okay? I'm currently saving another world that needs help. I'm the shield hero here. Yoruichi looked curiously at Naruto on what the issue could be. She's been a slave for a while, so she was out of the loop of what was going on. Gamakichi was surprised to hear this. I see. Well, I'll go relay this to Tsunade-sama. We've all been trying to look all over for you. How did you even get here? Who are the two little misses? Gamakichi spotted Rafalia and Yoruichi. Naruto scratched his cheek and smiled, and he went to speak, but Rafalia wanted to introduce herself. My name is Rafalia. I'm Naruto-sama's girlfriend. Naruto-sama is my master too. Yoruichi quickly introduced herself. Oh. Name is Yoruichi. A pleasure to meet you. Naruto-sama is also my master. Gamakichi let out a hearty laugh. Ahahaha. You work quick, kid. Jiraiya would be proud of you, though Tsunade-sama, not too sure. Anyways, I'll do just that, but first, tell me how it has been like here for you. Naruto shook his head with an upset look on his face. Not good, you might want to get comfortable. Gamakichi did so and mentally asked, just what happened here, Naruto? Backquote. 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 Hour later. Gamakichi looked at Rafalia and smiled. Take care of him, Rafalia. Yoruichi, he needs it and deserves it as much as he denies it. I'll go relay this to Tsunade-sama, and I'll come back later. Bye Naruto, take care of yourself. Keep your chin up, you did what you had to. Sure, you lost your way, but that's okay. We all stray from the right path at times, but what matters most? We seek others to help us guide us back. It only takes one to change you. Gamakichi disappeared in a puff of smoke. I bet you're happy you got to contact the people you knew, Naruto-sama. Rafalia could see Naruto seemed a bit more relaxed. That was because he got to talk to someone he knew. But it also worried her. Would Naruto leave her then once the waves were over? Would they end up breaking up? Naruto closed his eyes and nodded his head. Yeah, I am. I started to think I'd never be able to hear from them. Though, I wonder even if I'll even be able to go back. Naruto scratched his head. He didn't know how to feel. Did he want to stay here? Naruto held up one of his father's Hiraishin kunai. Naruto traced his hand over it and placed it back into his seal on his wrist. Come on, let's get going. We should stop by the medicinal shop. The three walked and made their way into the shop. Hiruzen, the old man who worked there, smiled when Naruto walked in with Rafalia. He quickly took out a placed a book on the table in front of Naruto. He knelt on the table with his left arm smiling. Relatives of mine in Loot Village asked me to help you out. Rafalia looked at Naruto, curious who it was. Must have been someone we saved. Who knows? Naruto added as Hiruzen continued to talk. This book has recipes for finer medicines that you bring to me. Hiruzen continued to talk while Naruto opened the book and began to scan it using his status magic. Though he could not read it, use it. It's yours. That's right. The old hag at the magic shop wants to see you, too. It's for a similar reason. Hiruzen turned his head looking at the wall, which was the direction of the magic shop. She said you helped her grandkid out in Loot Village. Backquote. 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 Magic shop. What an impressively vast array of affinities. You have fire, water, earth, wind, lighting, light, dark, illusion, healing, and support magic affinities. The magic shop owner was completely dazzled by Naruto's affinities. She had her hands over her crystal ball to analyze Naruto and Rafalia. Not only that, but did you hear the rumors about a golden warrior? I heard he flew around the land with 9 black orbs behind him. Oh, my apologies, Shield Hero, but you and he have been the talk of the town. Then she scanned Rafalia, and the young lady has a light and dark magic affinity. She is half raccoon, after all. I recommend she learn illusion magic and the like. The woman then turned to Yoruichi, who was still in rags, and simply smiled at her. The woman then used her crystal ball to scan Yoruichi's magic. Ah. I see the young lady here, a cat demi-human, is quite versatile in lighting magic. In which case, the woman went behind her desk and pulled out 2 books. She placed them one after another. Naruto smiled as he chuckled a bit. Well, it seems we have our ticket to get you stronger, Rafalia. Yoruichi. Naruto prepared to take out the money until the woman stopped him. It's free, as thanks for helping my grandkid. She smiled as she looked at her crystal ball. I actually would have loved to give you a crystal ball instead. Huh, Naruto looked at her, confused by what she meant. The magic shop owner was surprised. Don't you know? If you use a crystal ball, you can learn one of the magics sealed within it. First I've heard of that. Naruto was confused by what she meant. The lady tilted her head, confused too, but I heard the royal court ordered a bunch of them for the heroes. Naruto let a small growl out and said, I bet they handed them out to every hero but me. She understood and closed her eyes with a small smile, saying, learning magic from a grimoire is hard, but if you keep at it, you can learn as many spells as you want. She then opened her eyes and put her fists up and said, do your best. Naruto for the first time felt relaxed and he said, thanks. I appreciate it. Naruto smiled back at the giving her a foxy grin. Naruto then opened his eyes. Huh, thank you, so much. Naruto looked up at the ceiling. I can't remember the last time since I've thanked someone. Kasumi, I think I'm beginning to understand why I'm here now. Naruto looked at Rafalia and Yoruichi, both said, thank you, and Naruto tucked the books away. Naruto smiled happily. Maybe I should ask Tsunade for some genjutsu Rafalia can learn and lighting jutsus that Yoruichi could learn. Soon Naruto and Rafalia left and made their way towards the forest between Loot Village and the Kingdom Town. Naruto sat up against the tree as Rafalia sat next to him. Yoruichi sat in front of the two. Hey Rafalia, Yoruichi. Rafalia looked at Naruto with some interest. What is it, Naruto-sama? Naruto picked up the book that they were given earlier. You guys want to learn the language together? Yoruichi smiled happily at the idea as her ears twitched. Why yay. I've always wanted to learn. Yeah, Rafalia smiled happily as she moved her arms up and down in a fist pump fashion. I'm sure we can do it together. Naruto placed the book down and moved closer to Rafalia and hugged her close. Naruto gently pulled away and asked, Rafalia, you'll be with me, stay by my side forever, right? Yoruichi caught the hint as she gently picked up the books. Why don't I go place these into our bags, Naruto-sama? Yoruichi left, leaving the two behind. Rafalia wondered why Naruto was acting like this suddenly. Of course Naruto-sama, I always. Naruto placed a finger on her lips. Just call me Naruto when not out in public, okay? Naruto asked as Rafalia nodded her head. Rafalia, I'll be honest with you, I don't ever intend to return home. Unless there is a way for me to return here because I want to live the rest of my life here. The only person I'd want to see again is Tsunade, but that's it. Here with you and Yoruichi is who I'll ever need. I know we just met Yoruichi, but I hope she gets along with us, we could be like a family. Rafalia was a little puzzled about where Naruto was going with this and her face was beet red. Rafalia also felt her cheeks heating up. What do you mean, Naruto? I don't understand. I mean, I'm grateful that you intend to stay here. Rafalia was happy to hear that, but I don't understand why you don't want to go back. Naruto lowered his head as he said, Rafalia, I'm not a good person. At certain times I can be, but truthfully, I've done a lot I regret in life, and many I don't. I've killed, granted I had to, but you see, my sensei, my godfather was none other than Jiraiya of the Sannin. He was like a father to me. I never saw that, until he found out he died. Rafalia, there is so much you don't know about me. Yet, I feel like I know everything about you. Rafalia leaned in and kissed Naruto on his lips. She pressed her forehead close to Naruto as she said, Naruto, no matter what bad things you feel like you had to do. No matter what wrongs you might have done to others or even failed others. I know you're a good person, I know you're the person I love and want to be with. So, don't worry about it, I've been wanting to know more about you anyways, Naruto. Naruto smiled as he said, then I ask you to please look into my eyes and trust me, I want to teach you how to even further your skills with Chakra, Rafalia. I believe in you so much now, I trust you with all my heart. Naruto wanted to teach her if it was possible to use the Hiraishin Jutsu. Naruto would only trust people he fully trusted. Backquote. 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 With Yoruichi. Yoruichi was able to read the room and leave the two alone for a little bit. Yoruichi didn't understand it herself, all her life. She believed that most humans were monsters who only cared about themselves. Their self-preservation, as well as men and their insatiable lust for women, money, and power. Yoruichi found herself at the wagon that Naruto had procured from the village of Loot. What is his angle? Just who is this Naruto? The shield hero. I've heard rumors about how he acted nice to demi-humans. However, I do know they were brand new and were recently summoned a couple of months ago. Yoruichi was weary about her new master, not only that but he already had a slave. However, the two were sweet about one another. Yoruichi looked at the ground as she tightened her fist. See, can I truly be free? Yoruichi looked down worried as hell, about the amount of crap she went through. She did not want a repeat of what happened last time, she didn't want to leave this new master. However, she also doesn't want to lose her new master as well. But could she trust him? All men she ever knew, were liars, crude, mean, and perverted men. Could he be different? With that thought done, Yoruichi turned around to walk back and found the two sitting under the tree. The two were kissing, and the two both had blushes on their faces. Yoruichi had a small smile appear on her face. Maybe, it's not going to be so bad. After all, she seems to love him. No, I have to ask her, she has that slave crest. It could easily be a ploy. Backquote. 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 Back with Naruto and Rafalia. Rafalia smiled as she blushed as nodded her head. Naruto, I'd trust you with my naked body. This caused Naruto's cheeks to blush, which earned a giggle from Rafalia. So, I'd do anything for you, I trust your mind and soul. Rafalia kept looking into Naruto's eyes as his eyes turned red with 3 black tomos circling his pupil. Then it morphed into a flower pattern as Naruto held up a tiger sign, Tsukuyomi. A.N. In this Naruto world where Naruto is from, Sasuke has the Amaterasu, flame control, and the Tsukuyomi he got from Itachi. With that, Rafalia fell asleep as Naruto laid her on the ground gently. He purposely put her to sleep so he could tell her everything about him. Everything from Kasumi to the end of the 4th Great Shinobi War. Naruto didn't trust anyone, and he certainly wasn't going to use the Tsukuyomi to prove he was innocent. They wouldn't believe him due to his otherworldly powers anyway. Naruto gently pulled Rafalia's stomach, exposing her tight and toned stomach. Naruto entered 6 Paths Sage mode and placed a hand on her stomach. Naruto gently pushed his chakra into Rafalia, earning a slight moan from her and a light blue hue of chakra coming off her body. Yoruichi came walking up, looking at Naruto, confused at what she was seeing and hearing. Yoruichi said, What did you do to her? Did you put her under a spell? Mind control, what is it? Yoruichi snarled at Naruto as he bared her fangs at him. Her tail waved defensively, and her nails lengthened themselves. Naruto simply said, I showed her my memories, I showed her who I was. Because I trust her, mind and body. With that, Naruto was done. He gently picked her up and carried her bridal style. Naruto made a shadow clone that was sent to go set up camp. Naruto had a shadow clone make a bed lay Rafalia on. Naruto sat over by a nearby tree and motioned Yoruichi to sit next to him. Come, let's talk. Yoruichi nervously looked at Naruto. She was weary of who he was. She wasn't sure if she could trust him. Why should I believe you? I don't know who you are. You merely bought me on a whim. Naruto then said, all right, then don't join, make your way around. Try to survive on your own then. Naruto retracted his hand. I don't know what's going on in your head. What you experienced in your life. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked up at the sky. It's not easy, I get it. Trust takes years to build, seconds to break, and forever to repair. Remember, trust is a privilege, not a right. Yoruichi, still hesitant, bit her lip as she slowly made her way toward him. She sat next to a tree that was a couple of feet away from Naruto. Yoruichi let out some coughs into her hand as she sat down. Naruto looked at her and fished something from his pocket. Naruto extended his hand out to her, holding what seemed to be an item with leaf wrappings. What is that? Yoruichi looked at Naruto wearily. Naruto gave her a gentle smile. Yoruichi, I'd never do anything to hurt you or Rafalia. If you decide to stick with us, you can if you want. Naruto held the leaf-wrapped medicine up. This is medicine, it's supposed to help get rid of your illness. You seem to have contracted the same thing Rafalia had when I first got her. Naruto let out a small chuckle as he thought back to when he gave Rafalia the medicine. Yoruichi crawled forward, gently reached out, and took it. Yoruichi sat back up against her tree and opened the leaf and saw the liquid within the leaves. Just who are you? Naruto lifted his right hand, holding up a shield. I am Naruto Uzumaki, shield hero, one of the 4 cardinal heroes that were summoned to this world. Naruto lowered his hand and looked off at the horizon. A breeze blew by as his hair flailed in the wind. I'm also many other things as well, but in due time you shall learn who I am. Naruto looked towards Rafalia's sleeping form as their mysterious egg was resting wrapped in blankets. Hopefully, we can learn who you are as well. Yoruichi went ahead and decided to drink the medicine that Naruto gave her. Once the healing medicine reached her lips, she stopped and stuck her tongue out. Blah, bitter. Naruto added, good medicine tastes bitter. Naruto rested his head on his knees with his body curled up. That's exactly what Rafalia said when I first got her. Make sure to finish all of it. Yoruichi's ears drooped, but Naruto continued to smirk as Yoruichi downed the rest of the medicine. Naruto then stood up. Come, let's begin preparations for leaving. We'll head into town and grab some dinner at a pub. Backquote. 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 Later. Naruto finished packing up and soon he walked over to Rafalia. He sat next to her and began to run his fingers through her hair. Her hair was soft and light, and before Naruto knew it, she woke up. Naruto smiled down at her. Hey, morning sleeping beauty. Rafalia blushed as she slowly woke up. Oh, Naruto, how long was I out? Naruto helped her sit up. Not long, about 20 or so minutes, so how was everything? At least what you saw. Rafalia smiled as she jumped forward and wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck. This caused Naruto to fall onto his back as Rafalia straddled his hips and leaned forward. I feel like I've gotten so closer to you. What you've done, all you've ever done, you did it how you felt. If you felt that was the right thing to do, I support you all the way. Rafalia leaned forward and claimed Naruto's lips. Naruto had Rafalia fall asleep after the jutsu, so it was easier for her to process than stay awake. Yoruichi, who finished packing the other stuff away, watched the two. I guess, this is what Marin-sama talked about. She always would tell me not all men are evil and driven by those things. Though she always told me to be careful. Just then a voice spoke up. Yoruichi, are you okay? Yoruichi snapped back to Naruto. He was standing next to her with a concerned look on his face. Rafalia was right there behind him. Just old memories, as all. Yoruichi found tears continuing to flow down her cheeks. Yoruichi remembered her last master's words. Marin tells her to run away. Naruto gently moved his hand out towards Yoruichi. She looked at him in fright as she seemed to flinch in fear. Naruto placed his hand on the back of her head and pulled her close. Naruto pulls Yoruichi's head to his chest. I know what it is like to lose someone close to you. I know what looks, feeling, and expressions are. I've experienced it, and most of all, I understand it. Naruto's facial expression softened and looked downcast as Yoruichi tried to stop, but more tears continued to run down her cheeks. Yoruichi was trying to forcibly forget Marin. It was too painful to remember her. All the good memories hurt so much. Why did they? Marin-sama. It hurts too much. I can't forget it. Naruto caressed the back of her head with his one hand and said, It's okay Yoruichi, whatever you experienced is over. I promise you'll never have to experience losing someone again. For what it is worth, they will never truly die, as long as you keep their memories alive. They'll always be in you. Naruto looked at the horizon as he narrowed his eyes. Naruto felt it was close. There was hope that he will also have to let go of Kasumi as well. Even in this new world, there isn't a day he doesn't go without thinking about her. Wishing she was here by his side. We'll do it together, but for now, let it out all. Your pain, anger, sorrow, hate, everything. Let me take it. I'm the only one who can take it. Yoruichi held both of her hands on her head as tears continued to pour down her cheeks. Once Naruto said that she stopped resisting. Yoruichi doesn't remember the last time she cried. Hell, she didn't even cry after her former master was killed. That was years ago, it to be almost 6 years ago. Up until now, she held it in, the first tear that was shed in over 6 years. Backquote. 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 Morning village of Loot. Naruto woke up in bed as he found Rafalia asleep and cuddled into his chest. He heard her whisper, Naruto-sama, so warm. Naruto gently got out of bed and covered Rafalia with the sheets. Earning a slight moan of displeasure from Rafalia, Naruto made his way over to Yoruichi who was on another bed. Naruto saw her sleeping form with tear stains on her cheeks. She cried so hard last night, that she slept throughout the rest of the night. Naruto walked over to her and gently leaned over her and gently caressed her hair. He leaned in and whispered, Don't worry Yoruichi, I promise that we won't die. We won't leave you behind either. Naruto then went to go check up on the egg on the counter as he saw cracks on it. Naruto's eyes widened. Whoa, Rafalia. Yoruichi. Guys wake up, look the egg is hatching. The said two woke up from their sleep and all got up next to Naruto. The two watched as a piece of shell from the egg broke off. Naruto, Rafalia, and Yoruichi watched intently until the top of the shell burst apart, revealing a small pink baby philolele. The bird seemed to chirp, "Fila fila." The bird flew up and landed on Naruto's head. Rafalia cooed, "It's so cute, Naruto-sama." The baby philolele began to chirp happily sitting on Naruto's blonde locks. "It must think you're its mother." Yoruichi looked at the baby philolele with stars in her eyes, "She's so adorable." Naruto reached up and patted the philolele's head, imprinting, "Huh. Well, she's ours now." Naruto did agree that the baby philolele was very cute indeed. "We should think of a name for it," Rafalia suggested, and Naruto closed his eyes thinking of a name. Just then a loud grumble was let out as everyone looked around the room. Though Naruto's eyes turned to Yoruichi, whose face was blushing. She held her hand over her stomach. I'm kind of hungry." Naruto let a chuckle out along with Rafalia, and Naruto said, "Let's think over breakfast." Naruto, Rafalia, Yoruichi, and their new member went down to eat breakfast, making sure to give her the proper food she needed. From everyone else, Naruto and Rafalia already looked like a mother and father taking care of the baby philolele. Yoruichi was like the big sister to the baby philolele, though the baby philolele seemed to take a strong liking to Naruto. The four went to go back to grinding in the forest to help level up their philolele and Yoruichi. Together they killed some beasts and Naruto placed the remains into his shield. Naruto also noticed that their newest member grew when it leveled up. Once they were done, they went to the market and bought more food to keep their newest members fed and happy. After that, four went to the blacksmith and got Yoruichi a set of armor and regular clothing for her to wear. Yoruichi wore a sleeveless and backless top with a butterfly-like design on the front, with long golden wrist guards. She also had a golden belt, black leggings, golden leg warmers, and black shoes. Yoruichi preferred lightweight leather under armor since she was a close hand-to-hand fighter. Yoruichi came walking out of the clothing store with her new gear on. "I like it, I appreciate it." Yoruichi turned to Naruto and gave him a warm smile and a polite smile. Just then Naruto walked up to her and said, "Close your eyes for a second." Rafalia, who had their baby philolele in her arms, looked at Naruto confused. Yoruichi looked at Rafalia as she nodded her head. Yoruichi did so and closed her eyes. Just then she felt something being put around her head. Naruto then said, "All right, open them." Naruto sent her a small smile as Yoruichi looked at what was on her neck. Yoruichi looked down at a golden scarf that was around her neck. It had the face of a cat on it. You got this for me." "Why?" Yoruichi looked up at Naruto. Yoruichi was still trying to get over the fact that Naruto wasn't as bad as she originally thought. Even with everything she went through, it seems Marin's lessons and teachings seemed to have stuck true so far. But most of her experiences say otherwise. Naruto gestured to them to follow him. "Come, we need to get Yoruichi up to speed. I plan on furthering your guys' training in chakra. I should be able to jumpstart your chakra system, Yoruichi." Yoruichi looked at Naruto rather confused. "A chakra?" Yoruichi looked to Rafalia for answers. Rafalia placed a finger on her cheek. She thought back to Naruto's lessons to her. She then moved her finger to point at the sky and said, "Well, I remember how he taught me how chakra worked. What he did is he jumpstart my chakra using his chakra back when I was younger. He gave me the regular theory and general idea of how it works. Chakra is essential to even the most basic jutsu. Through various methods, the most common of which is hand seals, chakra can be controlled and manipulated to create an effect that would not be possible otherwise, such as walking on water, exhaling fire, or creating illusions. Chakra is ordinarily not visible to the unaided eye unless it is highly concentrated or manifested in large amounts." Naruto gave her a thumbs up. "Hey, that's right, you remember our lessons on them. Chakra is created when two more primal energies, known collectively as ones, stamina, are molded together. Physical energy is collected from each of the body's cells and can be increased through training, stimulants, and exercise. Spiritual energy is derived from the mind's consciousness and can be increased through studying, meditation, and experience. These two energies becoming more powerful will in turn make the created chakra more powerful. Therefore, Practicing a technique repeatedly will build up experience, increasing one's spiritual energy, and thus allowing more chakra to be created. As a result, the ninja can do that same technique with more power. This same cycle applies to physical energy, except the ninja needs to increase their endurance instead. Some unique individuals have substantial potential that enables them to exponentially increase their chakra reserves in a relatively short amount of time. Yoruichi looked at Naruto, still rather confused by the principles. I don't know if I follow. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. It'll make more sense once we begin using it. Naruto gestured for everyone to follow him as they made their way toward the forest. Naruto wanted to have as much secrecy as possible. He doesn't want others to learn about chakra. Once the group was in the forest, Naruto looked at Yoruichi. Naruto stood there as a wind blew through the forest, causing the trees to almost come alive. Yoruichi looked at Naruto and could tell that Naruto was far more powerful than he led on to be. Naruto looked at Yoruichi with a serious look on his face. Yoruichi, before we begin this, I must ask you. Naruto extended his hand out to her. I need you to trust me, Yoruichi. I need you to trust me, soul, mind, and body. Trust takes years to build, seconds to break, and forever to repair. Remember, trust is a privilege, not a right. Yoruichi looked at Naruto with a rather hesitant look on her face. How do I know? You won't do anything to me. Yoruichi had a look of fear and worry on her face. How do I know that? Yoruichi looked down at her feet. She knew he fed her, clothed her, and cured her illness. But how was she supposed to be so sure he wouldn't try anything on her? Request her services after he's helped her do so much. She's seen the type of men out there. She even saw that happen firsthand. What happened to her master Marin? What happened to her 6 years ago? She was only 10 when she was forced to leave Marin behind. Her friends, the people she saw as family, her home village, were pillaged by humans, and they were pulled from their homes. Male demi-humans were slain, and women and children were taken and sold into slavery. Mostly to serve life as another human's plaything. She just got lucky that her master Marin saved her, and warned her. Yoruichi began to shake more and more as tears began to run down her cheeks. Our blonde shield hero walked up to Yoruichi in her time of crisis. Again, pulled her into a hug like he once did before. He placed one hand on the back of her head and gently pulled her head to his chest. Naruto smiled and looked down as he said, I know your pain, I understand it. How I know? I lost my twin sister. She was tortured and then thrown off a cliff where she later died in my arms. I get it. It hurts. The pain, anger, and hatred never go away. For now, let it all out. I'm here for you. I promise I'd never do anything like that to you. Rafalia walked up with their baby Philolil and went into the group hug as well. It's okay, Yoruichi. Naruto-sama is the kindest, caring, and most wonderful master you could ever get. We can prove it. Naruto-sama told you the darkest part of his history. He always keeps it close to his chest. He took that leap to trust you. Can you do the same? Yoruichi went to speak, but her own emotions caused her throat to snap shut. Yoruichi tried to continue, but more tears ran down her cheek. I miss them. My family, my friends, they're all gone. Those men, those damn horrible men. I want to kill them. I want to kill them like the swine they are. Yoruichi broke down as she screamed out as tears flowed out and overtook her vision. Yoruichi continued to until she saw golden light. She couldn't make it out, but she felt a warm light envelop her and a voice that belonged to Naruto. Never again will I allow such atrocities to happen again. You and I will fight to become stronger together, so no one ever has to experience that pain again. I promise to never lay a hand on you, hurt you, your family now. We are your family. Yoruichi, I'll go to hell and back for you. That's what love is, fighting the demons to get to heaven. Naruto channeled his chakra within Yoruichi. Yoruichi let out a moan as she felt a warm power surge throughout her body. Before Yoruichi fell asleep, she watched as she slowly grew asleep and Naruto laid her down. Naruto said to her, we'll find out who those men were, make them pay for what they did to you. Do you have any idea who the people were, who did this to you? Yoruichi's eyes slowly came to close, but she still got out. A man, had a suit, red tie. Yoruichi fell asleep in Naruto's arms. Naruto walked over and planted his foot on the ground. A small tree sprouted which formed into a chair for Yoruichi to lay on. Rafalia looked at Yoruichi rather interested. Naruto, you think we'll be able to ease her pain? Our blonde shield hero simply shook his head and gently caressed Yoruichi's head. I think she's been through a lot. I think we can help her find closure. She lost her family, just like you and me. Hey, I swear I keep attracting cute girls. Naruto shook his head and Rafalia simply blushed and beamed at the compliment. Rafalia leaned her head on Naruto's shoulder as she reached up and planted a kiss on his cheek. Naruto looked behind Rafalia and saw her tail wagging behind her happily. Backquote. 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 Couple days later, village of Loot. During the next 2 days, their youngest member grew even bigger each day. Once their breakfast was done and they went to grind more. The philolele grew after a few more levels to the size of a horse. Naruto was able to get on its back and ride it as the philolele took off like a speeding horse. Yoruichi got to level 20 and their philolele was a level 15. At the end of the day, Naruto, Yoruichi, and Rafalia had to put their new feathered friend in a stable. They were in front of their philolele in the barn. Rafalia said, I can't believe she grew so much in just 2 days. Seriously, we didn't give anything that crazy to make her grow, did we? Yoruichi scratched her cheek as she stared at the interaction between Naruto and the philolele. Naruto smiled as he placed a hand on the philolele's beak. I think it's because of my growth boost skill, that probably what did the trick. Then Naruto decided on a name. I know, how about Philo? Philo. Did you name her Philo? As in, philolele. Rafalia deadpanned at Naruto's name pick. Don't you think that's a bit lazy? An arrow shot into Naruto as he hunched over. Here, a tad mundane, don't you think? Yoruichi added as another arrow shot into Naruto's lower back, causing him to buckle to his knees. Naruto shook his head as he said, Nah, I think it suits her. I mean, I could name her something like the pink super fast philolele bird. Just like how my 2-san name his attacks, spiraling flash super round dance howl style 3. Naruto called out with a smirk on his face. Rafalia had a sweat drop appear on her forehead. I have no words for that. Yoruichi looked to the side a little surprised. Okay. Philo it is. Yeah, I take that back. Philo is a good name. Rafalia laughed along with Naruto and Yoruichi. Rafalia both saw Naruto laughing together with Philo. Heck, even Yoruichi was laughing. Rafalia thought to herself, I don't think I've ever seen Naruto laugh like that before. Even Yoruichi is too. They both should do it more, it suits them. Rafalia was glad she learned everything about Naruto. Now it was time to get to know Yoruichi. She hoped that she can eventually learn to trust Naruto as well. Naruto slowly stopped laughing as he caught even Yoruichi laughing along. Seeing her smile made him think about last night. Him telling Yoruichi of the death of his twin sister helped make Yoruichi decide to trust Naruto. The other night, Yoruichi told Naruto what happened to her. As a child, Yoruichi was orphaned at the tender age of 2 years old. She doesn't remember her birth parents. However, she was taken in by Marin. Marin, who was a human, moved to a demi-human area for a new experience in life. She was 20 when she moved, and 25 when she adopted Yoruichi into her house. Even if it wasn't for long, Marin took care of Yoruichi as if she was her own. Feeding her, bathing her, and clothing her, as any other mother would do for their child. She raised Yoruichi for 8 years. 8 years the two had a mother and daughter relationship. Marin loved and treasured Yoruichi very much. Yoruichi was Marin's treasure. Naruto was cut from his thoughts when Philo called out to him, Guwa. Philo was very happy with that name. Just then voices from outside the stables were heard by Naruto and his party. Hey look. Why are knights here? Another villager asked out confused. Naruto, Yoruichi, and Rafalia turned their heads outside. The three walked out to find the entire village was littered with knights. Along with Malty and Motoyasu, Malty was holding something in her hand. Hearing her voice made Naruto swear he felt his eardrums pop. In the light of his exploits during the last wave, the spear hero, Motoyasu-sama has been appointed ruling lord of this region. Motoyasu could only smile smugly about the appointment. To help the rebuilding efforts, we've decided to levy a toll. 50 silvers to enter and 50 to exit. The townspeople were appalled by this. That's absurd. One shouted, we won't even have anything to eat tomorrow. Another shouted out with concern. Malty scowled and retorted, "You wish to defy your lord's orders?" Of course, they would. Naruto shouted, which caught Malty's and Motoyasu's attention. The shield hero. Malty narrowed her eyes at Naruto and growled out, "Why are you even here? This is Motoyasu-sama's domain now. You have no right to defy him. Get out this instant, criminal scum." Malty then swatted her hand to the right, wishing would Naruto leave. Naruto shook his head, "I don't have to listen to you." Naruto turned his head to Motoyasu, "You know the villagers can't afford the toll. They also aren't going to accept this either. Motoyasu, do you even know how much it costs to stay at an inn here?" Motoyasu scratched his cheek as he looked to the right. He had no idea. TCH. Typical someone that is the king's lapdog. I'm sure you never have to worry about paying for a lot. You are imbecilic. That's 1 silver a night, that includes food. Naruto raised his finger. Asking for 50 silver is like asking for 50 nights at the inn, that's 50 days here. This is a bang-up job by the kingdom, helping their people by making them suffer even more. Thanks to buying and selling medicines, Naruto began to learn how prices worked in this world. Naruto began to learn about their currency. If he were to begin converting all of his money from Ryu to gold pieces, he would cause inflation in their economy. Naruto learned this with the help of Hiruzen. The medicinal shop owner gave Naruto a quick rundown on their economy. Naruto didn't want to cause prices to soar if there is extra currency going from person to person. To add it all together, you're charging 100 nights worth of money just to enter and exit the village. There won't be a village to charge if you do this toll. Yeah, a few called out outraged. He's right. The townspeople all argued and Motoyasu had no idea what to do. Naruto knew about politics and had some ideas, but not enough. It was only because he was the sole heir to the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans. Not only that, but by Uzumaki standards, Naruto is the prince of Uzushiogakure. That was because his mother Kushina herself was the princess, granted she never went back to claim her title as queen. By royal lineage, it makes Naruto a prince of a nation that no one knew about back in the elemental nations. Thankfully Gamakichi already gave Naruto documents of Naruto's birthplace, since Tsunade informed Naruto that he was a prince after the pain attacked Konoha. The monarchy, knowing that Naruto is of royalty, might help gain him somewhat of a better standing in this world. So, Tsunade made sure that Naruto always carried his coat of arms to show the people whenever he felt like revealing his identity of being a prince. Though he even wondered how the hell would that matter if he is royalty. He didn't understand Tsunade's demand, he carried it on him. Besides, you can't just show up and call yourself our lord. Another villager shouted out in anger. And it was the shield hero who defended this village during the wave. Another shouted, and many were upset by this news. Rafalia was glad all these people believed in Naruto so much. Yoruichi was also impressed with how all the other villagers were taking Naruto's side. You dare complain about a royal decree? Malty shouted. Naruto then realized Tsunade's reasoning for giving him his coat of arms. There were two, one for Kasumi and Naruto. Granted, Kasumi would have been next in line. However, since she was killed, Naruto is in the next line of succession. Malty raised her hand, which ordered her knights to raise their spears at the people. Naruto narrowed his eyes angrily as he disappeared from the back of the crowd. Everyone found Naruto in front of Malty's face with 9 glowing chains coming out of his back. The chains wrapped around the people in a protective barrier. Malty's eyes widened as this, while a bunch of shadow clones appeared behind the knights, aiming kunais at their throats. Naruto had one up to Malty's throat too. You make them move an inch, I'll kill them and you in an instant. No one harms the people of this town. They've done nothing wrong here, they're merely stating that they don't agree with your decree. Besides, who said that was a royal decree? Your queen or the king? If I remember, this is a matriarchal monarchy. This means that signature of the king means jack diddly squat, especially if the people oppose it. As the crown, you have sworn to protect your people, not threaten to kill. All your being is a tyrannical ruler, nothing more than a person hungry for power. Some princess you are. Motoyasu jumped onto the podium, aiming his spear at Naruto. How dare you threaten Malty? Malty was happy to hear this as Naruto looked at Motoyasu as if he was an idiot. You fool, can't you fucking see? Naruto spat at Motoyasu as he took a step back. Naruto removed his kunai from Malty's neck. Naruto gestured to the people, look. Look, really good you idiot. Naruto pointed his finger at Multi and then towards her knights and the barrier that protected the people. You call this being a hero? Forcing a levy on a village that was ravaged by the wave. People are trying to rebuild without the crown's help. Damn your captain of the knights. They left us during the waves. Some brave knights did stay, but look at this. Is this what you call being a hero? Threatening a village to pay taxes they can't even afford to pay. Not only that, but this slut was going to order her men to kill innocent villagers. Naruto spat out in anger. He couldn't believe this bitch would kill in cold blood. They were royalty, for heaven's sake. They're supposed to protect the people. Liar. Why, you're just a criminal. Motoyasu spat out at Naruto as he pointed his spear at him. Just then, in front of Naruto and Multi, three figures in cloaks that represented the seemingly Anbu of this world landed. The woman in the middle raised her head and said, I trust you know who we are, Multi-sama. Naruto added, she doesn't deserve the honorific if you ask me. Naruto coughed out as he pulled back his adamantine chains, removing the barrier while his shadow clones dispersed. Why are you people here? Multi froze when she saw the queen's shadows. The woman handed Multi a scroll. For you. Naruto asked, I wonder, are you the queen's elite forces? I sensed one of you guys in the castle back when I visited the throne room multiple times. They simply nodded their heads and said nothing else. Multi read the scroll as she stared at it angrily. She began to shake as she said, Gee, this can't be. She rolled it up and lifted her finger in the air and then pointed at Naruto, shield hero. Race us for the right to rule this village. Huh, Naruto's eyes widened at Multi. Naruto regained his composure, turned, and began to walk away. I refuse. Naruto made his way through the crowd to Rafalia. Then the village chief did what he could to persuade Naruto, but if we lose this, the village will fall into the spear hero's hands. Naruto shook his head, I am not fighting over you guys. Naruto wanted to get his point across, I do not want to fight over you guys like you're a trophy. It's not right, the village may be just a village, and home to you guys. But you aren't objects, people are people, and I don't intend to fight over trophies that are human beings. That isn't right. Naruto glared at Multi and Motoyasu, well, mainly Multi, but Motoyasu is just an idiot and is oblivious. The villagers all looked at Naruto in shock as they found even more respect for Naruto. He was treating them fairly and he didn't want them to feel like objects to control. Gee, then how about we hire you? We promise to reward you. The village chief pleaded with the others, hoping he would accept. Naruto had his arms crossed over his chest, but when the village chief said that, Naruto dropped his arms to the side along with his frown. Naruto smiled as he walked up to them. Sure, if I was hired to help you, I can get behind on that. I'll make good on it. You can choose afterward who the lord is. Naruto stuck his hand out as the village chief happily shook it. The queen's shadow watched from where they were with high respect for Naruto. Naruto was already looking to be a promising prince consort. Not only that, but he was easily able to defend people. He treated them equally and he wouldn't treat them less than an object. This is something the queen would want to hear. Naruto was also the perfect definition of what a king should truly be. Naruto was a leader, and he does what he can to protect his people. Just then they heard, Gwa, Gur, Naruto, Yoruichi, and Rafalia looked to the side to see that Philo got out of her pen. She was currently glaring daggers at Motoyasu's dragon. The village chief said, Your Philolil seems to be up for it. Naruto could see the fire in Philo's eyes, it reminded him of Tsunade. Naruto scratched his cheek and Rafalia put a finger on her lower lip, so it's true that Philolil and dragons don't get along. Yoruichi fist pumped the air, Come on Philo. Make sure they're eating your dust. Naruto then said, We won't lose, I promise you that. Naruto would have to remember next time to see about unlocking Philo's chakra. Then again, how would the animal regulate the chakra? It would be kinda hard to teach her. Quickly the race was set up and Naruto walked over to the starting line with Philo and Rafalia. Naruto was petting Philo, making sure she was ready. Philo could only happily smile as Naruto petted her. Just then Motoyasu walked up to Naruto and said, So lame. And it's a bird, not a dragon. This irked Philo, which Motoyasu completely missed. How are you gonna race my dragon with this? Naruto retorted and smirked as he looked at Philo. Then how are you ever going to get it up again after this? Naruto finished as philo kicked to her right, kicking Motoyasu in the balls, sending him flying into the air. Motoyasu was sent flying until he landed on a hay bale as he clutched his crotch. Malty shouted in worry, "Motoyasu-sama." Malty turned to her knights, "Healing magic. Hurry." Naruto and philo could only smirk as Motoyasu got what was coming to him. Motoyasu moaned in pain, "This is going to leave a bruise." Malty shouted, "You cheater." Naruto shrugged his shoulders, his fault for getting too close, philo doesn't like idiots. Naruto began to laugh, putting his fist up to his mouth as philo laughed right next to him. Rafalia could only smile as she saw philo and Naruto. Naruto-sama has been smiling more and more lately, it suits him way more. It also makes him look cute. Rafalia blushed as she placed a hand on her cheek. Yoruichi also watched in fascination, she hasn't seen Naruto laugh and smile all too often. Though. Soon Motoyasu slowly and painfully made his way back and hopped on his dragon. Naruto got onto Philo's back and the village chief said, "The course will be 3 laps around the outskirts of this village. Whoever reaches this gate first will be declared the victor. No magic is allowed to affect the terrain or opponents racing." Motoyasu-sama, Malty cheered. Rafalia added her own with the village people standing behind her, "Good luck, Naruto-sama." Yoruichi cheered out, "You too can do it. Win." The village chief raised his hands in the air, "On your mark, go." He threw his arms down as Motoyasu's dragon took off and philo began to take off quickly. As the race started, Naruto and philo took off, kicking up dust and leaving Motoyasu behind. "Keep it up, philo, this will be a piece of cake at this rate." Naruto smirked as philo replied with a "Wah." Naruto and philo had about the 40-second lead on Motoyasu and his dragon. Naruto saw the guard on the side. "As a source of thy power, I order thee. Decipher the laws of nature and create a pit in front of me. Earth hole." Naruto smirked as he extended his hand out and Naruto said universal pull. Naruto swiped his hand to the right, which pulled the guard into the hole he just made. Naruto didn't have philo slow as philo stepped right on the knight's chest plate, pushing him deeper into the pit. Naruto simply kept going as Malty looked at Naruto angrily, she couldn't believe this. Malty quickly looked towards the other knight who quickly went to help Motoyasu. However, everyone heard a universal pull. The knight that was next to Malty was pulled from his feet. The knight continued to fly as Naruto's hand grabbed his face. Naruto then tossed him to the side as the knight slammed into a nearby guard post. However, the way Naruto tossed him, his crotch met the post. "EYYYYYYYYYAAAAAAAHHHHHH." The knight shouted as his eyes rolled to the back of his skull. He then passed out due to the excruciating pain. Malty looked at Naruto in shock, however, she saw Naruto on his philolele. Then another Naruto was right next to her. "How are you? I'm a figment of your imagination, princess, you've gone so batshit crazy. Now I'm in your head. As to why I'm here, you created me." Shadow clone Naruto chuckled evilly at Malty as he flipped the bird at Malty as he went up in a cloud of smoke. Malty's eyes widened in shock as she placed both her hand on her head. "WWHO. What? Where? How? I have so many questions." Malty shouted in anger as she looked at the last spot where Naruto's shadow clones were. Just then another came from the bushes, surprising her once again. "Who are you talking to?" "Oh wait. That's right, me. Well, you are me, so I am you. You do realize you just called yourself a bitch when we flipped ourselves off. I know we're confused about what the hell Naruto is doing, or how he is cheating." The shadow clone of Naruto then smirked and said, "Now, we'll be thinking about just how dumb Motoyasu-sama is." Malty looked at the shadow clone confused as he went up in a puff of smoke. What? I have a Naruto in my head." Malty squatted down, pulling her knees to her chest and began to rock back and forth. What is going on? "I'm not crazy, you're crazy." Malty screamed as she saw another shadow clone Naruto sitting there in the same position as she was. The shadow clone pointed to himself. "You do realize you just called yourself crazy. Not only that, but you're talking to yourself again." Malty grew angry and went to punch the Naruto clone. "Shut up. I'm not crazy." Before she could make contact with the shadow clone, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Malty hit air as she looked at her fist. She then turned her head to see both Rafalia and Yoruichi. Yoruichi was judging her hard, so hard. Yoruichi turned her head to the left. She saw a village girl say, "Look, mommy. A crazy girl, she's talking to herself." The mom went to shield her child away from Malti. "Ignore her, honey, she just has a few screws loose." www.rrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr A.N. Yes. This is a JoJo reference. Backquote. 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 Back to the race. Naruto and philo quickly kept running and eventually won the race while Motoyasu and his dragon were an entire lap behind. Naruto and philo easily passed him up when they were on their third lap. Once the race was over, the sun was setting and Naruto petted Philo. We won. Great job, Philo. Naruto hugged the neck of Philo as Philo, what, in happiness. Naruto then heard the villagers surround him and the chief said, excellently done. Now we can rest easy and focus on rebuilding the village. Just then there was a bright green glow as feathers fell and began to fly around. Naruto didn't notice it, but he began to pet Philo and he closed his eyes. If you want to thank anyone, thank Philo. Naruto did an extra pat and then opened his eyes. Naruto's eyes widened when he looked up at Philo, who grew again. She had to be knocking on almost 8 feet tall. Her feathers are also almost completely white aside from a small ruffle on her abdomen and some feathers on her wings, which still contain pink. Philo smiled happily as she chirped, Gwa. You cheater, Malty shouted from the side as she had 2 knights next to her. She placed her hands on her hip. You didn't tell us your philolele was this massive tub of lard. Naruto smirked as he said, you mean the vastly superior tub of lard that handed Motoyasu's and the dragon's loss on a silver platter. Naruto mocked as Malty growled at him. Then the village chief tried to defuse the argument, but it only transformed after the race is over. Naruto did frown at Malty. You are the ones who cheated. You used your guards to try to make the terrain hard by making holes appear. Holes. Malty looked at Naruto angrily. Accusation this criminal made. Do you have any proof? Malty placed her hand on her cheek as she smiled. Well, the one knight's fat ass is still stuck in the hole he made. Naruto laughed as Philo began to laugh along with him. Just then a voice spoke up, the Shield Prince is right. The Queen's private Anbu appeared in front of Malty again. We detected traces of magic on the course that belonged to your knight's affinity. Malty tried to blame Naruto. It was the criminal. No, even though the Shield Prince has an affinity for Earth, he does not know any spells for the Earth. He was never given a crystal ball or a book to learn any type of spells. He only got a book of spells only recently. Besides, the grimoire is on light, dark, and illusion magic. Naruto narrowed his eyes. So it was them who were in those shops. Usually, I'd get rid of them. Does the Queen even trust me? It was hard for Naruto to judge if the Queen was on his side. He would rather be safe than sorry, so he'll go with that she is looking out for her best interest. The raccoon's affinity is light and dark and the cat girl's is lighting. It was a completely different type than the magic we found. The Spear Heroes party cheated. Shield Prince did what he had to and non-lethally took out the cheaters doing the dirty work. He never used his clones to help him win the race, he simply used what resources that were near him to help him win. Without using any spells, the Spear Heroes party tried to interfere illegally. Thus, the Shield Prince would have won on the spot of the illegal magic interference. The village chief looks at the Queen's shadow. Wait, Shield Prince. Malty bit her lip at that. The Queen's shadow said, yes, Shield-sama comes from a land where he is royalty. The Queen's shadow turned to Naruto, though, of what country? Uzushiogakure. Naruto added as he turned his head to the side, he might as well as relent. The Queen is going to want to know at some point. When the villagers heard Naruto was a prince as well, they were ecstatic about that and he was very kind once too. Malty glared at Naruto and pointed a finger at Naruto, fine. We shall leave for today. Just then Motoyasu walked up next to Naruto, Yoruichi, and Rafalia, just to let you know. I let you win today, but it won't happen next time. Motoyasu glared at Naruto, in the first place, this fasto. Just then Naruto looked down and swung his foot at Motoyasu's crotch. Motoyasu was sent flying with his hands on his crotch pain. Motoyasu fell into the same bale of hay from earlier. Call Philo that again, I'll do something even worse. Raftalia's eyes widen at Naruto's comment. Next time, me nor philo might not be so courteous as we are now. Raftalia looked at Naruto as she said, Naruto-sama. Raftalia puffed her cheeks out. Motoyasu-sama. Malty went running over to him. Medic. We need a medic. Raftalia deadpanned as she waved to him. Get well. Yoruichi glared at Raftalia with her arms crossed. The idiot deserved it. Raftalia looked at Naruto and Yoruichi back and said, two wrongs don't make it right. I don't have to like it. Raftalia crossed her arms over her chest. Naruto placed a hand on Raftalia's shoulder. Don't, he doesn't deserve an apology, he's too oblivious to his surroundings. Once Motoyasu and Malty left the villagers and the chief came walking up to Naruto. He had his hands together in a thankful manner. Sir Prince, again, thank you so much. We don't know how to express our gratitude for everything you've done. Naruto nodded his head. Well, a deal is a deal, right? The reward please. Naruto extended his hand out for an item of some sort. Yoruichi's eyes widened. She thought Naruto was going to let the reward slide. The chief closed his eyes along with the villagers. We're going around the village collecting money now. Please give us a few days. Naruto shook his head. I don't want your money, never asked for it to begin with. The chief smiled, grateful for Naruto's kindness as well as the villagers behind the chief. Sir Prince. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. I wouldn't be much of a lord if I took the money you needed to rebuild your village. Naruto fished some money out and handed the chief 1,000 silver. Think of this as an investment. I want this place running in tip-top shape when I get back. Got it. Naruto stomped his foot on the ground as a couple of trees began to grow. These are orange and apple trees. I'm sure you'll know what to do. Naruto then was pecked on the head by Philo. Naruto looked in the direction she was looking, and Naruto smirked. Now I think Philo has another idea on the reward. Naruto turned his head to see Philo turn up to an old worn-down wagon and pecking at it. Sir Prince, this is too kind. We can't take money from you. The chief and the two villagers behind him were shocked by Naruto's kindness once again. Take it, I can make it more quickly with what I have in mind. I think being a mercenary both jobs could help a lot. Naruto smiled at the idea. He could sell medicines and heal people along the way, while also taking up missions to earn more money and level up at the same time. Naruto also lifted his hand too. Also, enough of the Sir Hero and Sir Prince. It makes me feel out of place. Naruto is just fine. The chief and the villagers all smile happily. Naruto-sama. Thank you. Naruto shook his head and chuckled. Close enough. Backquote. 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 Couple days later, village of Loot. Within just 2 days the villagers got the wagon in working order, while also giving them a new white cloth for the top. Before Naruto left, the chief gave Naruto a pass so he doesn't have to pay the toll when he travels. Naruto, Yoruichi, Raftalia, and Philo soon took off once Philo was hooked up to the wagon. The three continued to ride by wagon with Philo pulling it and Naruto driving. Philo had a very big grin on her beak as she pulled the wagon. However, Naruto turned his head to see Raftalia, who seemed to be on the verge of throwing up. Sorry, Naruto, but could we stop for a bit? Naruto could see that Raftalia's ears were dropping, and her face was looking green. Yoruichi was rubbing Raftalia's back trying to help ease her motion sickness. Deep breaths, Raftalia. Naruto gently pulled on the reins as Philo slowed down. Raftalia quickly got out and jumped off to the side and threw up. Naruto hopped off the cart to check up on his girlfriend. Why don't we camp here for tonight? Before anyone knew it, Naruto had a fire going as the sky was dark. Naruto tucked Raftalia into bed, making sure she was okay. Sorry to make you do this after you let me rest on the way. Raftalia felt bad for making Naruto do so much. Naruto patted her head and placed a kiss on her forehead. It's okay, just rest up. Besides, Yoruichi was helping with the wood gathering anyways. Though you're going to have to get used to the wagon. We'll be doing that much more often now. I will, Raftalia replied with a tint of pink staining her cheeks. Naruto then sat down next to Raftalia to make sure she was alright at night. Raftalia looked at Philo. Philo seems happy now that she can draw a carriage. Yoruichi was laying in Philo's feathers. Wow, you guys need to try this. Philo's feathers are so soft. Naruto stood up and walked over to Philo and touched her feathers. Yeah, They are warm, and I bet you liked pulling the cart too. Huh. Philo chirped out, "Bwah." Naruto then turned his head to Rafalia. "Get some sleep, I'll keep watch. You as well, Yoruichi, I'll wake you for your shift." Naruto walked back to Rafalia and grabbed her hand. She then pulled Naruto's hand close to her as she fell asleep. Just then Philo moved close to Naruto and snuggled into him. "Philo." Rafalia looked at the bird a bit annoyed, but she couldn't think too much about it. Yoruichi was out cold sleeping on top of Philo. Naruto did mention saying, "Wow, Philo's feathers are pretty soft and warm." Though Naruto continued to gently rub Rafalia's hand as she slowly fell asleep. Then he felt himself even slip into the clutches of sleep. Backquote. 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 Morning. Naruto-sama, Yoruichi. Naruto-sama, Rafalia called for Naruto. Naruto slowly opened his eyes along with Yoruichi, who was right next to him. The two were sleeping relatively close to each other. Naruto moved away along with Yoruichi, who had a large blush on her face. The two were a lot closer than they thought when sleeping. Naruto turned to Rafalia and asked, "What's wrong, Rafalia? You feeling all right?" Naruto looked around confused. "I also must have fallen asleep too, sorry." Naruto moved his hand, but he found something small. Naruto looked at a girl with blonde hair sleeping on him. Naruto's eyes bulged out of his head. Naruto quickly stood up and backed away confused. What is going on? Philo. Naruto got out as the naked girl sat up. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and angel-like wings behind her. The girl smiled as she said, "Good morning, Gushujin-sama." Wait, that's Philo. Rafalia shouted in shock. She couldn't believe this. Yoruichi's eyes almost popped out of her skull. What the hell? Then Philo simply said, "I'm hungry." She had a giant bright smile appear on her face. Backquote. 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 Blacksmith shop. Erhard, the blacksmith, came walking out from the back and saw his most frequent customer. "Welcome back." He paused for a moment. "Man, don't come to off every time you buy a new slave." Naruto shook his head. "It's not that, but it is a long story." Another young girl. "You really must be a lolicon." Erhard shook his head and let look at the new girl. Though there was then Yoruichi, who he raised an eyebrow at. "Alright, I take that back, at least you got good taste." Erhard chuckled, but Yoruichi didn't seem to appreciate that. Naruto motioned a stop gesture by placing his hand near his neck, which Erhard got. "Oh, I apologize for that, miss. I was just messing around. Me and this guy way back. I'm not like that, honest." Yoruichi kept her arms crossed as she puffed her cheeks out. Philo turned to Naruto and said, "Gushujin-sama, I'm hungry." Erhard lifted his sandwich and said, "Want a bite?" Philo quickly turned to him and smiled happily. "Yeah, thanks. I wouldn't do that." Naruto tried to warn him, but it was too late. "Hey, Philo." Rafalia was about to scold her. Yoruichi giggled as she watches Philo eat Erhard's meal. "She can take a much larger bite than you think." Erhard waved it off. "It's fine, missy." He gave her a light-hearted smile. How big of a bite could she take anyway? Just then smoke filled the room as the cloth Philo was wearing was torn. Philo in her philolial form said, "Itadakimasu." She grabbed the sandwich in her beak and tossed it into the air. She then gobbled it down and ate it. Philo then added, "That was so-so, I guess." Erhard could only look at Philo in shock. Yoruichi patted Philo on her side. "Seems you liked it a lot, Philo." Philo nodded her head in her philolial form. "It wasn't bad, could have used some more meat though." Rafalia bowed in apology and Naruto pushed Philo's head down too. "Sorry, I did try to warn ya." Naruto added as Philo didn't understand what was wrong. Erhard rested his head on his hand. "Alrighty, so what with the new members of the team?" Naruto smiled as he placed the hand behind his head. "Well, I figured I can't make Rafalia do all the fighting. So, I thought another team member might be a good idea." Rafalia smiled as she placed an arm around Yoruichi. "Yeah, she and I will fight well together." She placed a finger on her lip and began to explain. "According to the slave merchant, philolials have a king and a queen leading the flock." "Isn't that just a myth?" Erhard added, confused by this. Rafalia shook her head. "No, those kings and queens are highly skilled at transforming, and they blend into flocks by disguising themselves as normal phylloleals. Erhard couldn't believe this, and they can transform into humans, too. He scratched his bald head. That's crazy. Not only that, but a special crest was needed to tame her. Naruto added that he didn't like it, but he had to make sure philo wouldn't go out of control. It wasn't cheap, but we had to do it. Yoruichi looked at Rafalia and philo. Was it weird that she was jealous? The fact that they had a slave crest, and she didn't. Things got crazy while giving her that crest. Rafalia thought back to how philo resisted. Philo started to resist with all her might. Yoruichi wanted to add in on it, but she didn't have one. Again, was it weird that she kinda wants one? Having that connection with their master is something she doesn't have. Seeing Naruto and Rafalia so close already is rather strange. That was when she was at level 19, who knows how powerful she'll be once she gets stronger. Naruto walked over and patted Philo on the head. He didn't like seeing Philo in pain, but it had to be done. And Erhard didn't understand why they were here. You didn't come here just to show off this phylloleal queen, along with this cute cat demi-human, right? We need some special clothes. She rips them every time she transforms. Naruto held up a piece of torn cloth in his hand. Aren't there outfits for transforming species? Rafalia asked, wondering if the place was real. Erhard nodded his head. Those are special, I ain't got any. Go see a dressmaker. He then leaned down behind his counter. But I guess you can't have her walking around in public looking like that. He brought a cloak up and placed it on the table. Take it, a customer left it here. Backquote. 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 Dressmaker. Wow, cute. The dressmaker chirped out excitedly. She's cute, like an angel. The woman had soft brown eyes, glasses, and blonde hair that had a similar shade to Tsunade's. The woman turned to Rafalia. Wait, she has wings on her back, so maybe she is one. The woman then looked at Yoruichi. Wow, look at how cute this one is. That one too. The woman fixed her glasses to her face, a tanuki demi-human. As well as a cat demi-human. They're so cute. Yoruichi was a little taken aback by her actions. What? Rafalia could only smile, and then Philo turned to Naruto. Gushujin-sama, am I cute? Naruto noticed the woman somehow got Philo into a cute pink outfit she was wearing. It matched her cuteness overall along with her blue eyes and blonde hair. Of course, you are Philo, though no need to be so formal. You can just call me Naruto-sama or Naruto. Naruto patted her head. The woman placed her hand on her chin and said, Oh Otu-san, you need to be more enthusiastic. Compliments help girls grow ever cuter. Philo wondered as she looked at him. Naruto-sama, are you my Otu-san? Naruto patted her head and said, Otu-san. I'd say I'm a bit too young to be an Otu-san. How about Oni-chan? Philo looked up at Naruto curiously as she smiled happily as she jumped at Naruto, wrapping her arms around his neck. Oni-sama. Philo snuggled her head into the crook of Naruto's neck. When Naruto looked at Philo, it reminded him a lot of Kasumi. Granted, Kasumi was the older sister, but he still cared for her a lot. Oni-sama. What about Rafalia and Yoruichi Oni-chan, then? You think they're cute too? Naruto scratched his cheek as he blushed. Rafalia did so too. Yoruichi looked at Naruto with an interesting look. Naruto was certainly becoming more interesting. Her opinion of him has been changing a lot just within a few days. Rafalia walked over next to Naruto as she gently grabbed his hand. Naruto-sama, well as my boyfriend. Rafalia's face turned bright red. Yoruichi's tail wagged a bit, but with nervousness as well. No need to be so embarrassed. Naruto leaned in and planted a kiss on Rafalia's cheek. Rafalia-chan. Naruto whispered as Rafalia blushed an even brighter shade of red. It would put two red-headed Uzumakis to shame. Naruto looked at the dressmaker and said, Look, I want clothes that don't trip when she transforms and can stay together when she turns back to normal. The woman looked at Naruto for a moment. Wait, I remember you. The woman got in close to Naruto as he backed up to the wall. Yoruichi, Rafalia, and Philo looked at Naruto waiting for an answer. Naruto scratched his cheek. Why yay, you're right, I got Yoruichi's outfit custom made. Naruto took out a sealing scroll and took out some fabric. This fabric is used back in my world. It's a new technology I sent to my Ka-san to try out. I got some fabric back in return. is woven with lightweight metal fabric. Also known as wire mesh, it's woven with chakra metal. I learned that you could conduct chakra through it. Yoruichi looked at her outfit and then at Naruto. Wait, you saying you got a specially designed outfit for me? Yoruichi was a little surprised by the length Naruto went for her. Naruto scratched his cheek and smiled. Well, I can't have you wearing an outfit that can't protect you. Besides, lighting, your affinity for magic was lightning. So, I think your chakra affinity might be lighting too. I was going to teach you a technique that you might like. That's wonderful. I'm glad. Now, what are you looking for? Did you bring magic thread? The woman asked curiously, but Naruto shook his head. No, I don't even know how to find it. Though I feel like I can say the thread is made out of the wearer's mana. Naruto asked, wondering if his hunch was correct. Yes, it is. So, they're custom made. Rafalia added as she woman nodded her head. If you give me the magic threads. She quickly whipped herself around as she pushed her glasses to her face. As she leaned in close to Naruto with stars in her eyes, she then leaned backward. I'll make you the cutest dress ever. Backquote. 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 Magic shop. Magic thread. Huh, you certainly could spin it here, but not right now. The lady at the magic shop turned her head to her thread machine. My magic gemstone broke recently. Is it expensive? Naruto asked without too much concern. Their rate on money shouldn't be too much of an issue. Getting their traveling merchant business going, they'd make good money. The old woman turned to Naruto. It is, but the bigger issue is that it's always in short supply. I see, that is a problem. Rafalia added. The woman however had ways to get one. I'll talk to people and try to procure one as soon as possible. Could you give me some time? Just then a voice between Naruto and Rafalia interrupted their talk with the magic woman. Hey. What is this? Philo said as she teetered to one side and back to the other on the counter. The magic shop owner leaned in and said, a crystal ball. It measures one's magical affinity. The woman placed her hands on the ball and then said, oh, would you look at that? Backquote. 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 Later road. Naruto, Yoruichi, Rafalia, and Philo left and were out on the road once they were done talking to the magic shop owner. Currently, Philo was singing as she pulled the wagon. Philo has wind affinity. I blow away all the enemies. Naruto also took a mental note to unlock Philo's chakra as well. It would help her more when fighting. Since she has a wind affinity, he could ask Gamakichi to get him some wind jutsu for himself and chakra paper. Naruto wanted to be 100% sure of everyone's chakra affinity. He isn't sure if chakra affinity is different from magical affinity. So, he'll have to make sure he is right by testing it. Philo continued to sing, my job is drawing the carriage. Rafalia could only smile happily for Philo. Well, she's in a good mood. Though she may not be the best at singing, her childlike voice makes it bearable, Yoruichi said while playing with her scarf. Every time she looked down at it, she thought about how Naruto went through all that trouble to get her this outfit. She felt wanted, cared for, and thought she had a place, and that place was by Naruto's side. Naruto could only smile back as he looked down at the base of the carriage. Naruto bit his thumb and placed his hand on it, summoning jutsu. Like that, a small frog appeared and Naruto handed the little toad a note. Please give this to Tsunade-ka-chan. This is a note to let Tsunade-ka-chan know I've been working on something. When I come back, there are some people I can't wait for her to meet. Naruto patted the toad's head and tossed it a small grub for it to eat. The toad gave Naruto a salute and poofed away. Philo continued to sing a line that was music to Naruto's ears. If I find the spear guy, I'll send him flying with a full-powered kick. Imagine what kick she could do if she learned how to enhance her kick with chakra. Naruto knew Philo could be really powerful if she learned to do that. Naruto then called out to them. For now, until we can get Philo clothes. In the meantime, let's travel around and make some money. Whether it's healing someone, doing mercenary work, or selling goods. Naruto held out the trader pass. That trader pass we got from the village lord will come in handy. Rafalia commented and Naruto nodded his head. Just then Philo said, Gushujin-sama, there's someone up ahead. Philo got Naruto's and Rafalia's attention. Rafalia pulled up next to the man who was out of breath. is something the matter?" The man then looked up at Rafalia and asked, Please, give me a ride on your carriage." Huh, Rafalia wondered what the emergency was. Yoruichi even poked her head out to see what was going on. The man looked in the direction of his village. "I need to get this medicine to the village past the mountain at once." Naruto stepped out from the back and took a look to see how far it was. Naruto decided it would be fast if he ran it with the guy, Philo, Yoruichi, and Rafalia. "You two continue to make your way towards the village. I'll meet you there while I leave a clone with you." Naruto created 2 clones and one stayed in the wagon. Naruto had dropped down and picked the guy up, and Naruto's clone stayed with him. Once this clone disappears, he'll inform this clone of the directions. Naruto got down on one knee. "Get on." Naruto motioned to the guy to get on his back. He got onto his back and Naruto said, "It'll be 1 silver." The man looked at Naruto worriedly, "But I already spent all my money on the medicine." Naruto shook his head, "You can pay me in goods, or even pay me later." Naruto hoisted the man up and took off at full speed towards the village. The man screamed out when Naruto took off like a speeding magic missile. Philo was amazed. "Whoa, I didn't know Gushujin-sama was this fast. He is even faster than I am." Philo looked excited. She wondered if she could race Naruto. Yoruichi confused said, "Wait, so again tell me what this jutsu is." Philo turned her head and her beak opened in shock. A shadow clone of Naruto waved at everyone. Rafalia giggled as she moved to the side as a shadow clone of Naruto that was still in the wagon. "Well, I can use this ability called Chakra Philo. Once I get a chance, I'll unlock yours as I did for Rafalia and Yoruichi. I sent word to Tsunade Ka-chan not too long ago asking her to send me shinobi supplies. That way I can test your guys' affinities. Keep in mind, magic and chakra are 2 different energy sources." Philo was amazed to hear this as she began to pull the wagon in the direction of the village. It was normal paced, so if they had a fork in the trail Naruto's clone would inform them on where to go. Backquote. 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 With Naruto. Naruto and the man soon came to the entrance of the village. It also surprised the guard to see 2 identical people running together with the man on his back. He did shout and say, "Halt! Pay the toll." Naruto jumped over the fence with the man on his back while tossing his pass to him, and Naruto's clone stayed next to the guard. The guard, shocked, saw the toll and then handed the toll pass back to the shadow clone. Shadow clone Naruto saluted him as he took off to catch up to his creator. Naruto soon found himself in the man's house next to an elderly lady in bed. The man knelt next to his mother and Naruto seemed to have a slight look of envy. The man said, "Okawa-san, I got you the medicine." The mother turned her head towards her son. She let a few coughs up and Naruto decided to take it from here. "Go boil some water. Let me administer the potion to her." Naruto looked at him. "It's for family, I won't charge you for this. Including the ride, don't worry about it. I can't be charging someone trying to help their family." Naruto held the potion in his hand as a skill activated, enhancing the quality of the potion. Naruto didn't know who the woman was, but he could tell her health wasn't good. Naruto gently lifted her head. "Don't worry, I'm giving you the potion." Naruto tilted her up and poured the medicine into her mouth. She drank it easily as a light golden glow came from her body. The son of the mother soon came walking in to hear his mother up. "Why, thank you." The son's eyes widened to see his mother up. "Okawa-san. The medicine is helping already." The woman nodded her head. "Yes." The pain went away in an instant. "Thank you." The woman nodded her thanks toward Naruto. Soon Naruto made his way out and found Rafalia and Philo outside the house with the guard. Naruto turned to the guard. "What's wrong?" The guard looked at Naruto, and then his clone sitting in the wagon. What? They said they were. Whatever, I quit." The guard walked away. He needed a drink. Naruto's clone looked at Rafalia. "What?" Rafalia smiled and shrugged her shoulders. "I think your shadow clones confused him greatly." Yoruichi chuckled at the ways Naruto was inadvertently fucking with people. "You know, Naruto is a lot funnier than I thought. He screws with people without trying." Rafalia let a sigh out as she placed her hand on her head. Philo chuckled. "Master Naruto is funny." Naruto came walking out hearing the others arrive. Naruto simply chuckled, shaking his head. Just then the son came walking out and asked, What kind of magic spell did you use? Naruto turned his head to the man. I simply have a medicine-enhancing skill. I made the potion you bought better, making it help heal your mother faster. Naruto gave him a smile and placed a hand on his shoulder. You did well to take care of your mother. Take care of her, please. Naruto smiled at him. Naruto couldn't charge him for wanting to help his mother. After all, he met his mother, even if it was only brief. Naruto released his shadow clone on the wagon with everyone. The son walked up and handed Naruto a satchel full of goods. Please take this. This is all still equivalent to 1 silver. Naruto shook his head. I can't. The man had an almost begging look on his face for Naruto to take it. Naruto gratefully took it from the man's hands. All right then, you pulled my leg. Rafalia smiled. It was great to see Naruto getting the respect and kindness he deserved. Naruto looked into the bag seeing meat and veggies. Naruto nodded his head and hopped into the wagon. Yoruichi, Rafalia, Philo, let's move out and find a camp to set up for the night. Backquote. 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 That night, Naruto had everyone set up camp. Naruto though had Philo transform back into her human form. Philo, since you're still rather young, your chakra coils should still be open and easily ready to begin being used. You just have to find it, though keep in mind it's different from your magic. Naruto sat in a meditative pose and showed her to make the ram hand seal. I'll give everyone another quick lesson over it. I'll also teach you all the basic ninjutsu taught at the academy. Philo chirped. All right Gushujin-sama. Let's do this. She sat down like Naruto and made a ram hand seal. Naruto, when do you think I could learn the shadow clone? Rafalia asked curiously and Naruto focused on Rafalia's stats. Yoruichi took a seat next to Philo and Rafalia sat next to Naruto. Naruto shook his head and said, not yet Rafalia, your reserves are about low Jonin level. I don't like the idea of you using it just yet. Regular Jonin struggles to just make one. Naruto turned to Yoruichi and Philo, though, learning the basic clone is a good idea. Naruto looked back to Rafalia, though learning different types of clones is quite possible. Lighting, water, and earth clones still take a good chunk of chakra, but highly effective in battle. Yoruichi wondered curiously, so, Naruto, you said my outfit was made for a certain element, you know what I can use? Naruto smirked as he stood up and walked to the side. Naruto flared his chakra as an aura of blue surrounded him. Naruto's hair stood up on its ends. Everyone saw the lightning coursing through his entire body. Naruto's lighting cloak even took on the shape of that of a fox with 9 tails swaying behind it. This is known as the lighting cloak. The user wraps their body in a layer of lightning chakra to increase their physical parameters, with more lightning causing greater increases. As users coat more lightning chakra around themselves, the more their hair sticks up. The lighting augments the strength of the user's taijutsu. The lightning also defends the user from most attacks, deflecting them away on contact. Yoruichi looked at Naruto curious now. That was a possibility of a jutsu she could learn. Yeah. I want to learn that. Oh. Wait. Can I? Yoruichi looked at Rafalia, Naruto and Philo. The three were chuckling at Yoruichi. She was warming up to Naruto quickly. Naruto nodded his head as he placed a hand on her head. Easy there Yoruichi, you'll have to get used to chakra first, but yes. If that's what you want, I'll teach it to ya. Yoruichi looked left, right, at the ground, and then back up at Naruto and smiled up at him. Thanks. Yoruichi had a light hue appear on her cheeks, and her tail wagged happily unconsciously. No problem Yoruichi, anything for you. Naruto had a grin appear on his face as Rafalia's ears seemed to twitch in excitement. She loved seeing Naruto grin like that. He was beginning to do that more and more lately. Naruto coughed into his hand. Anyways, Philo, for now just concentrate, slow your breathing, and simply clear your thoughts. Naruto placed a hand on Philo's head. I'll help you guide yourself to the spot. You should feel it in the pit of your stomach. Look for the bubble of chakra, not the tangled up yarn balls that is magic. Well, that's how I described it at least. Philo continued to search as she squinted her eyes. Relax your body, don't tense up. Naruto added as Philo did so, relaxing. I'll try guiding you further. Naruto pushed her to where she found the two energies. She was then on her own. Naruto turned to Yoruichi who was relaxed. I found it. Yoruichi began to draw upon it once again. There was a light blue hue that surrounded her body. She opened her eyes and found the energy invigorating her entire body. Naruto gave her a thumbs up. Great. Once Philo gets it down, I'll begin teaching you all how to tree walk. Philo then said, I feel two different energy pools, one I recognize as magic, but the other one is faint. Yes, that's it. I want you to pull on it, tug at it. Once you grab hold of it, yank it. Naruto added as Philo stretched deep within her mind to find it. She did so and yanked on it and pulled it. Soon following, Philo's body was surrounded by a blue line of chakra as she smiled happily. Philo opened her eyes as she said, wow. Gushujin-sama, this feels so much warmer compared to magic. Whoa. Philo then felt her reserves run low. She felt droopy. Naruto caught her before she fell. Naruto placed her on the makeshift bed and tucked her in. She did well on her first try. Rafalia then turned to Yoruichi. Come Yoruichi, we'll try practicing tree walking. Rafalia got up to her feet and ran near a tree. Yoruichi did so and walked over next to Rafalia. Naruto walked over as well, but he leaned up against a tree. Rafalia said, now, it's a simple exercise. You need to learn to control your chakra. You send chakra to your feet when walking up the tree. You have to think about sticking to the surface. Too much chakra, you'll fly off. Not enough chakra, you'll slip and fall. Rafalia placed a foot on the trunk and then her other foot and stuck it there. Now you give it a try. Yoruichi did so. She tried to mediate how much chakra went to one foot. She felt it stick. She tried to budge her foot, but it didn't move. Yoruichi then moved to place her other foot, but once she did, she lost concentration on the first foot and slipped and fell onto her butt. Ow! Yoruichi called out as she rubbed her rear end. I have a feeling this is a bit harder than you make it out to be. Rafalia jumped down and helped her up. It's okay, at least you didn't cry when you fell. I know I did. Naruto was a great teacher. He helped me throughout the entire exercise. Backquote. 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 Couple hours later, Naruto and Rafalia looked up and watched as Yoruichi was standing on the water. Rafalia cheered out, great job Yoruichi. You got it now. Master, look, I got it too. Philo cheered out. She was wearing a bikini that they just so happened to have. Naruto looked at Rafalia. When did we get swimsuits? He gestured his hand to her, confused. Rafalia giggled as she said, well, when you go sell your medicines, we usually go shopping for other things. We figured if you were going to be teaching them water walking, I figured getting them swimsuits was a good idea. Naruto had a blush on his face as he watched them practice. He conjured up a medium-sized lake after using earth jutsu to make a man-made lake. Rafalia was wearing a rather interesting blue bikini. The swimsuit had a neck ring that held up her chest, which had a frilly dress-like attribute to the chest area. She had a blue thong that went around her waist but was covered by a blue sash on her hip. Her hair was done up in a ponytail, with flowers in the hair that were tied into tendrils, along with leather like a belt around her left thigh. Naruto had to admit that Rafalia looked good in her swimsuit. He loved the ponytail too. Philo was wearing a pink two-piece swimsuit with her wings sticking out her shoulder blades. Yoruichi was wearing an orange two-piece bikini with yellow cat heads on them. Eventually, nightfall came, and everyone set up camp. Yoruichi was back in her regular clothing. Naruto, I'll take the first watch. Naruto shook his head. Not needed, I've been working on something. Naruto made a few hand seals and then bit his thumb. In doing so, an array of seals appeared and stretched out about over 100 yards. We'll be safe in here. Anything trying to get in won't be able to. So, get some rest, all right. Oh, thanks, Naruto. Yoruichi trotted over and laid next to Philo, who was in her philolial form already asleep. Come on Naruto-sama, let's head to bed. Rafalia laid down on her bed. Naruto walked over and lay next to her. Rafalia cuddled into Naruto's arms as she relaxed further. I love you, Naruto. Naruto kissed Rafalia on the lips and said, I love you too, Rafalia. Naruto didn't tell Tsunade about his relationship with Rafalia just yet. He just told her of her. He knew she was going to thrash him when she found out that she was a slave. That was information Naruto left out of the letter to Tsunade. Though Yoruichi was getting ready to fall asleep, she saw Naruto and Rafalia cuddling together. Yoruichi felt a twang in her chest watching the two. What was this feeling? What is this feeling? Whatever it is, I don't understand it. Is it jealousy? Yes, it is, but what is this other feeling? Yoruichi held her hands to her chest and closed her eyes for a moment. That is when she then suddenly saw Naruto in her mind. This was when Naruto picked her up. When he took her out of the slave cage, and then told the slaver trader he didn't want her to have that slave crest. Backquote. 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 Morning. Naruto heard his name being called, Gushujin-sama. Gushujin-sama. Naruto slowly opened his eyes to find Philo looking at Naruto upset. Philo. What's wrong? Naruto rubbed his eyes as she looked to see an angry Philo. Why are you sleeping with Rafalia Oni-sama and not me? Philo had her arms crossed over her chest. Yoruichi slowly began to wake up hearing their little companion call out to Naruto. Rafalia slowly woke up to see a jealous Philo. Philo, what's wrong? You got to sleep with Gushujin-sama. I wanted to. Philo puffed her cheeks angrily with Rafalia. Naruto gently chopped Philo over the head. Philo, 2 things. 1. Philo, you're way too young. You're like only 10 or so years old. 2. Rafalia is old enough, she's 18 like I am. Plus you're more like an Imouto to me. Naruto patted her head. Besides, I'd be called a pedophile if I was dating a girl who was 10 years old. That's 8 years younger than I am. Philo let a sigh out accepting what Naruto said, for now at least. Well, can I call you Naruto-sama then? Naruto nodded his head. I'd like that much better than Gushujin-sama. Now let's go find some breakfast. Though Naruto then remembers, if I remember correctly, I'm supposed to summon Gamakichi today. I'm supposed to summon them at least once a month to follow up. Naruto bit his thumb and slammed his hand on the ground. An array of seals came out of his hand and a plume of smoke covered the ground. Yoruichi and Philo looked in awe as Naruto smiled out. Yo Gamakichi. It's been about a month already. How are things going? The summoned toad was yellow with orange marking around his eyes and mouth. He also has 2 markings curving inwards on his stomach. Gamatatsu looked at Naruto. Yo Naruto, long time no see huh? It's been like almost 6 months since you last reached out. Gamakichi is busy with his girlfriend. I've been the one waiting for ya. Naruto was taken aback by this. Wait. Gamatatsu. What do you mean 6 months? It's been like, what, a little less than a month here. I guess that time moves much slower here than back at home huh? Gamatatsu then rubbed the back of his head. Well, that's a new development. I'll let Lady Tsunade know about this. Probably contact us at least 3 weeks each month then, so we can get updates. She has been worried sick that you haven't contacted her lately. Then Gamatatsu looked down to see a blonde girl, that girl being Philo. Then he looked at Naruto, Rafalia, and then Yoruichi. Kid. Already, you've been busy. So, who's the lucky mother? Naruto blushed as he shook his head. No, not like that. She's another companion I got from a slave trader. Rafalia was a little confused until she began blushing. Wait. And no, it's not like that. Naruto-sama and I didn't have Philo. She hatched from an egg we bought from a slave trader. Yoruichi giggled as she walked up and bowed respectfully. Name is Yoruichi Nightwalker, a pleasure to meet you. Yoruichi stood back up. I am Naruto-sama's companion. I'm his newest ally. Gamatatsu's mouth dropped and then he shut it. Naruto, all I can say is Lady Tsunade will luckily not have to hear that. Anyways, Gamatatsu reached into his back and placed down a scroll. There is everything you were needing. Tsunade also had part of the forbidden scroll jutsus written in there, though it's only one jutsu. Then some basic fire, water, earth, wind, and light jutsus. As well as some chakra papers for you. Naruto accepted the scroll. Thank you Gamatatsu. Besides that, how is everything going back at home? Everything is fine. Everyone is still slowly rebuilding, but that seems to be about it. I think peace has finally reigned over the elemental nations. Naruto, Jiraiya would be proud. Gamatatsu waved to Naruto. Well, I should head back. Take care you hear. Oh, I can't forget this. A letter from Tsunade. Gamakichi tossed it to Naruto as he caught it. See ya Naruto. Gamakichi then went up in a plume of smoke disappearing. Whoa, Naruto-sama, who was he? He was about the same size as Philolial form. Philo jumped onto Naruto as he wrapped her arms around his neck. Naruto simply set her down. Well Philo, there's a lot you'll eventually have to know. Once we get your chakra affinities down, we'll pack up and begin our ride. While you pull the cart, I'll explain who I am and where I came from. Including what happened here. Naruto placed his hand on the scroll that Gamakichi gave him and took out its contents. Some scrolls had symbols for kinjutsu, ninjutsu, letter, and then chakra paper. Naruto took out the chakra papers and handed them to Rafalia, Yoruichi, and then Philo. Channel your chakra into the paper, I'll explain what happens when they change. Rafalia channeled chakra into hers. On one half of the paper it crinkled and on the other side it went up in flames. Ooh, that was cool. Judging from the reactions, that must be fire and lighting. Naruto nodded his head. That is right, now let's see about Philo and Yoruichi. Naruto turned his head to Philo as she channeled chakra into her paper. The paper was split in half, one side was crinkling, and the other side turned to dirt. Whoa, so cool. What does the dirt mean? Naruto chuckled as he placed a hand on her head and rubbed her head. Well, like Rafalia, you both have an affinity for lighting. Philo, you also have earth, lightning, and wind as well, just like I do. Yeah, Philo began to dance around. I have affinity like Naruto-sama. Yeah, wind, just like wind magic. Naruto turned to Yoruichi. Alright, you're up next. Yoruichi nodded her head as she channeled chakra into her paper. The piece of paper split in half, and then suddenly an electrical discharge shot off towards the ground. The group jumped back a bit as sparks of burnt electricity burnt throughout the ground. Whoa. What does that mean? I can see I have wind and lighting, but Naruto's eyes blinked a bit, but he then smiled. Well, look at that. It seems you have a really strong affinity for lighting, and another for wind. We'll begin practicing these later, alright. Let's all pack up and head out. Rafalia smiled as she turned to begin packing up, but she saw Yoruichi move to Naruto's side. Rafalia watched as Yoruichi tapped Naruto's shoulder and he turned around to her. Yo, what's up, Yoruichi? Yoruichi began to fidget a bit as she looked up at Naruto. She said, are you happy I got lighting and wind? Naruto looked at her confused, but then he got what she was trying to say. No need to be so nervous around me, Yoruichi. He placed a hand on her head. Yes, I am happy you have such a strong lighting affinity. I can't wait to see how far you'll go. Naruto began to rub her head as Yoruichi leaned into his touch. She let a small purr out as her tail wagged happily. Philo looked at the two and jumped up onto Naruto. Mo. Yoruichi ne-sama. Don't hog all of Naruto-sama. Yoruichi glared at Philo. What are you talking about? Being praised is normal for you and Rafalia. Naruto-sama practically dotes on Rafalia all the time. You are too. Yoruichi's eyes narrowed at Philo. I'm allowed to be praised and doted on too. Alright, enough you two. Naruto moved Philo the front of him, holding her like a child. Philo, you're like a sister to me. I think that'll stay that way, but I'm fine doting on you, and everyone else. Don't try to fight for my attention and affection. Yoruichi and Rafalia are different because they are older. Philo puffed her cheeks out and said, that's not fair. You treat Rafalia and Yoruichi Oni-sama like women. I want that too. Philo pouted as a kid would. Naruto deadpanned. Philo, if I tried treating you like I would treat Yoruichi and Rafalia, pretty sure I'd be labeled as a sex offender and thrown in jail. Naruto simply patted Philo's head. Besides, you're way too young for me, plus you aren't even a teenager. You're like 10. Fine, but I'll make you see me differently one day. Philo jumped out of Naruto's arms and shook her hand in the air. Naruto simply shook his head and gestured for everyone to begin packing. Come on guys, we need to get a move on. The group packed up and head out on their long journey. During this time Naruto informed Philo and Yoruichi of everything about who he is. From being a ninja, from the beginning to the 4th grade ninja war and then being summoned here. Naruto informed the two new members of the team of everything, including what happened to him as the shield hero. Yoruichi outwardly expressed her feelings about what happened to Naruto. Her words were, and I quote, that rotten, cowardly, stupid cow. Philo's comment for mine was, meanie. In the end, both Philo and Yoruichi didn't care what happened to Naruto with the other heroes here. For as long as they were concerned, Naruto was the better of all of them. They didn't understand who Naruto was and what he went through. A large part of their end is the ignorance they had of Naruto. They never stopped to try to see things that were right in front of their faces. No one even tried to prove Naruto's innocence, it was all one-sided. Naruto also gave everyone a rundown on his abilities and with the help of Rafalia and now everyone else. Naruto's attack damage in this world shot up since they joined his party. That was the one thing. Naruto couldn't increase his attack damage, so all of his attacks would be useless. For some reason, the stupid status magic or whatever this world was connected to capped Naruto's attack. Naruto could one-shot mostly everyone in the beginning, but the waves would get harder. So, he would have to increase his strength if he wanted to help with the stronger waves that came. The only good thing is earlier on, he could one-shot just about everything. After that was said, Yoruichi was truly thankful that Naruto was the one who chose her. Yoruichi decided what she wanted, and what and who she wanted was none other than Naruto. Though it was clear she would have to share she will. Having Naruto is better than no Naruto at all. For now, she wants to get to know him even better, she wants to be able to laugh with him. Cry, jump, fight, defend, and be able to get angry with and for Naruto. With that, the three continued their journey selling goods they had and trading with others. This also included Naruto healing people along the way and getting paid too. Money at this point for the three wasn't a problem, the only issue was seeing about getting a mana stone. It was so they could get Philo proper clothing when she transformed. Backquote. 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 Camp. Naruto and his party set up camp for the night. Naruto was sitting at the campfire setting it up. Meanwhile, Rafalia was hunting with Philo. Naruto ordered them to practice stealth killing everyone's meal tonight. Naruto wanted them to begin learning how to be stealthy as possible, as a shinobi should be. Naruto looked up as he saw Yoruichi come walking back with her kill for the night. It was a deer. Well, look what you have there, good kill. Clean, fast, left no trail of blood. Yoruichi nodded her head as she placed it next to Naruto. Naruto and Yoruichi began to butcher the deer together. Thank you Naruto-sama. The two continued to butcher the deer for a couple of minutes until Yoruichi spoke up once again. Naruto, may I talk to you? Naruto looked up from his work and nodded his head and smiled at her. Of course Yoruichi. If there is something you want to tell me, I'm always willing to listen. Naruto grinned. He was happy. Yoruichi has been opening up more and more each day. She has truly come to trust Naruto, and he was happy. Not long ago Yoruichi is level 34, Philo level 30, and Rafalia recently reached level 40. Everyone has been growing at an incredible rate, though lately, Yoruichi has grown in the right places. Her bust came bigger than before, her hips much curvier, and her buttocks were soft yet firm. Yoruichi was now physically 20 much like how Rafalia is now. Meanwhile, Naruto was still only 18, it was still only July, Naruto would be 19 in October on the 10th. Yoruichi's cheeks blushed a bit, she then smiled and said, Naruto, I want to tell you, my story, there is so much. So please I beg of you, don't be upset with what I've. Before Yoruichi could finish Naruto moved next to her and pulled her into a hug. Yoruichi looked up from where her face was looking. It was stuff in Naruto's chest, and Naruto looked down at her happy. I'm glad, I've been waiting for Yoruichi, I'm glad I'm going to get to know who my Yoruichi is. Yoruichi blushed and smiled as she nuzzled into Naruto's neck. Yoruichi also noticed how much Naruto liked her hair up in ponytails. She noticed it when Rafalia had her hair up in a ponytail when they doing the water walking exercise. Yoruichi moved her face close to Naruto's lips and gently placed a kiss on them. Naruto was a little unsure of what to do or even say, he was rather frozen by the sudden advancement. He had Rafalia, he couldn't cheat on her. Yoruichi gently caressed his cheek. It's okay, I talked to Rafalia about this, she said she didn't mind sharing. Because I got to know you, and I truly have a reason to, but I must tell you who I am, what I had to do. Yoruichi looked down as she looked at the grass that was beneath their feet. Naruto looked at Yoruichi seriously and said, please, tell me, I want to know who you are. I don't care if you had to do something bad, I'm sure you had your reason. Yoruichi smiled as she shook her head. Well, where do I begin? I guess I should begin with Marin-sama. Well, my adopted Ka-sama.